Testing, 1, 2. Hello, everybody. Testing, 1, 2. Here. All right, cool.
Good morning. We're doing a test here for those of you who are watching on live stream. I hope it's coming across. Testing. Can you all hear me? Everybody in the room, we're doing a test. Good morning. And welcome to the Loyola Law Review Symposium. I am Madam Manager, and it's my honor to serve as Dean of this law school. It's also my distinct honor to be a graduate of this law school. I think it was like 2 years ago that I graduated. Very early in my career. I'm really super proud of our faculty and of our students for leaning so forward to bring this phenomenal conference to all of you who are here in the room, all of who might be watching from an overflow room, and all of you who might be joining us on live stream. This is an important topic. And it's one that we must dive deep into, to understand, to relate to, and to know that it is our challenge to figure out what we're doing in the world of climate change and how we're going to leave the planet safe for our children and our grandchildren, and quite frankly, safer for us. Because this is a fast-moving process. I'm very excited to have you all here, and it really is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you my very dear friend, Judy Perry Martini. How about that? You're such a close friend. Judy Perry Martinez, who serves as president of the ABA. You can go online and read her extensive bio. You can Google her and see a gazillion talks, messaging, accolades. I'll tell you some things that I think are just more personal. I am not too far behind you. Graduated from law school, her from law school across the street. And from here, we joined law firms that ended up putting us in the same building together. So we had the privilege for many years of not only riding the elevator to and from work every day, but enjoying life's journey of marrying, having children the same age, being pregnant together. I brought my baby to the office way too early, and she called me and said, out of the office, you're ruining it for all of us. We need more time off. Stay away. We journeyed together through this work that we call lawyering, through this advocacy work, through the work of pro bono. She really introduced me to the obligations of lawyers and public service through pro bono work, serving and meeting the needs of those more vulnerable, so that they can have access to our courts. What a really strong principle that is. That the courts shall remain open, and people shall have access. And we are seeing her leadership now through the ABA, as she has grown and served on every commission available, and every committee that there could be, as a very young lawyer, leaning into issues that affect lawyers and the public across the world. So it is really my honor, and Judy, thank you for taking the time out of your schedule. I know your schedule because I see you like every other day, and you are 10 places in between the times that I see you. Speaking on behalf of lawyers, speaking on behalf of civility and the rule of law in America and across the world. So please join me in welcoming our ABA President, Judy Perry Martinez.
Well, I'm going to put this down over here because I have some I think more serious things to say. And that is because the topic that's been chosen for this conference is one that drives, I believe so much in terms of the good that lawyers, the role of leadership that lawyers play on this aspect of what we do in the context of the law. Dean Landry, thank you so much. We spend a lot of time together by choice. Because we care about the same thing, the passions that we individually have developed are ones that we know find commonality, purpose in the law. So thank you. Stacy, thank you for your service. Where are you over there? Very much appreciate your service as editor-in-chief, and Mary, thanks for all the work you're doing as editor for this important, very important convening. The thoughtful leadership of all of you come together to learn and grow even more competent, even more committed to these issues. Does not go unnoticed by Loyola Law School, nor by the American Bar Association and its section on civil rights and social justice, which is, of course, a proud sponsor of this event. I am a long-time member of that section, among the many wonderful sections of the American Bar Association, and I believe in its work, I believe in what it stands for, I believe in its courage, and I can tell you that they welcome all of you to be a part of their journey. The section's Environmental Justice Committee is long chaired by Nadia Ahmad, and she is a member of this convening and is a part of this work. And so thank you for that leadership as well, because we need extraordinary role models for people who may not be at the height of understanding of what climate justice is all about. And we need that engagement involvement so that we can always push forward on this important policy agenda of both the American Bar Association, this law school, and so many of the wonderful organizations that are represented here in this room. It's an inspiration to see so many of you gathered because we know that you all have day jobs whether in school or elsewhere, where you're working on these and other issues, and it certainly underscores the importance in your lives to your careers to say that climate change is at the top of your list today. It's a life and death planet issue for our planet as well as for our people. And it's an issue that we have to confront together, and we have to move on even more so together. So as lawyers are training, when you think about it, our years of experience and our instincts demand that we deal in fact-based evidence. That's always been the case. But we don't always stick to and comply to that demand. And of course, the evidence is there with regard to climate change. It's compelling. Certainly as a lifetime resident of New Orleans, and I should be more discreet in saying, as a lifetime resident of Chalmette, Louisiana, right down from the courthouse, right down the street from the courthouse. You can know the impacts that not only Katrina, but Betsy, when my grandmother died in nursing home, Betsy, Camille, and all the other hurricanes that followed. I lived them. I know extraordinary losses. I've been fortunate to we have the resources to be able to come back when we did have damage. We never suffered the damage that so many other, at least my immediate family, that so many others suffered. But I know that it's not only about what's happened in the past, but it's about the concerns of the future that are not only affecting our city from the standpoint of rebuilding again and again. They're affecting our city and our state and influencing decisions on corporate growth, unfortunately, and on infrastructure development, but also the children like my four, millennials, and those who are younger are staying or returning, or whether they're going to come back. And I know each and every one of my four wants to come back, and some of them already have, because they believe in what we know about the city in this region. And that is that every time we're knocked down, we get back up. And it's a resilience that we see, not only in hurricanes and storms and tornadoes and in the August 2016 floods of Baton Rouge. It's a resilience that we see even to the football field. When we get knocked down, we get back up. It's a part of the spirit of our people. It's part of the spirit of those in this room that we use that spirit coupled with our intellect, our counsel from lawyers that we know are experts in this room, and for other disciplines like Dr. Burkett, who's here with us today, who we work with on a cross-disciplinary basis to help not only the legal community, but most importantly those who are most vulnerable, those who don't have the resources, who it's harder each and every time to come back, because climate change affects everyone. And we know that, we recognize that at today's symposium. We know that we have the discussion of issues regarding climate change in the context of human rights and working to ensure equitable treatment for the most climate vulnerable individuals. And that, of course, includes native lands and native tribes. Something I learned about certainly, and I became more cognizant of when this past fall I visited the Coshada tribe in Louisiana, understanding so much more about the challenges they face, and others even more close proximity to our coastal areas face. So to meet those challenges, we've got to use all of our talent, our commitment, our intellect.
I can learn to understand you much better if I can get familiar with the way you talk. I need your permission to...
Anybody who wants to come into this profession through hard work and competence and ethics and commitment. Because we don't, or someone doesn't perceive that they don't belong, that perceives that they don't belong. We're not doing the best for the public. And when I say that, I talk not only about gender and race and ethnicity, but I also talking about LGBTQ colleagues and our colleagues with different abilities. And until we have everybody at the table, we are not doing our best for the public who needs our help so desperately. So advancing that agenda of diversity and inclusion while you look at these issues is critically important. And your hard work on this particular topic is essential to what we do as lawyers for our nation of laws and our promise for justice for all. Because that promise can't be just and only an American dream. It has to be an American reality, and that's what I know every one of you are working for. So we are lawyers who go into classrooms, into courtrooms, and to mediate disputes. We contribute legal scholarship, we educate, we mentor law students who themselves carry the torch of justice for future generations. And we make a difference through, as Dean Landry said, pro bono and public service. And we use the power of the law to address challenges of climate change, environmental justice, and many other issues of justice involving housing, homelessness, veterans, seniors, immigrants, asylum seekers, gun safety, human trafficking, voting rights, equal rights, and public health. And the ABA, in its many sections and divisions, is very proud to serve as the voice of American lawyers, and that doesn't mean that we all agree with each other on every topic, but we all agree that a foundation of good lawyering is a deep belief in the commitment to the rule of law and an independent judiciary free of political influence. And lawyers throughout America and the world look to the ABA to be champions of justice. They look to all of you in this room to be protectors of democracy and advocates at home and abroad. And our members know that being a part of the ABA is being a part of something that's bigger than each of them. And Loyola is one of the many schools across this country, law schools, that has its law students as members of the law student division of the ABA, and Dean, thank you for that. Because we believe that is an essential part of lawyering, being involved in the organized bar, whether it's at the state level, the local level, the affinity level, and we certainly would urge the American Bar Association. Because it is with the convenings like this in which we sponsor and participate, which we help law schools bring together with the extraordinary talent of the professors who are here to assemble the faculty that's been brought forth, that we know that we are doing service to our members and so many more. Because we believe in fostering a vibrant voice for the legal profession on environmental justice and topics that fill a portfolio that is broad and wide. So I'm honored to be with you. I'm sorry that I can't stay for the rest of the conference because frankly, as somebody who practiced a lot of environmental law in my early days, I would love to stay all day. And I will share with you as I close that when I was doing work in the environmental arena, I think back about the heroes who even 35 years ago were thinking about and focused on the issues that you are focused on today. The ones who wouldn't stay silent when some saw some wrong. The ones who spoke up for people who otherwise couldn't speak up. So all of you today sitting here, students, practitioners, and advocates, scientists alike, have my admiration for what you do. I urge you to keep up the good fight. You are making a difference, and the American Bar Association is proud to be a part of your efforts to become even more competent, even more knowledgeable. And I would suggest to you at the end of this day, you will feel even more committed to the purposes and the mission that you have before you. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Kate Fernandez, and I'm the symposium editor for Loyola Law Review. On behalf of the Journal, we are so happy to see all of you here this morning. You're eager to learn about environmental justice, a topic that is so critical to the New Orleans community and the state of Louisiana. So I hope that everyone leaves here inspired today, armed with new tools to go and make a difference in our community. Just a few reminders, if you missed this on the way in this morning, this is our QR card. So if you just open your camera on your smartphone, it can scan the code, and that will bring you to our website where you can find today's digital program. Our slides and footage from today's sessions will also be available on our website. That is loino-lawreview.com/program. Also, we have these question and answer cards for everyone. If you have anything that pops up during any of the sessions today, just jot it down on this card. And our runners will be going back and forth throughout the day collecting these before the conclusion of all the sessions. And we're going to finish up the question and answer sessions using these. Also, lunch will be at noon. We have some great organizations tabling today during lunch, so please take a moment to visit them because they do some really important work all over the state. I want to say thank you to our wonderful speakers who are here from all over the country. They've been so enthusiastic and wonderful helping us plan this process. Thank you to our moderators, Professor Verchik, Professor Kufone, who will be with us later this afternoon, and most of all, Professor Sokol, who is our law review advisor, Professor. She's been so helpful and has been with us every step of the way, and we're so grateful to you. Thank you also to our wonderful editor-in-chief, Stacey Osborne, who has been working day in, day out since she took office last spring. Today would not have been possible without her, so thank you so much, Stacey. So without further ado, we thought it would be appropriate to start today's conversation with the science that underlies all of this. So here to do that for us is Dr. Virginia Burkett, who is the Chief Climate Scientist at the U.S. Geological Survey. Let's give her a warm welcome.
closer. Keep that on here.
Okay, I'll try to.
I'll get a better frame next time.
Okay. Is that better? Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. I've been kind of asked to lay some foundation for you all, and my goal today is to bring you the synthesis of climate science, how to fix or how climate is affecting our coast. And of course, this is Louisiana here. Looks familiar, I'm sure. And we see our muddy Mississippi Delta there to the lower right corner of the slide. So anyway, we have this very muddy, low-lying, soft coast that is very erodible and low-lying that is so prone to inundation. So I'm going to end with slides about Louisiana. Focus on even New Orleans and some implications of the science. So I'm going to go through and start with these basic concepts that you probably already familiar with, and it's going to get a little more complicated. And by the time you get this, if you stay with me for about 45 minutes, you're going to be hopefully conversant on the topic, and we'll understand the drivers and the impacts and what can be done. We are not helpless. First of all, you need to know, of course, that there's a difference between weather and climate. And a lot of folks get this confused. Weather is the condition of the atmosphere at a particular time and place in one geographic region, okay? Climate, however, is how the atmosphere behaves over periods, longer periods of time. So climate is the average temperature and other aspects, humidity and so forth, of a place, and it's generally determined by the American Meteorological Organization, for example, as 30 years or more. So that's kind of the average of time. So you don't just look at one cold winter or three cold winters because of El Nino. We have these interannual and decadal scale oscillations that may change the climate, then it kind of goes back to normal. Along this trajectory that I'm going to show to you. So climate change in the IPCC vernacular refers to changes in the state of the climate that you can identify and describe over a period of time. And again, typically meteorologists use a period of at least 30 years to determine if there is a trend in climate as opposed to weather. Okay. So what causes the Earth's climate change is pretty straightforward. It's been understood for 100 years or more. You've got the incoming solar radiation in the form of shortwave radiation that most of it comes and is absorbed at the Earth's surface, where it's converted to heat energy, okay? But then you've got about 29% that bounces back and radiates back from the Earth's surface. And this, so some of it bounces back as light energy, but the rest of it is absorbed or radiated back as heat energy. And the atmospheric gases of the planet, of course, trap that heat energy. And these are the most important atmospheric gases that determine the climate of the planet, the temperature of the planet. If it were not for these gases, this would be a very cold place. So they are naturally occurring, but their concentrations are what is of interest and what is driving the change. So a lot of folks will say, well, how do you know the climate's warming? They may read about some scientist in East Anglia playing with the records and people statistically toying with data and that sort of thing. It's not the science is not dependent upon any single data set or any type of data set even. Yes, we do have air temperature. We have air temperature back millions of years, and we have the modern instrumental record. We know that water vapor is increasing. We know that sea level is rising. We have tide gauges all around the coast of North America, and we can determine, sea level rise is actually accelerating. Okay, the temperature of the ocean. We have buoys. Thousands of buoys around the world in the world ocean that are determining that the temperature is changing. Sea ice is declining. Glaciers are retreating. Ice sheets are declining in mass. let's talk about ICE, because this is a really important type of record that we have to document changes in the Earth's climate history. So our guys, we operate the National Ice Core Laboratory out in Denver, Colorado, and we collaborate with scientists around the world to look at ice cores, and they hold the secrets of the Earth's climate past. And we basically look at the ice, we extract from the ice cores information. This is one of my colleagues, Lance Gorham, at the Wetland Center over in Lafayette, looking at a tree ring. He was looking at fire scars in St. Mark's National Wildlife Refuge and the climate, how the climate was affecting fire there. But ice has a similar sort of annual ring. And so you can date it using just visual techniques, and you can date it with radiometrically, and you can extract from the ice these tiny air bubbles, and you can analyze those air bubbles very precisely to know what the nitrous oxide content was. And you can say 820,000 years ago. Pull that out. So it's very rich in the type of information you get from ice cores. And then when you take the meltwater from that ice core and you analyze the ratio of oxygen and hydrogen atoms, the deuterium and hydrogen 1 and the two isotopes of oxygen, they give you a very precise record of the temperature when the ice was laid down. Unequivocal, very highly detailed and highly reliable. So from the ice cores, we know that the Earth's climate has been changing in a kind of a cyclical scale. And you know about ice ages and warm periods. Well, those are all borne out in the climate record of the ice cores. And this particular sort of oscillation that you see here holds up at least a million years in the ice core records. I like this particular graphic because it also shows the CO2 level. So when you have a warm period, it corresponds to the increase in CO2 in the atmosphere. Of course, all that is natural. And notice the Holocene, this period at the end of this right here, that's the past 10,000 years, a very unusual, stable period in the Earth's history of temperature. And this is where coasts, as we know them today, formed, where people groups and society emerged in this 10,000 year period of time called the Holocene. Well, things are changing. This is where we are now. So we have experienced a 40% increase in atmospheric CO2, the most important greenhouse gas, since 1750. Now, what's causing those natural 100,000 year scale oscillations? The Earth goes in basically a circular orbit around the Sun to an elliptical orbit on a period of about 100,000 years. But that's not the only natural oscillation. There's also the obliquity cycle, where the Earth tilts on its axis, and then it's kind of like a gyro in an airplane. If you're a pilot, you keep resetting it if you have an old plane, because it wants to precess, and then you bring it back to center. So it tilts on its axis, warming one end of the planet more than another, warming the glacial area, for example. And this scale is about 41,000 years, and then it precesses. This actually, the precession cycle was what I was talking about. 21,000 years, obliquity is 40,000 years, and these don't occur in sync with one another, and so that explains a lot of those other blips. And of course, you've got the feedback between the land and the oceans, the biosphere, that are affecting the CO2 concentrations that we saw here in this slide. So all those little blips, scientists have understood for many years, based on this Serbian physicist Milankovic that posited this theory many years ago. So today, carbon dioxide levels are highest as they've been in 3 million years. Not only is CO2 rising rapidly, nitrous oxide and methane, shown in the upper left, and since 1970, the emissions of CO2 due to human activity have tripled. So you can see on the lower right there, So you can see the trend in the fossil fuel emissions, and as cement is made, it emits carbon, but actually as cement can also end up being a sink in the long term. Forestry and land use, the loss of forest cover and changes in land use affect the carbon stored also, and the carbon emissions to the atmosphere. So we published this series of reports called the National Climate Assessment that concluded that human activities are the primary driver. And when I spoke at Tulane, their law review recently, the man kept saying, well, what about solar activity? It's got to be solar activity. The solar activity, this is the conclusion. I added this slide last night. It can only contribute marginally, and this is the conclusion of our 300 scientists that worked on the National Climate Assessment and of the IPCC. You know, it's very marginal, and volcanoes have the opposite effect. They actually cool the planet. So those are not a factor. So when people say, well, it's due to solar activity, you can look at our reports in the IPCC, and that is not the case. So there's no dispute that global temperatures are rising. And it's hard to explain to a policymaker because in the United States, look in the southeast, it looks like there's been basically no change. Since 1980, the temperature has risen like the rest of the northern hemisphere, but there is a geographic difference that is kind of hard to convey to policymakers. Why? But it's because of the way the atmosphere functions. And on the left-hand side of that, you can see that the tremendous increase in this combination of land and ocean temperatures since 1880. So the rate of change is what's important here, because we've had a 1.8 degree increase Fahrenheit in temperature, but more than 1.2 degrees of that is since 1986. Okay? So it's the rate of change you can see graphically, but the data can quantify that, and it's in our report as well for you very, very easily. So that accelerated warming, the past 30 years, the most warm period in Earth's history, and every decade is progressively warmer. We've got this increase in ocean temperature also observed around the world, and it's virtually certain, down to 700 meters, that the ocean has warmed as a result of the increase in the Earth's atmospheric temperature. As a result of the warming of the atmosphere, we see land ice declining, and the Greenland and West Antarctic ice sheet, all the Antarctic ice sheets, have been losing mass at a larger rate since 2002, and glaciers are continuing to shrink worldwide. We've seen, as you heat up the atmosphere, it holds more water. And so we've seen a change in precipitation, an increase basically in precipitation in the northern hemisphere, and an average across the United States. But the timing of that precipitation has changed. So it comes down more in the form of heavy downpours. It's basically ratcheting up the hydrologic cycle. And you can see the observed change there in the lower left lower right of heavy precipitation in the United States, and this is from our last assessment. I think it's a good graphic showing the increase in the heavy precipitation events in places like Louisiana. So as the atmosphere warms and land ice declines, two things happen. The volume of the ocean increases due to the warming of the ocean as it absorbs heat energy. So as you heat water, it expands. And as the water is transferred from the land ice to the oceans. And the last century, or last 120 years, it's been about 7 to 8 inches of sea level rise, which doesn't sound like a lot, unless you're from Louisiana, you know it is a lot. Because the land is sinking on top of this. And, but then again, look at the rate. 3 of those 8 inches have occurred since 1993. So the rate of change is accelerating. And looking to the future, we're put a range out there of 1 to 4 feet by 2100. It's possible it could be higher, 3 meters, but that will depend on the stability of the ice sheets that scientists. The first draft of the next IPCC report came out Monday for us to review. and I'm anxious to download that particular chapter and see if this is what they're saying by 2100, what the projections are now. So under the relative sea level rise scenario for 2100 in this book that we put out for the climate assessment, this is one of the graphics. And you can see the red area where Louisiana and Texas are located. And that's because of relative sea level rise. That's because the land is sinking while the ocean is rising. That's why there's such a difference. In Alaska, the land is uplifting as the Laurentide ice sheet retreated. It's like a balloon. It bounced back, and so you see uplift in parts of the North American coast. So I talked about the increase in the fossil fuels emissions and from industry and the changes in land use and the atmospheric changes, but that ocean business, is the temperature we talked about. But, the processes that remove the CO2 from the atmosphere include that big part going into the ocean, all right, which changes ocean chemistry. So the increase of the ocean uptake of CO2 changes the aragonite concentration, and so it decreases the pH of the ocean. And you can see the actual record shown here in black, and then the projections out into the future, depending upon how humans continue to affect the chemistry of the atmosphere. And so remember, it's log scale, 26% increase in acidity. So this is a slide from this other report that we produced. This is the Volume 2 report, and this is our centerfold here that just documents that, some of these drivers, just so you can put it all together. The increase in heat waves, the increase in heavy precipitation there in Panel C, changes in the snowpack, the decline in snowpack in the west. If you're a skier, that lower left one will be of interest to you. Drought conditions, Arctic sea ice extent retreating, sea ice is retreating, sea level, all those just kind of summarized for you here. So you can download this from the internet, and it's over 1,000 pages. So this is just the executive summary, but you can also download the graphics if you're interested. Another thing I haven't talked about yet is hurricanes. Okay. The IPCC and the National Climate Assessment both agree that we've seen an increase in the intensity, frequency, and duration of hurricanes that make landfall in our part of the world. Okay, so the North Atlantic Basin, where hurricanes form that make landfall along the Gulf Coast and the Atlantic coast of North America, have increased in the number of intense storms. So we haven't seen a change in the number of storms, but the intensity of the storms in virtually every category, including the rainfall associated with it. By late century, we're expecting to continue to see this increase in the strongest hurricanes with an increase in intensity, though not necessarily in frequency. And that's a Hurricane Harvey shot there that just reminds us of how much rainfall, 51 inches, that flooded much of the Houston area. Hurricanes also have a tremendous effect on small islands in the North Atlantic. This is a shot of an image right before the Hurricane Irma, and then right after. And it's not that it was fall in the lower one; it's just all the trees are gone. And you've seen the horrible photos of what happened in the Caribbean in 2017. This one is another illustration of things you don't think about. But this is our scientists went down and we mapped the landslides. I always worried about the coast of these islands, but the interior of the islands, that was what shut the country down. It wasn't just along the coast, It was the largest disaster mission in U.S. history. 166,000 homes destroyed, and the diaspora that resulted afterwards is still being played out. Look at the frequency of billion-dollar disaster events, mostly weather, in the United States since 1980. The black line is the average, but look at the years there where you've got this frequency of these billion-dollar disasters in the colors. So those just are the past, since 2011. All the other years are shown there since 1980 in the dark gray and the gray colors, but the most intense ones, the years are shown there, and the cost is the same on the lower right-hand side. You can see where the cost is increasing through time, and particularly significant over the past 15 years. And that's from NOAA. So I've talked all of this so far about mainly focusing on the climate record, the paleoclimate record, the instrumental record, and that's locked up in systems, ice sheets and trees and that sort of thing. We're going to talk now about the future. Okay. Looking ahead, and this is from our last IPCC report on the left, those are the black line, of course, is the observed change in global temperature from thousands of reporting stations around the world. And on the right, that's from our National Climate Assessment. This one here, the Physical Climate Science, and their projections here are very similar. They use degrees C and we use degrees F, but because we use the same climate models, there are over 20 different climate modeling centers around the world. They share data, and they developed this couple model intercomparison project where you use ensembles of models. You're not dependent upon one institution's model. You use an ensemble to look out to the future, and you can use scenarios of what human activity might do. So the black line, of course, we've got a very good record, and into the future, you can assume and drive the models projecting forward with either business as usual, which is more along that orange line there, or a curtailment or low emission scenario, we call it, it's RCP 2.6. And RCP's representative concentration pathway, that's the radiative forcing in watts per meter square. So it's a nice way for scientists to be able to incorporate that into ecological models and so forth. So it depends upon the emissions future in terms of what the temperature will be by the end of this century. A high emission scenario, 8.5. The intermediate is 4.5. And the lower, where basically emissions are curtailed very quickly, is the RCP 2.6. So you're going to see these in the next few slides. So looking just at, on the left-hand side here, at annual temperature out into the future, the lower scenario is here on this side, and the higher scenario, that RCP 8.5, is on the right side of that panel. And you can see a tremendous increase in temperature. Generally, the higher the latitude, the higher the warming. Okay? That's just looking at annual averages. Look at seasonal precipitation change by season using that track that we're currently on. It's called RCP 8.5. And look at the increase in rainfall, particularly at higher latitudes, in the winter and spring, but a decrease in the summer, the growing season, peak of the growing season, and into the fall. And look at the effects and the differential effects there. That's why it's hard for someone from New Mexico to talk with someone from Idaho about what's happening, because it's different in terms of temperature and precipitation trends. If you combine temperature and precipitation changes, you can imagine the changes on moisture, water availability, because evapotranspiration and evaporation from lakes and rivers and from waters, the surface of the land, are affected by both the rainfall patterns and the temperature. And this is from our climate assessment, and you can see that the increase in temperature alone will drive, is what's driving most of this, and that the changes in soil moisture. What are the implications here for agriculture and forestry and the storage of land carbon that helps offset our emissions, particularly in the arid Southwest? You know, differential effects on people, which I think is what your conference will be focusing on. Our key findings from our National Climate Assessment shown here. I won't read through this for you. I hope you will download it, and I put the website there on the right. Importantly, neither global efforts to mitigate the causes of change or to adapt currently approach the scale needed to avoid substantial damages. Key message. Pardon? Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, we got it. Could somebody move that chair, if you wouldn't mind, please? I don't think you can move the bladder, but it's NCA 2018.globalchange.gov. Yeah. Well, that didn't help. Okay, sorry. Okay. So from that report, we have regional chapters and we have sectoral chapters like agriculture, water, forest, and then we have the United States broken into regions. And this is our some of the key messages from the Southeast region. And these might be important to this discussion you're going to have about social justice and the differential effects on people groups. We're creating more urbanization, and urbanization creates new vulnerabilities to people exposed to changes in the climate. Increasing heat, particularly in the Southeast compared to the rest of the country. Changes in infrastructure, vector-borne diseases like the mosquito that carries dengue fever and other sorts of disease. The Southeast is where the outbreaks of those vector-borne diseases are most likely to increase. If you eat oysters here in Louisiana, Vibrio vulnificus is a pathogen that is really can be deadly to people with immune deficiencies. And as you increase water temperature in our oyster growing areas, you increase the propensity for this particular pathogen, Vibrio. Some other key messages: the increase in sea level rise. Increase in flooding 5 to 10-fold since the 1960s in several coastal cities. And projected into the future, we expect to see more coastal flood events, 30 days plus of high tide flooding by 2050, which isn't really as important here in New Orleans, but along the rest of the Gulf Coast and the Atlantic coast, it is important. Natural ecosystems will be and are being transformed. The plant hardiness zones shift. We're in zone 8. We're moving into zone 9 probably in the USDA plant hardiness zone map. We'll see our salt marshes transitioning more to mangrove-dominated systems because mangroves cannot tolerate real heavy, cold winters, severe winters, and those are declining. The winter temperatures are rising and sea levels rising at the same time. So there's a lot of implications for our coastal marshes. Fire patterns are changing. We're seeing a lot more wildfires across the United States, including the Southeast. We've got the rising sea levels, this key message that we've talked about earlier, and the increase in hurricane intensity, and the warming ocean. And I talked about the warming ocean. I've talked about acidification, but as the ocean temperature warms, that's the other whammy on calcifying organisms. So corals like that one, that's a credit card sitting on a coral head there. You can see the bleaching that's occurred. And when the summer temperature of coralline waters or environments increases 1 to 2 degrees above what's the normal summer maximum temperature, then the symbiotic algae is expelled. But the increase in temperature also affects the calcification of other organisms like oysters and shrimp, those that form exostructures. Key message number 4, we've got on that graphic, I'll just focus on that. Projections show changes in work hours, and look at the Southeast, the changes of being able to work outside. My family, they were cutting cattle summer before last at 2 o'clock in the morning, cutting calves and from the herd. And I said, why are you doing that? And they said, it's too hot. So people, if you notice, the roadways are DOTD in Louisiana. The night shifts because it's too hot during the summer days. So you're going to see an impact in the changes in hours that can be worked by people in the field. Just one example. And that last one is particular interest to this conference. Compounding stressors, not just climate change, but this urbanization and the other factors that are at work here, and constraints to adaptation, not the ability to move away when your home is destroyed, for example, and replace it, lead to poverty, low literacy, and limited capacity to respond, inhibiting resilience in some people groups. I'm going to end with some examples of coastal impacts, because that's what I was asked to talk about. As you can see, it's not just coasts that are being impacted, but in this part of the world, and for the law school in particular, I know this will be of interest to you. As we've seen warmer winters, we've seen an invasion of several invasive species in Louisiana. The Chinese tallow is not a native. It cannot tolerate very hard freezing winters. It is not as important to wildlife. I used to be director of Fish and Wildlife here in Louisiana, and that was a big concern that we had all these. Every time we had a canopy gap in our Louisiana forest, we have tallow come in that are not valuable or important to wildlife. And the nutria, for example, the McElhennys brought in the nutria for their fur. Well, the nutria got into Louisiana's marshes, and they eat out the roots of the marshes, the marsh grasses, the spartina, and basically can help convert healthy marsh into open water. Nutria is now found all up into New Jersey. Oops, how do I do that? Okay, we talked about this lower soil moisture due to the changes in temperature and precipitation. Lower soil moisture leads to more intense and frequent wildfires. Here you have a wildfire in southwest Louisiana, and our owners of marshes in Louisiana will burn the marsh during a certain time of the year to increase the grasses that are best for wildlife and for fur bearers particularly. And but they don't light the fires or ignite the fires when the marsh is dry and you can burn up the root material. Okay, but we have these natural lightning strikes that cause wildfires in the coast that can directly lead to the loss of marsh. Here you got on the right there, that's Terrebonne Parish, and that's what we call the Brown Marsh event. About 10 years ago, it was very, very dry, and the researchers at LSU concluded that this loss of marsh there and the stress on the marsh was due to low rainfall and low high salinity, coupled with all the other stresses on that marsh, and it caused an outbreak of pathogens and snails and that actually helped destroy that marsh. So it's not just one driver of changes, all these together that are affecting Louisiana's coast. And as sea level rises, our fresh and brackish water coastal ecosystems are being inundated by more saline waters. And we've got these ghost forests all across Louisiana. The taxodium, the ball cypress trees, cannot tolerate salinity of above about 2 parts per thousand. The Gulf of Mexico is 35 parts per thousand. So as sea level rises, we see this intrusion of salt water into our coast, killing our coastal freshwater marshes and our ball cypress trees. And it's happening so fast that they don't just convert to a more saline marsh. This is the levee on the New Orleans east, and you can see those stems there. Those are old ball cypress trees, and as you can see, as the salinity increases, it was not replaced by salty marsh. It just converted to open water because of all the other drivers here, the sinking of the land and the rate of change alone. Erosion is increasing and will continue to increase if storms intensify as predicted. This is Dauphin Island, Alabama, and our scientists use a tool called LIDAR, and we can fly it now on drones, but this is airborne from a small aircraft where we flew pre-Hurricane Ivan. Those are individual houses. The Gulf's on the left and Mississippi Sound is on the right. And this is post-Ivan. You can see the movement of the sand and the retreat of that island just overnight during Hurricane Ivan. And post-Katrina, that same barrier island, this is what it looked like. And this is what it was on the ground. So it's not just sea level rise, it's not just the sinking of the land. These storms themselves are the major factors that drive perturbation of systems in the Gulf Coast, coastal systems. During Hurricane Katrina and Hurricane Rita, and this is the track year of Hurricane Katrina as it made landfall in Louisiana in 2015. Overnight, during Hurricane Katrina and Rita, back to back almost, just a few weeks apart, 217 square miles of coast were lost to open water. The Chandeleur Island chain, are y'all familiar with the Chandeleurs if you fish? I mean, it's a beautiful barrier island chain that's basically an old remnant of a delta when the Mississippi River used to be depositing sediment out in that area. And all the finer material is eroded away, and that coarse-grained sand, this arc, is what we call the Chandeleur Islands. This is pre-Katrina on the left and post-Katrina on the right. One of my scientist colleagues at USGS, Abby Salinger, wrote a paper about the tipping point having been reached in the Chandeleur Islands. They used to breach the breaches after a storm would heal naturally with longshore sediment transport, but not anymore. These breaches appear to be of permanent nature. So in addition to this storm surge, we're also seeing an increase in Louisiana of just bright sunny days flooding, okay? And that, of course, is due to the combined factor of sea level rise and other drivers, the sinking of the land surface. And this is a report we did for the U.S. Department of Transportation several years ago, showing the highways at risk in Louisiana. The blue area would be flooded by relative sea level rise of 4 feet. And remember, 4 feet was what we're looking at by the end of this century. So not all of the highway, but to the point where it would be, parts of it would be flooded. And if part of it goes under, then of course you can't use the highway for distances on either side. So the tipping points and interactions that we've seen in the history of how our coast has responded is important because they're hard to predict. You've got all these different drivers of change, and there will be surprises. This is oil from the British Petroleum spill, oil spill here in Louisiana, and the long-term effects of multiple stresses on Louisiana's coastal systems are poorly understood and very difficult to predict. There's also a difficulty in predicting tipping points and thresholds in communities. And just as our natural systems reach a threshold of change, we're seeing that in our coastal communities as well. My folks lost their home in Katrina and had been through many hurricanes. They were from Biloxi. But got to ultimately, a lot of folks moved, and after Katrina, as you know, we lost a lot of people out of Louisiana as well. So that sustainability in the long term is really important. I won't go into this because you have a talk about it later today that I think you'll find very interesting. That one road on the left, that was their only connection to the mainland, and now it's under so frequently they can't depend upon. So basically they're moving inland. This is from our last IPCC report. I've authored 4 of those reports, and the most recent one, we had a social scientist on every chapter, and it changed the whole complexion of the report. I think that is why the Paris Agreement, that report came out and was a wake-up call. It's not just about ducks, okay? It's people. And the risk of climate change, the risk are caused by the interaction between that hazard, the vulnerability of people, and the exposure. So it's those combination of drivers that affect the risk outcomes. And this is one of the conclusions of our last report. Risks are generally greater for disadvantaged people and communities in countries and communities in all countries, not just those that are the developing countries. disadvantaged people in America as well. And that's one of the conclusions of this report, so I encourage you to download it. So what can be done? As I said earlier, we are not helpless. There are two classes of response strategies from society, the first being adaptation. These are actions taken to reduce the harmful effects, and in some cases, take advantage of positive effects of climate change. And then mitigation, which is reducing greenhouse gas emissions or enhancing the carbon that's stored in natural systems and in other ways to basically offset the emission of gases into the atmosphere by humans. Examples of adaptation. A no-brainer, reduce your climate stresses on coast. I was director of the Coastal Management Program for Louisiana a long time ago in my career. And I signed permits then because our coastal zone management law, you have to balance environmental and economic interests of the states. And of course, we didn't realize what was happening back in the 80s and 90s in terms of sea level rise and these other, and that storms were intensifying. And so, the state has permitted activity. Like here, this is an oil field area in southwest Louisiana where the oil company built this levee to protect their work, their impoundment there, and but it prevented the flow of sediment and freshwater to the marsh to the south. So we see that sort of stressor that in some ways, places you might even call it maladaptation. Adapting infrastructure. That house on the left was not built to have a blow-away first floor. That's the result of Katrina. The right, that's Bay St. Louis, Mississippi. When that bridge was replaced across the bay, they raised the level of the bridge to above what the storm surge level of Hurricane Katrina was. So adapting existing structures and designing the built environment to consider these changes that are likely to continue into the future. Retreating from low-lying areas. When my folks left for Katrina, I was just glad they left. They expected to go back. But in some areas, and in their case, retreat was the most cost-effective and safe option for them. That's the Ile-de-Jean-Charles tribe that I was talking about earlier. They're moving inland from their homeland in response to flooding. It's the only effective option for them. Factoring all this into how we manage our coast and how we permit activities that stress our coastal environments. This is a Timberlair Island chain in Louisiana. The oil companies put up this riprap here several decades ago, but it prevented the longshore deposit of sediment and transported deposit of sediment on the shore face here. So understanding coastal systems' response to the changes that are underway can help us to protect our coast in a way that will enhance sustainability, like through the restoration of marsh, of vegetation on barrier islands, an obvious approach that is a nature-based approach to our solution. So increasing the resilience and sustainability of natural systems. This is a Louisiana barrier. I took this picture of a coast back when I worked for LSU Sea Grant 30 years ago. There's nothing there today, of course. But this barrier island here, you can see where they're trying to restore the vegetation to stabilize the sediments on that barrier island. So increasing the resilience of that island. This is a colleague of mine, Susan Grace, doing a prescribed burn there in the marsh by the landowners. And that's the city of New Orleans there in the background. And, in some cases, structural measures are required to protect where we have high intensity of population and infrastructure that society decides is important to protect. So you can increase the resilience of natural systems in one way and of populated areas in many different ways. Finally, mitigation. Okay, I talked about adaptation. So mitigation, again, is reducing the emissions or offsetting the emissions by storing carbon or removing carbon otherwise from the atmosphere. So this is from the IPCC, the last IPCC report. The next one, first draft just came out Monday. And so this is the latest from the IPCC in the assessment reports. The black line is the actual historical emissions that we're currently tracking along. And then you've got those RCPs. So dependent upon the amount of emissions and the way carbon is managed, that will determine the temperature at the end of the century. So there's a wide range there. And there was a report that came out in 2018 called, that was about the limiting emissions to a level that would only increase the temperature to 1.5 degrees as opposed to 2.5 degrees, which had been kind of a global target for a lot of the international negotiations. But if you limit it to 1.5 degrees, or the world was, society globally was trying to limit it to 1.5 degrees, these are 4 illustrative pathways on how to get there. But note they all stop fossil fuel emissions very early, 2030 in the first panel, 2030, less before 2030 actually in panel 2 and 3, and the longer you wait to reduce emissions, the deeper the offsets will have to be in bioenergy production and carbon sequestration from relying on bioenergy production. That report concludes that the Paris pledges, the NDCs, the nationally determined contributions, are not sufficient to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. Avoiding warming of more than 1.5 degrees, or even 2 degrees now, scientists are saying, substantial declines in fossil fuel emissions are needed. And to accomplish the 1.5 degrees, we would need to start removing carbon from the atmosphere. It's called carbon dioxide removal, CDR technology. And actually, NOAA just got an increase from the Congress to explore some options, which is the first that I'm aware of in a federal agency, at least during the past 20 years. So these are some quotes that I just will leave you with from that report there on the lower right, that global warming of 1.5 degrees. I pulled out some sections. There's a section there on poverty, inequality, and sustainable development. And you can just read these, and there's much more there. But that last one I pulled out last night thinking, that's what you all are dealing with. And that's one reason I'm delighted to be here. And I'm real privileged to be able to kind of lay a groundwork for your discussion on that particular topic. And this slide here, in our last report, we talked about, IPCC report, we talked about options in opportunity space, these climate resilient development pathways. I don't know if you've ever heard of Rockstrom's planetary boundaries, but you've got biophysical stressors that are constraining resilience globally. And then you've got the social stressors that are also affecting people and systems around the world. And you can either go on a resilient pathway, or you can make decisions that lower resilience, that take you down to this lower right here, where you have low resilience and high risk. So the decisions that are made, you can adjust back with another decision. If you take one of those orange decisions and go away from the resilient pathway, but you never can get quite back to the top of that if you start making those sorts of decisions, or if society does. These are my primary sources, and 2013 beginning, and then our 2014 report for the IPCC, the 2 climate science reports, 2017 and 2018, and then 2018, that global warming of 1.5 degrees C. So with that, I probably don't have time for questions, but if you have time, Stacy, I don't know. Okay. Oh, there is time? Okay. Okay. I know it's a lot of material. Okay.
And then we'll collect them for as Mary gets her.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Dr. Burkett.
Okay.
You drove, I think, 4 to 5 hours to be with us today, so we are so appreciative of you.
Okay.
We are now going to take a 15-minute break. If anybody
I don't have an answer to that. Yeah.
Has your office experienced pushbacks or efforts to dampen influence from the Trump administration?
We published this report, these two reports here, I'm very proud to say, with not a single edit of any nature. It is exactly the way the authors wrote it, and I'm very proud of that. So, it was released on Black Friday. That was kind of a downer, but we were permitted to release our report and unchanged.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brunette.
Okay.
All right. Hi, everyone. So we're going to get our first panel started. So we've had a really good primer on the science, detailing us soberingly the problem. And our next panel is going to give us the context for this entire symposium. So we have a panel of 3 very impressive scholars, teachers, and lawyers who have been working in climate and environmental justice issues for longer than there were symposiums designed around these issues. So the first, I am keeping my introductions brief because we want to devote our time to them, but their bios, which are very impressive, are in the symposium material, so you should check them out. First, Nadia Ahmad. She's coming to us from Barry University School of Law. She has expertise in various areas, including the intersections of energy siting, the environment, and sustainable development, as well as international law and corporate social responsibility. She's published widely, and she's even done a really awesome TED Talk. Rebecca Bratsby is a professor at City University of New York School of Law. There she founded and directs the Center for Urban Environmental Reform, and she's published widely on regulatory policy, environmental democracy, new technologies, urban sustainability, and this intersection of human rights and the environment. And finally, Marian Engelman-Lotto arrived late last night because she had a late class, so we thank her very much for that. And she has extensive experience working with and advocating on behalf of environmentally overburdened communities. She not only teaches at Yale's School of Public Health, as well as at School of Forestry and Environmental Studies, but is also of counsel with the Poverty and Race Research Action Council. She's also a prolific scholar, and her most recent writing focuses on civil rights enforcement in the environmental justice context. Please join me in welcoming our panelists.
Good morning. So I wanted to start out with reading a short passage from a book by Naomi Klein, who Greta Thunberg, who is a climate activist and Nobel laureate, describes as the great chronicler of our age, of climate emergency, and an inspirer for generations. She writes, and this is a book that was recently published, but it includes essays from the past 10 years that she's written, and this is a passage that she wrote back in 2011 that seems very important now. She writes that as the world warms, the reigning ideology that tells us it's everyone for themselves, that victims deserve their fate, that we can master nature, will take us to a very cold place indeed. And it will only get colder as theories of racial superiority barely under the surface and parts of the denial movement make a raging comeback. These theories are not optional. They are necessary to justify the hardening of hearts to the largely blameless victims of climate change in the global south and in the predominantly African American communities in cities like New Orleans. And so in 2017, we had nearly 68.5 million people who were displaced forcibly as a result of various issues. And approximately 1/3 of those people were forcibly moved by what are known as sudden onset weather events, which includes flooding, forest fires caused by droughts, as well as intensified storms. Climate change is also causing slow onset events, including desertification, sea level rise, ocean acidification, air pollution, and rain pattern shifts, as well as the loss of biodiversity that Dr. Burkett just spoke to us about. And looking at migration, climate change, environmental justice, and mass incarceration, we can see that these issues are inextricably linked. And Dr. Burkett also talked about these compounding factors. And so we can no longer draw neat borders around the environmentalism of white spaces, of first world countries, of sprawling suburbs and urban areas and country settings. We have to look at environmentalism and climate change adaptation so that it's no longer exclusively the domain of white spaces and about protecting those spaces. Because we have rising income inequality in poor nations, in conflict and political upheaval, migrants are seeking out spaces for safety. And so whether it's from natural disasters such as hurricanes, wildfires, tornadoes, and earthquakes, we also have the horrors of famine, disease, and religious violence. And so as a result of that, people are moving. And we are a planet of populations who are on the move. Journalism professor and NYU author Sukhitu Mehta argues that immigrants have been a credit to this country and the United States, and that is through both job growth, decreased crime rates, and enhanced cultural innovation, and as a counterweight to aging populations through their youth, fertility, and ability to support retirees. He says that immigration serves to correct the wrongs of colonialism and corporate neocolonialism. And so in my paper, I wrote about the arrest of 21 Savage, and just by a show of hands, and who's familiar with the rapper 21 Savage? So with the arrest of 21 Savage, it really provided a lens for me to look at the carceral state in environmentalism. And it also showed the constraints that there were with environmental law and the pressures that were placed on environmental advocates. What Mehta saw also was that in his work, that the work of environmentalism of our own environmental law colleague, Michael Gerard, who said that the United States and other nations are disproportionately responsible for carbon emissions and should seek to accept climate change refugees as a form of compensation to them and as a form of justice. So the rash of immigration detentions, deportations, self-deportations also highlight parallel struggles for environmental justice. So while previously these types of struggles may have been occurring, what we also see happening is that these struggles are starting to diverge. And what you see is that you have these systems that are starting to operate in hegemonic unison. And so if immigration before was really the domain of political asylum, and it was where you would have highly educated professionals that would seek out work visas, climate change has really sought to expand and intensify those struggles. So if you have an information technology worker in Chennai, India, wanting a better life for their family, they're not only going to be seeking out specific economic opportunity, they're also trying to get away from India's rising communalism, as well as looking to have a way away from the rising waters of the Indian Ocean, as well as the lack of potable water. My grandmother was born in Chennai, India. She was born a colonial subject of the British Raj, and this is the 6th largest city in India, and last summer they ran out of water. The water reserves in the country ran dry. And so if we come back and look at what Mehta and Gerard have argued, I want to push it a little bit further and say not only do we have to look at immigrant populations, but we also have to look at the idea of mass incarceration within our own country and globally. Because the arrest of 21 Savage in Atlanta and the later blackout that you would have at a New York federal prison, as well as the arrest of meatpacking workers in Mississippi, were not isolated events, but they were really, if they're taken together, they're able to show you that there's a wider net of mass incarceration, and it is working also to incarcerate people, but also as a consequence to silence both environmental issues as well as labor and human rights issues. And this is also an issue about denying the impacts of environmental protection. And so climate change is going to increase extreme weather events. It's going to increase the vulnerabilities that people will continue to face. And so these incidences that we see of mass incarceration are also a way to preserve an economic system known as corporatism through specific racist immigration and incarceration policies, which also then create disparate impacts in terms of environmental responses, so which you have seen in New Orleans in the form of Hurricane Katrina right after the aftermath of the BP Horizon oil spill. And you also see it in cases involving the Flint water crisis, as well as with the Dakota Access Pipeline. And so in Flint, residents have to pay fines for water, for not being able to pay the bills for polluted water. In North Dakota, you have protesters who are arrested for direct action to stop the construction of the Dakota Access Pipeline. And so even after Hurricane Katrina, the Superdome also formed as a type of what I refer to as a climate cage. You are trapping people as a result of climate factors. And so this strategy of caging is done as both a financial, legal, and political tool, and it is used is really a way as those who are critics of the corporatist system. And it's really done to capitalize upon and target minority communities, as well as those who are the most marginal. Corporatism is really a set of systems that is set up to have this institutional arrangement put in place and allow for the organized interest of civil society having also merged with the decisional interests of the state. And so while the corporatist agenda has economic consequences, those consequences are also environmental. And those impacts are going to work to silence those who are doing work for environmental change, as well as working to do work against, to protect climate change for frontline communities. And so vulnerable communities are located in what are seen as sacrifice zones. And that is that they have less of a right to be here, whether it's in the United States or on the planet, and therefore they require less of a need for a clean environment, for clean air, clean water, and energy access. And so when I was in college, I was a semi-classics major. I studied comparative literature. And so I looked at the writings of Cicero, and I think that some of his work is really important to look at what we're doing today, and I think that Cicero is really the 21 Savage of his time. And so one of the things that he said is that summum jus summum injuria, and that means that more laws means more injustice. And so this also has inspired a modern conversation about how severe laws also need to be retooled, because there are unintended as well as intended consequences for an increasing of laws that lead to more inequality as well as more injustice. So having more laws, more regulation, more prisons, more detentions, and more inhumane conditions creates more chaos, it creates uncertainty, and it also creates insecurities within communities. The American logic of the carceral state mirrors what other countries have also implemented in terms of punitive standards for having lengthy prison sentences, which also has impacted marginalized communities. So this process of increased carcerality could have been occurring independently across the globe. But investigative reporters suggest that the U.S. Department of State has been providing various rule of law initiatives to expand carcerality in foreign countries. So not only has America expanded its own systems of carcerality, this idea of the American carceral state is also being imported to other countries through these rule of law systems in terms of having more prison systems and better operation of them. And so there can be changes in terms of the carceral state that could actually reduce crime, that would work to reduce carcerality. But those programs tend to be ignored in favor of programs that would increase the construction of prisons, that would lead to more jobs for prison workers. And so the public attention also has to be diverted away from having substantive reforms, and those would include having better police practices, having prosecutorial decision-making, as well as better sentencing guidelines for judges. But what the carceral state has done is it has immobilized people, and it also has an impact on communities and individuals. And it really strips them of their rights of citizenship and creates more tiers of citizenship. And so the conceptualization of the carceral state is also is really problematized in terms of the expansion of immigration cages. And so this idea is also seen more recently in terms of the migration detention facilities. In May of 2019, DHS's Inspector General issued an alert of dangerous overcrowding for adult migrants that were held at border processing facilities in El Paso, which had upwards of 900 migrants that were held in a facility that had a capacity for 155 people. There were cells that were constructed for 35 people and held 155 people. So the frequency and intensity of increased immigration raids also creates uncertainty, fear, and trauma. On the first day of school, on August 8th, 2019, on the first day of school is very stressful. On that day, immigration officials rounded up 690 undocumented workers in 7 food processing plants in Mississippi. So imagine being a child having to worry about starting school and then coming to find out that your parents aren't home. So most of the undocumented workers there were from Guatemala. Catholic Cardinal Alvaro Ramzini, who had traveled to Mississippi at the time to show solidarity with the workers there, who were subjected to the largest state deportation raid in U.S. history, said that he said to the migrants that you are not criminals, you are here because your own country was not able to give you what you have the right to have. So the political and economic conditions that are in Guatemala have really deteriorated over time. And there has, and even National Geographic has said that Guatemala is consistently on one of the top 10 places in terms of being most vulnerable to climate impacts. Research at Columbia University also shows that the impacts of climate change in terms of heating and cooling on prisons, as a result of hurricanes that we've had in Florida, we've had to relocate prison populations, and this has also led for them being moved to places which have inhumane conditions or are not fully constructed at that point. And one of the responses to this has been this movement known as Extinction Rebellion, Extinction Rebellion, which has existed in various forms, over the past several decades, but really a movement that came to life in 2018 in London. And the motto was to rebel for life and for the planet. And so the group promotes above the ground mass civil disobedience to create economic disruption, to shake current political systems, and to have civil disruption to raise awareness. And so when considering the variety of events that can lead to marginalized groups to enter a climate cage, which would be a region which would be adverse to weather impacts and political upheaval, you're also going to see that the Extinction Rebellion is a new way of responding to old problems. Extinction Rebellion provides a contra response to neoliberal attempts to thwart environmentalism and to allow for creeping totalitarianism. While fossil fuel interests may have benefited a few, there are larger apparatuses of fossil fuel advocates in politics, media, and the law to distort the realities of the negative environmental externalities of climate change. So the environmental movement of Extinction Rebellion, you've seen iterations of it with Joan Fonda, or when students stormed the field of the Harvard-Yale football game, but it's also starting to have other impacts as well. And so the concern is that the impacts of those who are motivated by the material interest are not only trying to work towards something, but they're also obsessed by a desire to escape from reality, because in their essential homelessness, they are no longer able to bear these accidental and incomprehensible incidences. And so other instances of Extinction Rebellion include the Valve Turner cases and protest over the Keystone Pipeline, as well as the Dakota Access Pipeline, which resulted in mass arrests and incarceration. And so for those instances, protesters and climate activists were arrested and confined into detention in facilities in what I'm referring to as climate cages. And so, in conclusion, what I want you to know is that to reach to reach at the level of mass incarceration that there is, you are going to see more climate cages that are being created to be created instead of creating workable solutions to climate change. So in light of the dire predictions of climate change leading to the mass extinction of tens of millions in the coming decades, we have to create solutions for survival. We have to put people in situations where they can live and not to incarcerate them. And as a part of climate change adaptation, we have to not just think about construction of buildings, but about systems which create more equality. And so the lessening of laws and criminalization of immigration, as well as imprisoning frontline communities, has led to disproportionate rates of incarceration. And so radical problems that we have require radical solutions. And so in my paper that you can read, I argue that there is urgent action that is needed to halt this mass extinction that could potentially come, and it would involve the divestment of fossil fuels, as well as the abolition of prisons and immigrations and customs enforcement. Thank you.
Okay, I'm also going to talk to you about decarceration, though I'm going to do a slightly deeper dive into a specific instance of intersectionality and to look at the opportunities that shrinking the carceral state creates for environmental justice and climate justice. And in particular, I'm going to talk about Rikers Island in New York City. Rikers Island is ancestral Rockaway land. And it was allocated, the island itself was allocated by Dutch Governor Peter Stuyvesant to the Van Ryken family. And this background is sort of important, I think, because the same dynamic that was going on in the 1600s in New York City is the dynamic that we're grappling with today. The Van Rykens were slaveholders. They used enslaved labor and exploited it to make a fortune that they then parlayed into political and social influence. And the member of the family that I particularly want to talk to you about is the man on the left. That's Recorder Riker. To white New York, he was a good, kind-hearted judge. If you read, they wrote poems about him. He was the recorder of the city, which is a municipal judge. To the African-American part of New York City, he was the spider at the web of injustice. The man in the bottom in the center, that's David Ruggles. This is sort of an interesting aside. This is apparently the first political cartoon that appeared in a paper of an African-American that was an actual drawing of a person rather than a caricature. David Ruggles was a prominent abolitionist, and he was a member of the Committee for Vigilance, and he spent most of his youth fighting Recorder Riker, trying to prevent the Kidnapping Club from kidnapping free New Yorkers and selling them into slavery in the South. That's Rikers Island's history. The city of New York bought Rikers Island and turned it into the main prison. In 1932, Rikers Island became the main prison for New York City. This is Rikers Island. It was a freaking disaster from the beginning. If you read accounts in the New York Times from the 1930s, the island originally was 89 acres, unpaid prison labor, increased it to 413 acres using the trash from Manhattan. The island off-gases methane. It's a toxic place by every metrics that a place could be toxic. So here are a few of the headlines in New York City. Now, the interesting thing about this is the people who were incarcerated on Rikers Island were black and brown people. and still are, black and brown people, almost exclusively. 5 neighborhoods, the ones on the right-hand side, contribute most of the people who are detained at Rikers Island. They are all predominantly African-American communities, and they will figure in the story later on. Melissa Mark Veveritos, who was the Speaker of City Council, called it a stain on human dignity and decency. Headlines, Rikers violence out of control. This, by the way, is the violence of the guards on the inmates. Mass incarceration stains everything and everyone it touches. This is Jonathan Littman, who was the former chief judge of New York Court of Appeals, which is the highest court in New York. He headed a commission about what to do about Rikers Island. America's worst 10 prisons, Rikers Island, Rolling Stone expose. Rikers Island is Lord of the Flies for youth. Preet Bharara wrote a report after the tragic but unfortunately quite predictable suicide of Khalid Browder, who was incarcerated as a pretrial detainee, never convicted of anything, accused of theft of a backpack, spent 3 years on Rikers Island, 2 of them in solitary confinement, waiting for his speedy trial. When he was released, he was so traumatized by the experience that he wound up taking his own life. His suicide galvanized white New York to see what was happening. So there's a very strong movement led mostly by formerly incarcerated people, the Close Rikers movement. And it set an audacious goal, not let's make Rikers a better place, which, would be a reasonable, perhaps, goal, but shut Rikers. This is a stain on the city. It cannot exist. It must end. And there's an advantage to setting audacious goals. Because if you don't ask, if you don't demand, you will never get. You might not get anyway, but for sure, if you're not demanding it, you're never going to have it. And the amazing thing is that the Close Rikers movement really has been remarkably successful. It brought together a broad coalition of the city, the white New York and black New York and brown New York, people organized around what was actually happening in Rikers Island. And for the first time, Naomi Klein talks about, in the context of climate change, how we see it and then we look away because it's so overwhelming. This was a moment where New York saw what was happening. And it also was a political moment where change could happen, and change is happening. So this is a picture of New York's Mayor Bill de Blasio the day that he signed the bill that City Council passed to close Rikers Island. And by city law, Rikers Island must close by 2026. New York at the same time outlawed cash bail for most people. New York State did that. These things were happening at the same time, though. There's a fruitful synergy. And that is super important because almost all of the people who were incarcerated on Rikers Island over time, just like Khalid Browder, were pretrial detainees. 80% of the people who are on Rikers Island are pretrial detainees. Turns out, if we're not detaining them pretrial, we don't need that big a jail. So shutting Rikers there's all kinds of stuff about that. But what I want to talk about is the climate justice and environmental justice moment that this opportunity creates. Because the Littman Commission, which wrote a report called A More Just New York, calling for Rikers Island to be shut, had a paragraph on a page, about 100 of 110 reports, saying maybe the island could be used for some sustainability something. Or it could be a runway for LaGuardia, but maybe it could be something sustainable. And a bunch of environmental activists and environmental policymakers took that paragraph and ran with it and came up with the Renewable Rikers proposal that I'm going to talk about to you today, which is an attempt to create some kind of restorative justice for the communities that were most impacted by Rikers Island, and will also have the effect of benefiting the rest of New York. So, Renewable Rikers. I wanted to start by showing you a map of where power is consumed in New York City. No great surprise, right? Most of the power is, red means more, by the way, right? That's Manhattan on the left. It's Queens on the right. Do I have the clicky thing? I do. Let me see if I can figure out how to use it. That's Rikers Island, right there. Okay, and so this is where power is consumed in New York City. My students have this great project. We're going around the city, just stopping people and saying, hey, do you know where New York City gets its power from? And the answer is generally the switch on the wall. But this is where New York City's power is generated. Do you remember that big red swath that was Manhattan? That's not where the power is generated. This is where the power is generated. This is where the power is generated. This is where the power is generated. This in particular, this is This is Astoria in Queens. This is the South Bronx. This is Harlem. These are among the neighborhoods that were most impacted by incarceration on Rikers Island. So too, this is down here is this is Williamsburg, another area that was seriously impacted. This is East New York, right? The neighborhoods that were most impacted by incarceration are also the neighborhoods that bear the biggest burden in terms of where power is generated in New York City. This is here's just some statistics that shows you that oh, you know what? They have all these annoying things. Sorry about that. This is, right, you can see, if you look, this is EJ screen, that these are the number of people who live near Rikers Island. You notice they are all overwhelmingly minority neighborhoods. And this is the map that gets me the angriest, because this is what happened while I was living in New York in 2000. Those yellow bars are all peaker power plants that were forced onto communities of color in New York City in 2000 against their will, with no consultation and no environmental assessment, particularly no environmental assessment of the impacts of PM 2.5, even though the Supreme Court was at that time considering Whitman versus American Trucking. And the idea for Renewable Rikers is to rectify this injustice, as well as this is what a peaker plant looks like. This is a pretty one. As well as to rectify this injustice. This is another map of where the wastewater treatment plants are in New York City. You may notice, again, Manhattan, not so much. South Bronx, Harlem, Astoria, right? East New York, Williamsburg, right? The same neighborhoods that were most impacted by incarceration on Rikers also were the neighborhoods that were host to this locally undesirable land use that has tremendous, like the power plants, has tremendous implications for pollution, which leads us to this map, which is childhood asthma hospitalizations. One of the strongest indicators in New York for people who are at risk of incarceration is days missed of school. Guess what one of the primary reasons people miss days of school in New York City is? Asthma. I could show you map after map of different health outcomes in these communities, but I want to steal Dr. Bullard's thunder because he likes to use maps and he's inspired me to do that. The point I just want to show you is that there's a connection between the communities that were most impacted by incarceration on Rikers. Obviously, over-policing, stop and frisk, mass incarceration decimated those communities. But there's an environmental connection as well. These are communities that are exposed to far more particulate matter, far more of all kinds of pollutants that harm health and keep kids out of school and set them on a track that is not going to be a productive one for them. So out of this recognition of these dual tracks, Renewable Rikers was born. I borrowed this from a politician who has been driving the force. The idea is, once Rikers Island is no longer being used to incarcerate people, use it for sustainable energy generation and wastewater treatment. Move those facilities, not just add here, but move the facilities out of those communities that are most impacted by incarceration on Rikers. Give them a form of restorative environmental justice by transforming their neighborhoods, improving the air quality, improving the conditions on the ground for people that will improve their health and give kids a better trajectory in terms of their ability to attend schools. And that is, the cool thing about this is it was a big, audacious sort of claim that we made sort of not really thinking anyone would take it seriously. But, whoops, what happened there? Renewable Rikers hearing, right, February last month, 2020, City Council held a hearing about Renewable Rikers, 3 bills. one of which would be a feasibility study about the possibility of moving the wastewater treatment plants from these super affected neighborhoods to Rikers Island, which is just cut off on this paper. Another one about moving the energy from the peaker plants out of those communities and replacing it with battery, solar, wind and battery storage on Rikers. And just to emphasize the climate connection, this is the New York City's flood maps. These are all the power plants. Blue is flood zone, surge zone. The mayor just declared that the city was going to be 100% renewable energy by 2050. I'm all for that. We'll see if it happens. I have a personal stake in this. Not only do I live in New York City, this is the view from my window. I have a child, right? I care a lot about this. But this is a moment of opportunity to transform, a moment of intersectional advocacy, to combine the decarceration movement with the environmental justice movement and the climate justice movement and make things better for everybody. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. And this is just an inspiring and important conversation, and I'm just really excited about it. I've been in New Orleans a lot, perhaps most memorably after the BP disaster, when I had just arrived at Earth Justice, and I was given a docket that included toxics issues, and but not much of a docket, so I had some space on my docket, and I wound up working on toxic dispersants with a number of really amazing groups here in New Orleans, including the Gulf Restoration Project. And that actually led to a lot of work and some litigation around dispersants and changed a lot of what I was doing. Let me make sure I know how to, okay. So as I thought about this panel, I wanted to touch on two different issues, so let's see if I can do that. I probably should have chosen, but let's try. I wanted to touch on the applicability of civil rights law to climate justice issues, and in truth, that's probably why I was asked here, to make sure that we insist on civil rights enforcement so that decisions made to address climate change do not put the disproportionate burden of the crisis on people of color, further exacerbating inequality, and are not done without including the stakeholders, without including people of color, by just reinforcing the same ways that things have been decided over centuries. This, by the way, is a beautiful photograph of Annette and Bill Gibbs in Uniontown, Alabama, and I'll talk more about Uniontown, Alabama, as an example of the importance of thinking about who's affected, who's involved, and what are the vulnerabilities of the community in anything we do dealing with climate change. That's climate justice. At the same time, I also wanted to share some thoughts about addressing equity in state climate plans. Based on my own experience of recently being asked to co-chair the equity working group of what's called the GC3, Connecticut's Governor's Climate Change Committee. As cities and states fill the void, or try to fill some of the void created at the federal level, and develop climate action plans, equity is often a second thought. And we have a legal and moral imperative, as this day is trying to get us to think about, to ensure that these efforts are conducted consistent with principles of environmental justice. So here we go. I'm going to try to do both. I should start the discussion by just mentioning, putting my bias on the table, that I started my work as a lawyer in civil rights. And I came to environmental justice with this background and went to work in law to do civil rights. And that's the perspective I bring. It is absolutely unacceptable that in other areas of our lives, in employment, in housing, however imperfect, we at least acknowledge that civil rights applies. If you're discriminated against as a woman, as a person of color, you can go to the EEOC. There's a process for that. And when it fails, we try to hold government accountable. We simply don't have the expectation that decision makers are going to comply with civil rights in the environmental space and in the climate space. And that is just totally unacceptable. So if I leave you with nothing else, I'm charging all of you to rethink that assumption. There's an incredible gap in enforcement, and we've got to hold people accountable for their decisions and for the failure to require enforcement. So this is what my EJ clinic does, and I should mention I work now both at Yale and at Vermont Law School, where I'm really excited to say we've launched an environmental justice clinic. And what it is intending to do is advance and enforce civil rights in the environmental and climate justice context. We're not limited to civil rights tools and laws, and in our representation of communities, we use the full set of legal tools to advance justice. But the premise is we are not going to sit by while civil rights are not enforced. So just as a reminder, one of the key tools, it's not the only tool, there are civil rights laws at the state level in some states, there are other civil rights laws at the federal level that apply, in addition to the whole panoply of environmental laws. But Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 says no person in the United States shall, on the ground of race, color, or national origin, be excluded from participation of, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. So applies to any program or activity, public or private, that receives even $1 of federal financial assistance, and not just what they do with that dollar, but their whole program or activity. So if a state agency, a local agency, or some private agency that gets a grant from the Department of Education, if they are discriminating in any of their program or activity, you can hold them accountable. Or we should be pushing the government to hold them accountable. And the second piece here is that the law authorizes every federal agency that gives financial assistance, including EPA, the parks, Interior, whoever, to enforce the law. And every agency across the board has regulations which says that discrimination includes intentional discrimination. It includes denial of language access. So if you are engaging with your state on permitting and they're not providing interpretation or including people who speak other languages, that's a violation of Title VI. Every agency has regulations say a recipient of federal funds shall not use criteria or methods of administrating its program that have the effect of subjecting individuals to discrimination. So you can't go to court unless you can show intentional discrimination, but you can file a complaint with the federal agency. And also every agency has regulations which prohibit intimidation and retaliation. So we represent a number of communities of color across the country trying to enforce their civil rights and their own version of their future. And they're battling landfills and refineries and pipeline operators and other polluting sources, as well as battling states that are not providing equal protection, that are not protecting them from harm. The story of one such case starts here in Kingston, Tennessee in 2008, shown here after the breach of an impoundment of coal ash, the largest breach in the history of the country, even today. This was in 2008. The coal ash at power plants is usually stored at unlined impoundments or containment areas, often in waterways or just next to waterways. And this one was run by the Tennessee Valley Authority. And when the impoundment broke, it flooded homes with toxic coal ash, and it was declared a Superfund site, and it was a terrible thing. This was in 2008, and that community in Kingston, Tennessee, was a predominantly white middle-class community. And that Superfund site, someone had to do something about it, and there was pressure at EPA, there was pressure at the Tennessee Valley Authority. So what did they decide to do? They decided to put 4 million tons of coal ash on these train tracks. This is actually a spur that was built specially to carry this coal ash, and move it more than 350 miles away across state lines to Uniontown, Alabama. Uniontown, Alabama is a town of about 2,000 people. It's more than 90% African American. Its per capita income is about $10,000. And they were told at EPA, oh, there's nobody who lives around here. Hold on, I'm going to come back to that. But you can see, I don't know if I know how to do this. Oops, that was not right. Okay, you can just see if you look down that road, there were a lot of people who lived right across the street in their trailers and homes. So this railroad spur took the coal ash, it boarded the train cars as toxic because it was under the Superfund law. And when it got off the train, it was no longer toxic because it was at a municipal solid waste facility, which is under RCRA, no hazmat suits, nothing. And the coal ash was blowing through town, and people feel that they were poisoned, which is not, being exposed to toxic coal ash gives you a very high risk of being poisoned. So this sent a powerful message to residents about how their lives and health were or weren't valued. In short, an attorney named David Lutter brought a civil rights claim on behalf of 36 residents of the community who lived nearby against the Alabama Department of Environmental Management for permitting the facility, including being allowed to take special waste, which is coal ash. And that, by the way, is the mountain of coal ash that came in from Kingston, Tennessee, right across the street from people's homes. And this had a disproportionate impact on the basis of race. When David Lutter settled a tort case, he was no longer able to participate in this case. I was at Earth Justice at the time, and we took on the civil rights complaint. Even before the coal ash arrived, the community had objected to this enormous landfill in their midst. It's permitted to take 15,000 tons from 33 states. 15,000 tons. That whole blue area, that's the service area of this facility. And all being dumped right across the street from people in Uniontown, Alabama. This is an aerial view, and again, you can see that people live right across the street and they're affected. Let me see if I can make this happen. Yep, just 1 minute of this. Oh, it worked.
I feel like we're going backwards. Right here in Uniontown, civil rights are being violated.
My value of my home had dropped $50,000. And this is because of all the injustice that been allowed to happen here.
Property values are just a disaster, because who wants to live where there's a landfill, a stinky cheese plant, a wastewater treatment system that is discharging sewage into the creeks? Who agreed that we should have to live like this? None of us gave our consent to be assaulted like this.
In my opinion, our officials didn't care. They didn't care one bit. This is a black community which we have been dumped on for years and years. We are the 4th poorest county in the state of Alabama. So what do we have going for us? Nothing. So what they feel like they could do, whatever they want.
Oh, the smell. I mean, I go out there like a cool day, just sit on my porch. You can't sit out there. So I got to come in here in the air conditioning. I feel like I'm in prison. I mean, I don't have no food. You can't barbecue because there's flies. You can't, especially when your family come home. What's that smell? People like, this cheese, man. Y'all need to do something about that.
People in Uniontown have learned to accept whatever they say, because this is the way that they have led them, and they're helpless. They have learned to be helpless, and there are only a few people that will stand up and say something.
So we're doing real good because we're communicating. I think you don't care about what's happening to us. We're human beings. We deserve better. I mean, why should you live like this? I mean, the people that own these, these things, like the landfill cheese plant, they don't care because they don't stay here.
I will say this, and it might be the wrong thing to do, but it has weighed so heavily on me that if I had an opportunity to leave, I would leave. That's how bad it is.
So the good news in that is Ben Eaton ran for commissioner of his county, and he is a commissioner. There are ways to for people to assert their own view, their own perspective, their own control. He's frustrated, and it's hard. He's only one of 5 commissioners, but there is movement. I thought it was really important to bring their voices into this room. So this is also a story about climate. And obviously coal ash is intrinsically a story about climate. But this report, and I should say, I want to recommend a new movie that came out about Uniontown. It's 20 minutes long. It's called Uniontown. You can Google for it and find it, and we'll tell you more. But this report came out from the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in 2016. It criticized EPA's poor record on both civil rights enforcement and regulation of coal ash, and in general, the application of environmental justice, the role of the Office of Environmental Justice in protecting Uniontown and other communities from coal ash. And during the time I was at Earthjustice, part of the story was that during the second term of the Obama administration, advocates and the EPA pushed for the greater regulation of coal ash. And in part, the movement, the environmental movement, wanted to take coal ash out of these unlined impoundments and move them to places that were regulated. And so there was a lot of debate about should it be regulated as coal as hazardous or non-hazardous, and ultimately there was a compromise, and the regulation continued to regulate coal ash not as hazardous waste, but it's allowed to go to municipal solid waste facilities. So the new rule, which then, it's one of these Obama to Trump era ping pong balls, but the new rule was in litigation, and then Trump came in and he's been rolling it back, and you should pay attention to that because there are a lot of opportunities for rulemaking as they roll it back. But even the strongest version of the rule created an incentive, a perverse incentive, to move this coal ash from unlined impoundments where it never should have been, and it was causing harm, to municipal solid waste facilities like the Arrowhead landfill. And indeed, what we see is Arrowhead landfill advertising that it's a safe haven for coal ash, and saying that power plants should send their coal ash to Uniontown. So the bottom line here is that we have a legal and moral imperative to ensure that our strategies, which may be strategies for addressing climate change, for example, trying to get greater regulation of coal ash to internalize the externalized costs, right? It was very cheap to just put coal ash in this unlined impoundment. So I know, let's regulate it. And when you regulate it, that's raising the cost, and it will bring the real cost of power to bear. But when you do that, you gotta pay attention to where it's gonna go and make sure that you know who's gonna bear the costs and bear the benefits. And this is a story about the moral imperative to make sure we're not dumping an even greater disproportionate share on the very low-income communities, the very communities of color that have been bearing a disproportionate share all along and that don't have a sufficient voice, even though they're trying, even though they're out there probably spending more time in their day than anyone else in this country in these fights. So very quickly, I want to say that I was originally in this clinical work not going to do climate justice work because there are other lawyers in the climate space. I thought with so much attention to climate, we should focus elsewhere. But it was not to be, because everything we're doing bears on climate justice, as I said with Uniontown, and the students want to do this work. And it's a moral imperative. So we started looking at what we should be doing, and there are a range of activities: direct service, FOIAs, ties to advocacy, the reports on resilience. I had students do an amazing report on resiliency, civil rights enforcement to challenge inequalities in preparedness, response. There's tons to do. Right now, one of the things I have a team working on with me is the Connecticut GC3, and I mentioned that I'm on this working group. And the Connecticut GC3 the idea here is that there was work done previously in 2011 and 2018 on resiliency and mitigation, but it didn't have an equity lens, and it also needs to be adapted, moved forward, and implemented. And so this year, in 2020, in December of 2019, Governor Lamont in Connecticut issued this executive order. So this year, we are supposed to update the mitigation report, update the adaptation report, and bring an equity lens to all of that. So how do you do that in an equity working group? Well, the questions we need to ask are, who's involved in the discussion? And how do we get people from a wide array of people in all of the committees, right? Who's involved in the discussion, and what experiences and perspectives do they have? When we make decisions, like the adaptation or the mitigation group are going to make recommendations about the electricity sector or the transportation sector, are they looking at who will bear the benefits and burdens, right? So who will bear the benefits and burdens, and how do you bring that analysis to bear? So that's number 2. And 3, we have to look at who's most vulnerable. Because if you don't do your analysis of context, if you don't do your mapping of health status and the social determinants of health, and where are facilities already located, where are those vulnerabilities, you don't know who's going to bear the benefits and burdens. You gotta do the context to make those decisions, whether it's in emergency response, adaptation, or mitigation. Okay, so we started to look at other locations, and of course the equitable and just, that's a mistake, it should be just climate action platform. What are the principles that we should be looking at? What are the concerns? And then we looked at other models, like the Portland model, the New York City model. The New York City model, by the way, there's a great report Sheila Foster and others put out that really identifies these 3 legs of the stool: participation, context or demographics, and the distribution of benefits and burdens as the principles for doing any equity work. The Portland model was really interesting. That took 4 years to integrate equity into their climate action plan. And they did some fundraising, and they partnered with 6 groups. And then they sat down and they ran, here are adaptation strategies, and they got feedback. And so it was iterative. We have 1 year. We don't have 4 years. We have no money. So how do you do this work consistent with the principles of environmental justice? And you all know these, but I just want to commend them to you, because this is what we have to keep in mind. The fundamental right of all people to self-determination, that we don't make any decision about people without people. So how do you do this work in the time? So 1, you have to analyze the vulnerabilities. Hasn't been done in Connecticut. There are a lot of different pieces. UConn does climate vulnerability, Data Haven, a private outfit, does towns. We have to bring that together to analyze the vulnerabilities. As a starting point, we know Connecticut is separate but equal. We got downtown Hartford, we got Greenwich. With coastland and inland, 3 relatively large cities that have populations that are disproportionately low income and communities of color. There is no way to assess the potential impact of climate change or the adaptation strategies with an equity lens without doing an analysis of vulnerabilities. So our challenges is, how do we do this? We are doing our work at the same time the other committees are doing our work. So how do you get participation and even a definition of what is equity, or I was told you have to tell the committees how they do public participation. They can't just they can't just meet in Hartford. Well, how am I supposed to tell, or how are we? I'm only co-chair. How are we supposed to tell anyone anything? We've got to have input. So how do you do your work consistent with principles of environmental justice and yet, meet that urgency, which we all agree with, and yet sequence things and do it with no budget? How do we even have a meeting if there's no budget for food or for people's time? So we've got these challenges, but the key thing is they're challenges and we're up to it. And we need to be true to our principles. So just to give one example, we can send drafts to the other committees while we workshop those drafts for recommendations, and it can be iterative. We got to be creative, we got to do this well, and we can also try to influence the process to change the way we've been doing things for so long. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to transition now to the stage for question and answer. So if you have anything, you can pass it down and then you're going to come down to the mic.
Doing that.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't know who it's directed to, but I'll ask all three of you. So why does EPA have a culture or practice of not enforcing civil rights? That's probably for...
Read my article. There is some literature on that. Here's my quick argument, and there are other people in the room that could discuss this over lunch. I'm looking at Barry Hill and others. Here's my take on it. EPA was started in 1970, and it never developed a culture of enforcing civil rights, despite some great efforts, despite some great people. But other, like the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, U.S. Department of Education, were around at the time of the Civil Rights Act, or around in 1964. And in fact, when in 1964, Congress said to Joe Califano and others at HEW, it was then Health, Education, and Welfare, we're going to restrict your funding if you send anyone to desegregate hospitals in the South. You know what they said? Okay, HEW, who volunteers to go and take your vacation days and desegregate those hospitals? So it's not perfect at education, it's not perfect at DOJ, Department of Justice, it's not perfect at education, but there was, at Health and Human Services by far, but there was a culture of using the Civil Rights Act. When Ruckelshaus came before the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights in 1971, and they said, well, how are you going to enforce civil rights? He said, you know, I only have $1 billion, I'll have $2 billion next year. If I tell Cleveland I won't give them the money unless they desegregate, you know what they're going to say to me? Forget your money. So he never internalized the idea, as great as the other things he did, that you enforce civil rights. And then in the 90s, when they tried to enforce civil rights, Congress, Newt Gingrich, pulled the funds. So my argument, and it gets more nuanced, is that they never have taken this on as a primary goal, a primary function of EPA.
I think this might be for Nadia, but maybe all of you could speak to it. How can we support the global south, the countries that are most likely to face climate catastrophes?
So I think the first step in that would be supporting the climate treaty that was signed in Paris, but right now the U.S. is withdrawing from it. And I think also what we have to do in the United States to become leaders in the climate movement. It's really depressing to go to Washington, D.C., because it's the only place in the world, like capital city in the world, that we're debating climate change. And I think that's really, I think, where we have to start, is like that climate change isn't up for debate, it's happening. And I think also you can make a career out of environmental justice. This is an area of law that has a growth area, and there's a lot of work that can be done. And I think the reason why we have issues with it is people don't know there's a lack of information about the remedies that are available. And at the larger scale, we don't have an environmental justice law. We're doing the work based off of statutes, based off of executive actions. We need an environmental justice legislation at the federal level, and I think that's where students as well as community activists and attorneys can get involved, is to build a grassroots movement for the EJ legislation.
Can I just add one thing? In addition to everything that Nadia said, we also have to change what we do, because we have to reduce our emissions. We have to reduce them radically. There is an entire swath of the global south that needs to develop, and we need to save whatever is left of the possible emissions to allow them to achieve a sustainable system for themselves. We can all change what we do every day, all day. And that individual actions is not going to solve the problem, but it might build the momentum that'll lead to more structural changes.
I just want to add something to Nadia's point. Hopefully everybody knows there are a number of bills in Congress that would be environmental justice bills, and they're intended to gather momentum. So those of you who are writing notes or engaging politically, get involved. So there's the Booker-Ruiz bill, and there's the EJ for All Act that was just introduced 2 weeks ago by Congressman Grijalva and McEachin. Both of them would allow us to go to court under Title VI to enforce the Civil Rights Act with a disparate impact theory. Both of them would incorporate cumulative impacts analysis in permitting. Both of them would enshrine the EJ executive order in law, and then they do some other things as well. They still have a ways to go, but that is just building on what Nadia was saying, that these are things you can all get involved in.
Okay, a couple more. So are there other models of immigration that could provide us with humane models to manage climate-induced migration and displacement?
So for immigration, I think that we have to look at it in terms of the totality of it. So historically, European powers have gone to other places and colonized them, and they've also extracted natural resources from them. What Sukithu Mehta does in his book, and it's called This Land is Our Land, he argues that we should really look at immigration from a compassionate standpoint. There's actually enough land in the United States to house the entire planet. For example, in Bangladesh, they have about 2,000 people in terms of population density. In the United States, we could accommodate the entire population of the world with about 1,000 people per mile. And so this is the type of radical thinking in terms of immigration law. It's not saying that we should have open borders, but I think we should have humanitarian aspects of it. We should allow for political asylum. We need to have the issues of climate refugees. Allowing for climate refugees, I think, is an important part of that.
Thank you. Anyone else? And how do countries like Guatemala get public policy changes to help with environmental catastrophes?
So with respect to Guatemala, I think part of it is in terms of aid that can be provided to Guatemala. And also, I think that we also have to look, Naomi Klein also wrote a book called The Shock Doctrine that looks at how U.S. policies have worked to destabilize the region, both in Central and Latin America. And I think that understanding that history goes a long way in seeing how these problems that occurred in these countries didn't happen of their own volition. They were part of systematic efforts that were put in place, whether it was through the U.S. drug wars, and so I think it's important to kind of look at the history behind it as well.
Thank you. All right. Well, please join me in thanking our panelists.
I think we're Is that, yeah, so Lisa's first, right? Boom. There you go. All right. And is this a good height for you guys? I don't want it covering up your face is all. You good?
I think it's a little high for all of us. I think if you could go down 3 inches.
This way.
Because actually makes a difference if you're not talking there and talking there. You can really hear.
Are you going to talk from here, or where do you want to talk from? Because
I'll talk here.
okay, so we'll just have it like that. Sound good? Hello, everybody. It's good to see you back after lunch. Let me just say, this is, I think, just a wonderful conference so far. My name is Rob Verchik. I'm the chair of environmental law here at Loyola. And one of the reasons I first came down here to New Orleans to settle and to teach at Loyola is because the environmental justice community in particular was just so rich down here and so generous. And one of the things that you are seeing at this conference is that nationally, it's the same thing. The folks who are interested in social justice and the intersection with environmental law and natural resources and energy, these folks are on fire. They love what they do. They're passionate, and we're just we get along so well. And it's just I'm so glad that all of you are in our community today, and in this room in particular. And I am so happy to be able to introduce 3 speakers who are just tops in their fields. Many people here are friends of mine from years back, and it's just wonderful to see you all. So let me just introduce to you the talent who you're going to hear from at this on this panel right now, which was going to be on climate migration, retreating, and receiving communities. It's one of those hard subjects to talk about in terms of preparing for climate change, but there will be people who will be leaving certain areas, either voluntarily or because they really have no other choices. And then there are going to be communities in which these folks are going to be welcomed, hopefully. So everybody's going to have to be working on this issue now for the future. So let me just introduce to you, our first speaker is Lisa Benjamin. She's an assistant professor at Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland, Oregon. She studies, her expertise is on the intersection of corporate, energy, and environmental law with a focus on climate change. She completed her PhD at the University of Leicester in 2017, has done postdocs at Oxford University and Dalhousie University in Canada, and previously was an assistant professor for 10 years at the University of the Bahamas. And so we'll be hearing from her first. Second, I want to introduce my friend Carmen Gonzalez, who's a professor of law at Seattle University. Her area is international environmental law, human rights law, food law, and environmental justice. She's a member scholar of the Center for Progressive Reform, which I am also a member scholar of, and she serves on the Board of Trustees of Earth Justice. And our last speaker today, another good friend of mine, Alice Kaswan, a professor and an associate dean at San Francisco School of Law. She's also an expert on climate change and on environmental justice, and I would add energy too. She is an elected member of the American Law Institute, a member of the board of directors of the Center for Progressive Reform, and a past chair of the Association of American Law Schools Environmental Law section. So you will welcome them all of them here this afternoon. Let's first hear from Lisa Benjamin. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here. I'm really excited to listen to everybody who's talking today. It's a fantastic event. So thank you to the students and Loyola Law Review. Seamless organization. It's a lot of work to do this. So Thank you very much. So as Rob has said, a lot of my research looks at corporate law and climate change. But actually, I'm from the Bahamas, and so the heart got into climate change really in relation to small island developing states and our extreme vulnerability to climate change. So this is a paper that I co-authored with a fellow Bahamian, Dr. Adele Thomas, who's a social scientist, and so she does a lot of work with the IPCC, and so our work intersects in policy. So she's not a lawyer, so we intersect in relation to policy assessment in the Caribbean region. And so climate migration is going to be mainly internal in a lot of large countries, but it will be international migration, particularly for countries like small island developing states, including in the Caribbean region. And so Adele and I have worked and co-authored a number of papers on migration, on loss and damage, which focuses on small island developing states. And we decided to write this paper on the gender implications of climate justice, mainly because we have been experiencing so many extreme events in the Caribbean. And there's actually a story in 2017 when this series of hurricanes just devastated the Caribbean. This story was in the newspaper that I read about a woman who had to leave her house because it was flooding in the middle of a hurricane. She had 2 small children. She actually went outside because outside was safer than inside because her roof was collapsing. She had to tie herself and her 2 children to a tree to be able to survive the hurricane. And when I read that, I thought, you know, women are experiencing different levels of vulnerability in the relation to extreme events in the Bahamas and in the Caribbean region. And if you've ever been through a hurricane, and many of you in this room have, the sheer physicality of surviving these storms as they get more and more intense, as Dr. Burkett has said, is escalating in intensity. And so we wanted to look at the implications of gender and climate justice in the region. So this is the motivation for the paper. So I have very mixed feelings about this slide. I put it in. So this is Hurricane Dorian, which hit the Bahamas just about 6 months ago, or a couple days past the 6-month anniversary, and we're approaching the 15-year anniversary for Hurricane Katrina. I have mixed feelings about this slide because I've been working in climate change for over 10 years. I have negotiated for the Bahamas at the UN. I am tired of seeing Black and brown bodies in distress. I'm tired of it, and it is just heartbreaking, and it's really painful to see. The 2 reasons that I think it's painful is because it sort of entrenches this concept of vulnerability and victimhood, which is, you know, is happening, but it also de-emphasizes resilience, which, you know, the Caribbean region is highly resilient because of how small our populations are. We also, I hate to tell you, have a concept of Caribbean exceptionalism, which predates American exceptionalism, so we think we are exceptional people. And the other reason I don't like images like this is because I think for people who don't look like this, it sort of reinforces the perception that it's not going to happen to us, and so we don't have to do anything about it. So I have very mixed feelings about pictures like this, but this also, to me, it's hard to look at, but it emphasizes the profound moments of grief and loss that are experienced in these extreme events. Everything is gone, like your physical possessions are entirely gone, your community is gone. During Hurricane Dorian, the 2 islands that were most affected experienced up to 200-mile-an-hour wind gusts and about a 20-foot storm surge. So people were literally washed out of their homes, just washed out to sea, and everything is gone. And it's also the sort of the cultural loss, the emotional moments of having to recover from this, and then of course the forced migration. So much of the displacement and the migration as a result of Hurricane Dorian, and this is one in a series of extreme events that we've experienced in the Caribbean region over a number of years. They're escalating in terms of intensity. So, you know, Category 4, Category 5, I wasn't there for Dorian, I was there for other hurricanes. The people that I spoke to about Dorian said the same thing. We've never, ever experienced anything like this. And we've been through hundreds of hurricanes in the Caribbean for decades. So the intensity is just something that we're just not able to cope with. And a lot of the migration ended up being internal. So a lot of people had to be relocated to the capital. Just to touch on what Nadia had said, we talk about this in the paper a little bit, but there's a large community of Haitian migrants in the Bahamas. In the particular island that this hurricane hit, there's an informal settlement in Abaco called The Mud. And the buildings are not up to the building code. A number of the residents of The Mud are illegal migrants, and so they didn't leave because of that. They were afraid, and so they ended up, a lot of them were killed in their homes because they were not able to withstand the storm. When they were, the ones who survived, when they were removed, they went to the National Stadium in the Capitol. And so, people were like, well, can they leave? Like, what is the situation with their status there? And a number of them were just removed and sent back to Haiti. So there definitely are issues of internal immigration, but we want to focus, we focused on this paper on gender. And so we wanted to look at a number of gender policies in the region, both international and regionally, and then also figure out what the principles are that are in these policies and whether they're reflected in national policies. Gender, so the impacts of climate change are mediated through existing socioeconomic vulnerabilities. When we look at gender policies in the region, they really are about women, so there are gaps in terms of LGBTQ and other transgender, all those issues in the Caribbean region in particular. So we're talking mainly about women in the paper because that's what the policies focus on. Women are not a homogenous group in the Caribbean, even within particular countries. They're differentiated upon race and income, education, sexuality, a lot of different elements to it. But on the whole, gender disparities in the global south, and in particular in the Caribbean, are very, very distinct. So there are significant inequalities in terms of gender in the Caribbean region and Latin American region as well. So we wanted to look at exactly how gender affects climate impacts and how climate impacts are mediated. And they have an effect both during an extreme event and actually post-extreme event. And what we found is actually gender disparities can exacerbate existing vulnerabilities of women as a result of these events. And so a number of women are female single-headed households. So they are responsible physically for taking care of children during events. A number of shelters. So Bahamas generally and in the region are pretty good at moving to shelters, but a number of the shelters don't have separate facilities, showers, sleeping arrangements for women. So the events of gender-based violence spike during these events. And then, of course, post-event, there are also impacts. So there's a shortage of water, there's a shortage of energy, it's darker, it's less safe for women. And then after these events, Caribbean women in particular, it's been studied, have less access to credit to be able to rebuild. Men will often get work after the events for rebuilding, so it's physical labor to rebuild. And so women sort of suffer during these events and also post-event. So gender is an extremely important indicator. And so we really wanted to look at what happened and whether policymakers are actually looking at these inequalities and catering for them. So what we did is we looked at 13 international and regional climate, disaster, and gender-related policies. And we looked at it through, there's a number of organizations in the region, and the one that has been working on gender the longest is the UN Economic Commission on Latin America and the Caribbean, called ECLAC, and they have a 40-year gender agenda in the Caribbean region. And so they have established 3 principles of autonomy for women in the region. It's physical autonomy, so the right to be free from violence. It's economic autonomy, so the ability to access resources, food, to build resilience, and then it's political autonomy, which is the ability for women to be involved in policy making, to sit on boards, to draft the policies so that they are catered for. So we took these 3 principles of autonomy and we assessed international regional documents to look at whether or not they are reflected. And we developed 3 principles which reflect the 3 levels of autonomy. So the principles are first in relation to actually developing gender-sensitive policies. The third is including women in planning and implementation. And the third principle, which is sorely lacking in the region, is acquiring and collecting data, particularly gender disaggregated data. There's a real lack of data in the region. So we went through and then assessed the domestic policies of 13 Caribbean countries. So we had to choose basically ones that had English policy documents. And so we assessed a number of them. And you can see that we looked across the gender policies, their climate policies, and their disaster risk reduction policies. And what we found was that you really don't have a consistent approach to gender across all 3. The gender policies are more recent, and so they actually do talk about gender, climate change, and disaster. The older policies, like the climate policies, really don't. So you can see that there's particular gaps in the climate change and the disaster policies. So there are definitely gaps in terms of a cohesive approach to gender, disaster, and climate change in the region, which means there are opportunities to build upon that. The most resilient communities to climate change are the ones that have access to resources, the ones that have access to education. And so being able to work on gender inequalities and to improve social policies is actually a very good way to boost climate resilience and climate change adaptation. So that's the good news. The bad news is that within the Caribbean itself, Adele and I had worked on this concept of an unvirtuous cycle of eroding existing development gains and resilience. So you start off with capacity constraints. That means you have fewer public goods like policies, which is part and parcel of small states. You have an extreme event, you have incidents of loss and damage. That actually means you've got to pull from development budgets to recover from these extreme events because there's not enough climate finance to deal with it. When you pull from these development areas like climate change adaptation, like gender equality, that means you have less funds available to that. That means you have even more capacity constraints. And so it is this unvirtuous cycle where we're sort of rolling back development gains and things are actually getting worse. So it's not good news to end on. So it means that there are opportunities within policy and socioeconomic policy making to actually improve climate resilience. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carmen Gonzalez. And my presentation is sort of a nice counterpart to what you've just heard, in that I'm going to be looking at the racialized nature of the emerging legal and policy approaches to climate displacement. I'm going to be focusing on the obligations of affluent countries, the United States, the European Union, Canada, Australia, collectively the global north, to climate displaced persons, because these are the countries that are the primary countries primarily responsible for the problem of climate change. We do not currently have a legal framework at the international level to address cross-border displacement caused by climate change. This means that persons who migrate across international borders to escape climate-related harms face detention, deportation, and criminal prosecution. It's impossible to talk about migration without talking about race. The regulation of migration is one of the most racialized practices of states. There is a long history of measures taken to encourage European migration to the Americas, South Africa, New Zealand, and Australia, and an equally long history of restricting and controlling the movement of persons deemed non-white. From slavery to the Chinese Exclusion Act to immigration policies designed to favor Northern Europeans, the policies of the United States and other countries have been deeply, deeply racialized. Despite the significance of race in deciding who crosses borders and who doesn't, much of the scholarship on climate displacement does not address race. Race is a classification imposed on the human body, but it's also mapped onto space in the form of sacrificed zones and other stigmatized geographic locations. Ghettos, reservations, prisons, war zones, refugee camps, and places devastated by mining, petroleum drilling, and polluting industry, where the land and the people have been rendered expendable and disposable. Race has a function that it plays. Racial thinking makes inequality and injustice socially acceptable. It allows states and corporate actors to pursue policies that are catastrophic to the planet and its many life forms, because much of the brunt is being borne by people and places that have been deemed expendable. Race is embedded in the history of fossil fuels. We don't often talk about this. The colonization of the Americas and the transatlantic slave trade established the material and ideological foundations for the global economy. Colonization resulted in the genocide of approximately 50 million people. As a result of that genocide, the forests rebounded, and the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere dipped, and this is traceable in Antarctic ice cores. This event is so significant that some scholars have argued that 1610 should be the beginning of the Anthropocene. The genocide of indigenous peoples was followed by the importation of slaves from Africa. Economic historians have established that the Industrial Revolution, which inaugurated the era of fossil fuels, has its origins in the overseas plantations that supplied food for the European workforce, cotton for the textile industry, and markets for manufactured goods. Colonization, slavery, and the racist ideologies that supported these endeavors are therefore central rather than peripheral to the Industrial Revolution and the age of fossil fuels. Second, the slow violence of the fossil fuel industry has a disproportionate impact on communities of color and poor communities all over the world. From the Niger Delta to Cancer Alley, fossil fuels take an enormous toll on the health and well-being of communities that live in the shadow of polluting industry. Third, fossil fuels are concentrated in certain parts of the world, such as the Middle East, that have been occupied and invaded over and over again. And when the Arab and Muslim inhabitants of these regions try to seek refuge in Europe and the United States, they're racialized, classified as potential terrorists, and excluded. Finally, those most susceptible to climate-related disasters are overwhelmingly persons classified as non-white. They live in geographically vulnerable regions of the world, but they have been rendered vulnerable by colonialism and its aftermath. Walter Rodney, Eduardo Galeano, and many others have written about the ways that colonialism underdeveloped Asia, Africa, and Latin America, collectively the global South. This plunder of resources did not end after formal independence, but continued through international economic law as well as military interventions. And this is what has created the poverty and vulnerability to climate change that we see currently. So we have two types of responsibility for climate change here: the emission of greenhouse gases by the most affluent countries and the incursions into the global South that have created poverty and vulnerability. The thread that unites all of these abuses is the racial subordination of vast groups of humanity. One of the greatest tragedies of the modern era is that climate change is regarded by some as an issue that only environmental law scholars should care about, as something that exists in a little box. Yet these racialized struggles that climate change is a part of have to be considered in general, collectively. Naomi Klein, who Nadia Ahmad cited at the beginning, also talks about this phenomenon of fragmentation of issues that should be regarded as one, and fragmentation of social struggles that are inextricably intertwined. I'm going to quote her. "The anti-austerity people rarely talk about climate change. The climate change people rarely talk about war and occupations. We rarely make the connection between the guns that take Black lives on the streets of U.S. cities and in police custody and the much larger forces that annihilate so many Black lives on arid land and in precarious boats around the world." Climate change touches all of these areas, and racialization is a cross-cutting theme that unites these struggles. I now want to turn to the emerging legal and policy approaches to climate change. Environmentalists in the global north have often used the specter of mass migration to prod states into adopting aggressive measures to address climate change. This has backfired terribly. The result is a military response, the hardening of borders and the construction of walls. Instead of evoking empathy for the plight of migrants or responsibility for their plight, the national security approach reinforces racism by constructing migrants as barbarians threatening the sovereignty of civilized, affluent nations. The United States, Europe, Australia are all criminalizing migration and erecting greater barriers to entry. Migrants who manage to cross these very dangerous borders are frequently locked up in detention centers, denied legal representation, and required to prove as a condition of entry that they qualify for asylum under the 1951 Refugee Convention. The 1951 Refugee Convention is the only treaty applicable to cross-border displacement. It applies only to persons who can demonstrate a well-founded fear of being persecuted in their home country for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group, or political opinion. Climate-displaced persons are generally not able to meet this standard. Amending the Refugee Convention to include climate-displaced persons has been proposed as one potential solution to climate displacement. This strategy is unlikely to succeed at a time of growing hostility to migrants and refugees. Even if it did, these climate refugees would likely face the same obstacles that asylum seekers face today, including increasingly impenetrable borders, detention, lack of legal representation, and the insurmountable burden of proving that their multifaceted and complex decision to migrate can be attributed exclusively to climate change. A second response to climate displacement is what I will call the humanitarian approach. In contrast to the national security approach, the humanitarian approach constructs climate migrants as victims of misfortune who need to be rescued by the international community. The paradigmatic example is the portrayal of the small island states as vulnerable, isolated, helpless, in need of assistance. The humanitarian approach reinforces racism by casting the North as the savior of the downtrodden and the South as deficient, instead of recognizing the North's current and historic contribution to both climate change and poverty. The Nansen Initiative is an example of a non-binding legal framework based on the humanitarian approach. The Nansen Initiative is the only legal framework that sets out a series of principles to better protect persons displaced across national borders. It's a step forward, but it's problematic in many ways. First, its emphasis on charity rather than responsibility is inconsistent with one of the bedrock principles of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the principle of common but differentiated responsibility. Common but differentiated responsibility requires countries that contributed disproportionately to climate change to take the lead in solving the problem. Climate change is not like an earthquake. It is an injustice, not a misfortune. Second, the humanitarian approach's voluntary implementation is likely going to fail, given the current political climate. It is already failing. We see this in the response of the U.S. to Central American migrants who are fleeing drought caused by climate change, as well as poverty and violence created by U.S. military, economic, and political interventions. Third, the humanitarian approach portrays climate vulnerable people as primitive, backward, in need of rescue, instead of recognizing the circumstances that have created their plight, and is therefore resisted by many, especially the small island states. Finally, it disregards the way climate-displaced people view their own situation. For example, Pacific Islanders have emphasized their long history of resilience and mobility in the face of social and environmental challenges, and their right to determine when, whether, and where they will migrate. The third approach that I want to discuss is the migration management approach. This is an approach pioneered by the International Organization for Migration. And the idea is that temporary migration, work-related migration, circular labor migration, becomes a way of financing climate change adaptation with the remittances of workers that they send back to their families. So displacement becomes an opportunity for climate-smart development. Instead of requiring the North to transfer resources to the South to finance climate change adaptation and prevent displacement, the idea is that migrants are entrepreneurs who solve their own problems. This places the burden of climate change adaptation and disaster response on the shoulders of the people who have the least responsibility for the problem and the fewest resources with which to deal with it. And of course, we know that this approach also is racialized. Which migrants are going to be welcomed with open arms? The young, the able-bodied, and the light-skinned. Which ones are going to be left behind? The darker-skinned, the older, the poorer, the disabled, children. This approach does not require northern countries to grant labor rights, social safety nets, to allow workers to protest abusive working conditions. There is a treaty that protects the rights of migrant workers, the 1990 International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of All Migrant Workers and Their Families. Not one labor importing country in the global north is a party to this treaty. So I want to conclude by talking about what climate vulnerable communities are asking for. Self-determination, essentially, in one word. They are demanding that the North take responsibility for causing climate change, for providing adaptation assistance, and for assisting those who are displaced. In the South Pacific, post-colonial thinkers have pointed out that travel among the islands was normal until the colonial borders were in place. By self-determination, what the communities are asking for is the right to preserve their culture, not by immigrating as individuals, but as entire communities. This changes the way we think about sovereignty. It's a collective right to migrate, and that collective right entails a responsibility to provide a place where the state can be reconstituted extraterritorially, or where a community can exist as an autonomous province of another state, or simply as a self-governing minority population. These demands are going to be fiercely resisted. I see no chance that they will be implemented anytime soon. But it would be foolish to ignore the ways that climate change-induced displacement needs to transform international law. We need to reimagine and rethink what state sovereignty means in a climate-changed world. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I too express my thanks for being here, for being invited, and enthusiasm for the opportunity to hear from so many people who are working in this space, both in academia and then, as we'll see, in the trenches. So I'm going to take us from the international to the domestic and look a little bit at migration within the United States. And here I'm going to be looking not just at migration, focusing on the communities that are going to need to move, or the individuals who are going to need to move, from the perspective of the areas that they're moving from, the flooded areas, the fire zones, and the like, but focusing a little bit on where they're going and on the experience in the receiving neighborhoods and communities. So let's see. That seems to be going the wrong way. Okay, so thinking locally, these types of migrations have already started. Looking just a year after Katrina in 2005, there were 100,000 New Orleans residents who had settled in Houston. And again, I can't say how many of them stayed, but the idea here is this was a year later, and that quite a few of them may have permanently resettled. The map that you see here shows that year after how many people had left for other areas throughout, and in this case, throughout the South. These kinds of trends of people leaving areas that are vulnerable and going to other areas is expected to increase exponentially, as I'll discuss. And so we have a lot of questions about that. How are the migrants themselves going to find housing, employment, reestablish community? And what will that migration mean for the places where they're going? How will that impact the receiving communities on all these fronts, as well as in terms of the local political dynamics? And I'm going to suggest that this raises significant social justice issues. Again, thinking about the migrants, looking particularly at migrants that have fewer resources and fewer opportunities, that is, for poor and of color migrants, they're likely to be more constrained as they look at their opportunities in new areas. And if we look at the receiving communities where they'll be going, how will the influx of new migrants affect in particular the poorest and most vulnerable residents in the receiving communities? And I'll talk about this more, but again, just a flash, think about things like, or problems like gentrification. So let's just think a moment about migration inducers. We have things like fire. So I come here to you from California, and you see a picture of the devastation in a small town, Paradise. And then you see where a lot of those folks went, at least initially. That's the parking lot of the Walmart in a nearby town, Chico. So Chico was, again, a nearby community that has had to absorb the migration from the Paradise fire, and it has had very significant impacts on housing and housing availability and affordability in Chico. I also had a student just at the time of the Paradise fire whose family was all from there, and he said that her mom and her boyfriend were sent to, I'm not quite sure what that meant, but they were sent to Reno, Nevada, right? Their family was all in Paradise, and here they were off in Reno, Nevada, having to reestablish themselves, find work, find community. His brother was living on couches in Chico. Again, long-term, not sure what happened, but clearly devastating impacts. Something else to think about as a migration inducer, thinking about Louisiana and its dependence on oil and gas. So again, I think many of us are aware that we're going to be needing to move toward decarbonization ultimately at transitioning to a clean economy. And in a place like Louisiana, we've got folks who are very dependent on oil and gas, right? We're very concerned, obviously, about the pollution impacts of oil and gas. But there are also a lot of people who find their livelihood here, whether it's in direct development of the resource, whether it's in petrochemical, whether it's in transportation of the fuels. There's a lot of work in the state, a lot of income in the state that derives from fossil fuels. And so I think ultimately when we talk about, what about the, Appalachia and the coal miners, that's one problem, but we've got a much bigger problem, and that's going to be what about all the people in our country who are dependent on oil and gas and transitioning away from it. Now, of course, we're going to be looking at new opportunities, but we don't know where those new opportunities will be. And so I think there's a significant possibility that some of the migration that we're going to see induced by climate change and climate change policies will be the transition from fossil fuel and thinking about where fossil fuel workers will go as new opportunities arise in other places. All right, going the wrong way again. I want to spend a little bit more time talking about anticipated sea level rise because I have a little bit more data about expected changes there. We heard a great presentation this morning that looked at the risks of sea level rise. I think maybe even exactly this map was shown this morning. We've got the slow onset impacts that we've talked about, the risk of flooding. We're projecting 1 to 4 meters of increased sea level rise by 2100. That'll mean, again, this kind of tidal floating. I like this picture on the left in Miami because the sun is shining, right? And it's not just past a storm. This is just tidal flooding. And then we've got other issues like saltwater intrusion, other things that are going to happen from sea level rise. And then, of course, we have the high intensity impacts. We had the impacts in a place like Katrina, as you see on the left. We have the impacts in places like Puerto Rico, which you see on the right. We're also going to be looking then at migration in response to sea level rise. And a person now at Florida State, Matthew Hauer, did this analysis in 2016, and he looked at anticipated migration if we had 1.8 meters of sea level rise, which is in the range predicted by the IPCC. And he predicted that we would have 13 million permanent migrants. Now, here we're not looking at temporary responses to fast onset hurricanes. Here we're looking at permanent migration. Even if there are only 1 meter of sea level rise, then we're still looking at potentially 4.2 million. And here the only climate impact we're looking at is sea level rise. We're not looking at fire or drought or heat or any of the other factors. So a big question is where these people are going to go. And one of the things Matthew Hauer did was not only predict how many people were likely to leave, but based on IRS information. IRS keeps very good track of information if you're ever looking for a data source. Based on that data source, he looked at past patterns of migration. Where have people who used to live in an area gone? And based on that, did at least a hypothesized prediction of where people would go. And this map shows both areas that are likely to increase in population. So those are the bluer, sort of the green to blue areas, and areas that are likely to see decreasing population. So for Louisiana, of course, you're all focused there. You can see some red and orange. Those are areas of likely decreasing population between now and 2100. And then interestingly, a fairly high area of increasing population in central Louisiana. More generally, a couple of things to notice about this map. Distribution's widespread. Many of the parts of the United States are likely to have at least some migrants. There's likely to be a lot of variation. It could be within communities, it could be within a state, and it can be interstate. But though widespread, what you can't see here is there's also some evidence that it will be very concentrated in some areas. So in about 13 areas in the country, he predicts, again, based only on sea level rise, increases over 100,000 people. Austin, Texas, we're looking at 600 to 800,000. Orlando, Florida, 370,000 to 470,000. This study done before Hurricane Maria. Okay, so this is an additional projection. Of course, additional modeling is needed to look at other factors like heat and water availability. So some of the areas that look like they might increase, especially in the Southwest, probably won't because of those parameters. All right, so connecting now to social justice, we have big unknown here about who will migrate. Is it going to be the rich? Is it going to be the poor? And as we know from a lot of studies of disasters, migration experiences are strongly mediated by demographic characteristics. Vulnerability is strongly mediated in that way. So income is a huge factor. Who can afford rent or buy a home in a receiving community? Race is a big factor. We've got concerns about lingering discrimination, about certain folks not being welcome. Age and disability is a huge factor, the ability to integrate into a new community when you are elderly. Immigrant status, we see here some of the Vietnamese refugee communities after Hurricane Katrina, Puerto Ricans here affected by Hurricane Maria. So as we look to the receiving communities and we think about what people are going to experience there, in the housing context for migrants, they're going to need housing. Will there be sufficient affordable housing in the places that are safe? And for the receiving communities, we can expect that if there is intensive internal migration, it is going to intensify the lack of affordable housing. Rents and home prices are likely to go up. And especially if migrants are richer than the residents in the areas where they're going, we can expect some gentrification. Some evidence this is already happening in places like Miami. We also have lots of other issues that are going to arise if we have big movements in population. There are issues about community infrastructure, building roads, building sewage treatment. I think we had some great examples earlier about some of the impacts. We have concerns about the development risks. Are people going to be ending up going to the cheapest land, which is going to be in the floodplain or in the area most prone to fire? We have to worry about schools and employment and about other social factors, about how community will be built in an area. And we really need to be thinking about what are the laws and policies that are going to enhance receiving community resilience, again, both on behalf of the migrants who are coming into these communities, as well as for the receiving communities. And ultimately going to need to think about having some kind of a matrix of the potential local, state, and federal strategies that can deal with the variables we expect to see. What's going to happen if we have a small city versus a large city seeing a big influx of migrants? What percentage increases in population are anticipated? Do we have trends that are looking at the possibility of poor folks going into rich places or rich people going into poor places? And what are the receiving communities' existing social, physical, and financial capacity? All of those are going to be very important variables as we look at what kinds of strategies are going to be important. So I'm going to conclude very quickly here by just noting that sea level rise and adaptation in general, migration is a national issue, not just a coastal issue, not just an issue in the places where we're looking at the harms, but the places where people are going to, and that it will have very important equity implications for both the migrants that are moving as well as the communities that they're moving to. So thank you very much.
I'll sit there, and that way you have the mics, right? Oh, is there
You can do one. That's
Oh, I
for you.
didn't see that.
If you want. It's up to you. All right, everybody clip it as high as you can. There you go.
All right, so we're passing around paper for questions, and we'll be having some. Let me start out with, yeah, okay, let's. Oh, good, someone with good handwriting. It's a question for you, Alice Caswan. On a very local level, municipal or a county level, what can a city council do right now to start developing strong coalitions and planning for future migration? So starting at the local level, what could be done politically or legally?
Well, I feel like I sound like others who've spoken before me. I think assessing needs is very important. So what is the current, for example, the current availability in particular of affordable housing? So if we're focusing on whether it's the current residents or people who might be coming in, and you are anticipating people coming in, I think there's an assessment of what the current facilities or capacity is to absorb incoming migrants, and then thinking about land use policies that are likely to facilitate the development of that kind of affordable housing. And then I think at a community level, engaging with community organizations that work in the housing space, in the social service space, as well as the non-governmental institutions that form the backbone of any community, that helping to prepare a community in advance. I think that's a lot of the goal of this work, is to help communities prepare in advance so they view this kind of shift as one that has opportunities and benefits rather than presenting a threat to that community. I'm also going to say, and I say all the time, part of my reason for ending on this is a national and not just a local problem, is that I think cities, counties, and states need to get together and really be pushing for greater federal resources to be evaluating the extent of future migration patterns and starting to help local communities have more resources, because I think it's going to be very tough for communities on their own to do it based on their local resources.
Good. Lisa, I want to bring you into conversation because you were talking in this fascinating way, right, about the evidence that shows that there are different kinds of vulnerabilities based on gender, based on LGBTQ status, and so on. And we see that a lot, incidentally, in the disaster literature, domestically and internationally, of different kinds of vulnerabilities based on sex. Is there a flip side that's positive? In other words, are there feminist groups of women who are taking advantage of the networks that they have, of sort of social status they might have in communities, in order to try to move the ball forward toward positive policy in ways that we might see as feminists, or in ways that we might see as supported by networks that are particularly strong among women?
I'll talk about the Caribbean because that's the region that I know the most. I think probably not as much as I would like to see it, that there should be, what happens on the informal level in terms of networks is that you'll know that a certain community, these are very small communities that are being affected. So very rural communities for the most part. The capital has been hit, but not as hard as some of the outer islands. And so there's sort of this informal network that so-and-so has a house that is, well constructed if the hurricane shelter is not appropriate. And so the community acts together and works together quite a lot. I think the one thing that I will say, and which I am hoping we'll see change, is there are very high levels of violence in the Caribbean, sexual violence in the Caribbean. This is something that is not discussed and worked on enough. And in terms of politics and leadership, we don't have the leadership that we need in terms of women and sort of resolving these kinds of issues and working forward. There's a number of groups that I have worked with, crisis centers, that have been working on this for decades. I mean, decades and decades of pushing legislation. What we need to see more of, and we've seen it in Jamaica and maybe one or two other countries, is more women on board. So for example, sort of the disaster manager should be, either the deputy is in the Bahamas, I know her, but sort of the head of the disaster agency should be a woman. You need women being represented politically, both in cabinet, which we do not see as much as we should, and then also on sort of sub-national levels on boards that actually deal with this. And that, I think, the political advancement of women is extremely important in the region.
Can I add something to that at the international level? There's a really wonderful new book by Mary Robinson called Climate Justice. And what she does in that book is to foreground the role of women in affluent and poor countries in developing innovative solutions to all sorts of climate-related issues, including displacement. And what she talks about in her book is the importance of taking these grassroots voices and taking them up to the international level and elevating them so that when we are developing solutions at the international level, they are viewed through an equity lens, they're viewed through a gender lens as well. So I recommend that book because it's also incredibly hopeful, and that's really hard these days.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Alice, I have a question I'm going to direct to you. It says, if public policy looks to help programs like affordable housing within urban areas, how do we help migrants fight gentrification from coming to our cities? We flood-proof or climate-proof a community, which makes it safer and more beautiful, and the first thing that happens is the prices go up. And so if we want migrants coming into areas that are going to be safe, how do we fight that gentrification problem?
I think it's by building enough. It's part of it, it's supply, and then another part of it may have to be that we invest in Section 8 vouchers, we invest in other programs that make sure that opportunities in the housing go to people who need housing. But I think that's a really interesting and important issue that is now throughout the discussions in the environmental justice context, is once we improve environmental quality in a particular area, how do we not price people out of the area that's just been improved? But I think that the answers to all those questions are going to go hand in hand, and those are about making sure we have enough and also making sure that we do price controls in whatever ways they are, whether it's giving people a subsidy or whether it's placing controls on rent or other mechanisms.
This question is about youth. What role does the youth climate change movement have in climate migration, and how do we include them, and this is in scare quotations, academic conversations? What is the role of youth? And I was talking with
I mean, we're not young.
I think we look at Lisa as youth here for us.
I was making the case to Dr. Bullard over lunch that maybe we were young, and he was saying that what was so inspiring was to work with younger people and to constantly retell these stories of success and challenge to a new generation. So, Lisa, if I could put you on the spot.
I was actually joking. Like I wasn't serious about it.
What do you see in your in your students or the undergraduates too at Lewis and Clark?
Yeah, so it's great.
What do you think?
So I've been working in climate change since 2008 at the negotiation level, and it's only in the past year or two that I can actually say wholeheartedly that there's been social movement and social anger, and it's largely because of young people. They're angry, and you should be angry, which is what I tell my students. You should be very angry, and you should motivate that into action, political action on climate change. So that's actually one of the most hopeful things that I've seen happen in over 10 years, and so that's fantastic. There are youth NGOs that attend the UN negotiations on climate change. They're very active. They're pretty inclusive in terms of the Global South. And even at the national level, for example, in the Bahamas, young people are much more interested and motivated around climate change now than the whole population is.
Why is that?
So Adele and I actually wrote a paper on
Yeah.
perceptions, public perceptions of climate change, and we did a survey of Bahamians. And it's because of these extreme events that are happening over and over and over again that people, and it's the same thing, in developed countries as well. Once you actually see the impacts of them and you realize this is not normal, it does motivate people to ask the questions and to become more involved and active. And so that's really hopeful for me. Unfortunately, it's on the back of tragedy, which is horrible. But young people are much more active and motivated, and thank God for that. Yeah.
I want to ask a question of Carmen. There are a few questions here that bring up the same issue, and that has to do with international migration. And you mentioned that, of course, current international law having to do with refugee status doesn't acknowledge anything like climate change or economic oppression, as you pointed out, that it's about political persecution. Is the answer to expand the idea of international refugee status to include climate, or is the answer to have just a more open idea of what refugee status actually means? One of the things I wonder about is how do you even establish that someone's moving because of climate change as opposed to economics or something else?
You can't, and I think that's what I see. I see so many problems with that approach, but one of the fundamental ones is that you can't establish it because what climate change does is to exacerbate everything else. And so
it's an amplifier.
It's an amplifier,
yeah,
and if you had to prove
right.
that was the only reason you're migrating, you would lose every single time. So that is the wrong approach. It really is about more open migration policies and more open recognition of the responsibility that certain countries have to the rest of the world, not only for causing climate change, but for overthrowing governments, engaging in military interventions, forcing unfavorable trade policies down the throats of other countries. And we need to have the conversation change to address that historic context because it's overlooked. The demonization of immigrants is a way of obscuring that history so that no one is talking about that history.
How much more time do we have? You can go ahead and take one more. I have more questions than I have time for, but I do have one that's one I would have asked otherwise. And this is to anyone who wants to jump first, right? Is there anything positive to look forward to in all of this?
Didn't you say we were out of time?
What a cop-out.
Yeah. I think there's tremendous social movement and social protest, and I think that's really important. It pushes policymakers, it pushes politicians more than I think we actually realize, and they are listening. I think they're realizing the level of anger and fear and the economic damage that this will have. The movement of non-state actors, there's a lot of different range in non-state actors. I look at carbon majors, it could be all the way from them to technology companies. Non-state actors, and even investors are finally starting to realize the price tag of climate change. The important part of all of that, though, is to make sure that equity is involved in the responses. And that's, I think, the piece that really has to be worked on a lot.
Carmen, a ray of hope?
You know what I would love to see happen, and it is sort of I see this mobilization among young people, but one of the things that I think holds them back is fear and debt. Noam Chomsky once said that this student loan situation was not an accident. It's a way of demobilizing people. Because if you look at so many movements for social change, the last wave being in the 1960s, young people were at the head of it, of the civil rights movement, of the women's movement, of every movement, of the environmental movement. And what I see now is incredible motivation and a higher level of understanding than I think has happened before, but I also see fear.
Alice?
So I think I've drunk the Kool-Aid a little bit more broadly in thinking about what lies ahead in terms of sort of transition to a clean economy. And so I sort of have these ideas that we just have to think strategically, maybe collectively in a way that we haven't before about how we're going to transition
into something new, and that the end of the old doesn't have to mean that what we're turning into is necessarily worse. It could in fact be better if we can integrate equity into some of this process. I still think from an adaptation standpoint, right, some of those transitions are going to be really tough and we have to think, but I think if we grab hold of them and we're thoughtful and compassionate about it, and we don't just sit back in fear but step forward in anticipation, I think we have a way to think about transition for sure, but a transition to something that can be another positive. So,
if I can add one thing, I do see I have a lot of hope in what I see as a green energy transition, provided that it has an equity lens. Because otherwise you're replicating the same thing over and over again. And we need to be thinking 10 steps ahead and thinking about how do we regulate that green energy transition so we don't have a replication of environmental statutes that were never intended to address equity
That's
issues.
a really good point. The opposite of fear is courage, right? And so don't give up. Thank you very much. Thanks so much.
I think they were asking how many more printers there are. He's wondering about his schedule or something. Maybe talk to him.
Okay, let me go.
Yeah. I do a lot of these, but we just put a clock in the back. Yeah. 15 minutes. And then it counts down and
That's a good idea. Do something like that.
And then they'll always talk, you know that they're going to talk 5 minutes over.
Yeah.
So you set it for 10.
Yeah. That's exactly what we should be doing. We've got to move. Okay. Hi, everyone. Sorry for the, we are taking a break after this, so I know this is kind of a long run, but this panel is going to be great as well. We've been talking a lot about the problem and really a lot about what the solution should be and pushing policymakers. And this panel, we're going to have insight from two people who've actually been working as policymakers in the EPA to think about how it actually works when you're making policy. So we have Barry Hill, who is a visiting scholar at the Environmental Law Institute, and he has many years of experience working at both the EPA. He served as the director of the EPA's Office of Environmental Justice, and he also served in the U.S. Department of Interior's Conservation and Wildlife Division. He's lectured on environmental health and policy all over the world, and he's also published widely, including 4 editions of an environmental justice casebook. And Rob Verchick, my colleague here at Loyola and my mentor, is one of the nation's leading scholars in disaster and climate law. He's a former EPA official in the Obama administration. In addition to being here at Loyola, he's also a senior fellow in disaster resilience at Tulane University. He's published numerous articles and books presented all over the world, and he even hosts a podcast covering many environmental law and policy topics. Additionally, he's currently helping to develop a governance framework for the Australian power sector, climate resilient power sector. So please join me in welcoming Rob and Barry.
Can you hear me? All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, let's try that again. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, let the church say amen. First of all, I want to thank the Laurie Review folks for inviting me, asking me to participate in this symposium. And the one thing that I kept saying to myself as every panel came up, man, you're supposed to learn something new every day. And I said, after listening to them, now I can go to sleep. It's been so invigorating. So I've been asked to say a couple of words about climate justice, environmental justice, and the legal implications. So what I decided to do was to focus on some things that happened just in January of this year. So I'm going to talk about climate, environmental justice. Injustice is a time for another approach. Okay. There are 3 parts to my presentation. First, I'm going to talk about legislative environmentalism. Then I'm going to talk about constitutional environmentalism. And then finally, I want to talk about New York. For the last 10 years that I was at EPA, I was the senior counsel for environmental governance. So it was my job to go all around the world and to help other countries develop their environmental law and policy infrastructures. That was my job. And what I had to do was to help them understand and appreciate what the United States had gone through so that they can avoid some of the mistakes that we made over the last 40, 50 years. So this was a triangle that I used to share with them this whole notion of legislative environmentalism. It begins with environmental laws. That's the basis of everything, environmental laws. If you have environmental laws, you can address public health and environmental issues. This was the beginning of the Age of Enlightenment, as I call it, as it relates to environmental law and policy. So this was in the 1970s. So you have the legislative branch creating environmental laws. Then you have the executive branch that's involved with compliance and enforcement and the development of implementation of policy. The Congress, they didn't come up with the elaborate regulatory structure. They just came up with the law, and it was up to the executive branch to do what they were supposed to do. Then it was the rule of law. How were courts going to be involved? The judiciary. Now, if you had each and every one of these sections of government operating, then you would have what they call good environmental governance. If you had that, then you can achieve your goal of environmental protection and public health. Now, it changed a little bit as you went from one country to another. I'll give you an example. I was in the United Arab Emirates and helping them develop their environmental laws. So I said to the director of the Environmental Policy Agency, there's this notion of citizen suits in environmental law. What about putting that in? What do you think? And he said to me, citizen suits. We don't need citizens involved with environmental laws. We speak for the citizens. So citizen suits was not involved, was not accepted, because that was not the way in which they govern. We weren't there to teach them how the U.S. does it. The U.S. was simply an example. What we were going to do was to share this information and allow you to adapt the information for your own purposes. That's legislative environmentalism. And it has worked. It's been successful. But not all communities benefited from that. Let me talk about two cases. Both occurred in January of this year. Friends of Buckingham versus State Air Pollution Control Board. What they're thinking about is called the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. This is a 600-mile pipeline that begins in West Virginia and travels all the way to South Carolina, going through Virginia. So this 600-mile pipeline, gas pipeline, they have what they call compressor stations, and there are 3. One of them was in this community called Union Hill in Buckingham, Virginia. Now, these compressor stations, they would burn gas 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The community where this compressor station was going to be sited, 84% were African American. This community was unincorporated. It was founded right after the Civil War, when blacks were no longer slaves. They had their freedom. But yet for many years, they had to live under these restrictive slave codes, the Virginia slave codes. This controlled the interaction between the slaves as well as their masters. For example, slaves were not allowed to read or write. They were not allowed to gather together to worship. They were not allowed to present, to have guns or any kind of weaponry. There was in the Virginia Code of 1705, they established an entirely separate judicial system. And it goes on and on. These were the Virginia codes. So now, at the end of the Civil War, they're free. They can't read, they can't write, but you establish your own community. The descendants of these former slaves live in Union Hill. 84% of the residents of Union Hill are African American. It just so happens that this is also a sick community in that there's a lot of asthma, a lot of bronchitis, a lot of COPD, a number of elderly people. But this was a decision made by the developers to place this compressor station in that community. The Friends of Buckingham and the other plaintiffs said, we are going to sue the state because they didn't take into consideration what was happening to us. And the First Circuit Court of Appeals agreed with them. Let me quote what the court said. The Court of Appeals vacated and sent the permit back to the board for its reconsideration, citing, among other things, the board's inadequate assessment of the health risks of the site to the Union Hill community, and stated that, and I'm quoting, "It is clear to us that the board's EJ review was insufficient, which undermines the board's statutory duties and renders the board's permit decision arbitrary and capricious, and unsupported by substantial evidence. The board rejected the idea of disproportionate impact on the basis that air quality standards were met, but environmental justice is not merely a box to be checked. And the board's failure to consider the disproportionate impact on those closest to the compressor station resulted in a flawed analysis." So, the permit was denied. It went back to the board. Now, this is what Aaron Ruby, a spokesman for the Virginia Power and Energy Company, Dominion Energies, this is what he said by email. "We will immediately begin working with the state to resolve the procedural issues identified by the court and are confident that this can be completed in a timely manner. We expect the project will still deliver a significant volumes to customers under our existing timeline, even as we work to resolve this permit." The greatest strength of environmental laws is that they are procedural. The greatest strength. If a developer has to get an EIS, they're going to jump through a lot of procedural hoops. The greatest strength, but also the greatest weakness of environmental laws is that they are procedural. Nobody has any substantive rights. You do not have a right to clean air, clean water, or clean land. You do not have a right to a clean and healthy environment as guaranteed by the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, or anything like that. Let me give you a situation of the city of Flint versus Guertin. You know about Flint. I'm not going to go to a discussion of that. It's the current symbol of environmental injustice in the United States at this particular point in time. What had happened was that Flint residents sued the former state and local government officials who made the decision to change the drinking water source that caused all of this lead to be ingested by this community of 100,000 people or more. They dismissed most of the cause of the complaints, except one. Except one. Is there a right? Is there a right to bodily integrity? What happened was that the state officials made this decision and they lied for a long time. And so these people voluntarily drank the water and they're sick for the rest of their lives. The Supreme Court in January denied the petition for cert and sent the case back to the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. I don't know whether or not they're going to be successful because of the fact that there's nothing in the Constitution that guarantees anything like that. So constitutional environmentalism, this is a possibility. You start with environmental justice laws. You have environmental rights amendments on the state level, not the federal level, on the state level. Forget about the U.S. Constitution for now. Let's work with the states. So, state that I chose to discuss very briefly is New York. But before I show you my next slide, I said, let me give you this quote. Is there anything worse than blindness? You're damn right. That's what Helen Keller said. The only thing that's worse than being blind is having sight, but no vision. Having sight, but no vision. We have foresight, we have insight, we have hindsight. But if you don't have vision, you're not going to go anyplace. New York has vision. The legislative branch, the executive branch, as well as communities. Very quickly, New York will have an environmental rights amendment as of November of 2021. It's moving. It's going to happen. Very simple, self-executing language. Everybody is entitled to clean land, clean air, and clean water. That's what it promises. New York has EJ legislation. Article 48 of the Environmental Conservation Law. Passed it as of January 2020, this year. They have climate change legislation as of July 18th, 2019. And finally, they have public nuisance legislation. I'm not saying that this is going to be perfect. But what I'm saying is that they have vision, they've moved on this vision, they've acted on this vision, and in the end, they may protect the people, whether or not they are migrants from Puerto Rico, refugees from Puerto Rico, or so many other parts of the world. So if we can duplicate this in every state, it might make a difference. I'm working on an ERA right now with Maryland, trying to move that idea forward. New York is almost done. New Jersey is almost done. Maryland is coming up. Thank you.
Hello again. As we approach the 15th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina and the levee failures, all of these memories are coming back to me already. I think about my house, and which was underwater, and of course the thousands of other houses that were underwater. And sometimes, even 15 years later, I still have dreams about Hurricane Katrina. Now, there are no people in the dreams that I have, only refrigerators. Thousands, tens of thousands of refrigerators, like mine, sort of sitting around, almost like tombstones in certain areas, leaning with tape across them and spray painted messages on them. And I stand in the mud in front of my house in my dream, and I always look at my house and I want to go inside, but I don't, because it's 1,000,000 degrees inside my house. The air conditioning is off and the power has been off for at least 3 or 4 weeks. And that is not the most dramatic or the most horrific problem with a power outage after disaster. You know, one of the more agonizing ones would probably be something to do with Memorial Hospital, for instance, and the chaos that ensued when dozens of elderly people were marooned on sweat-soaked gurneys, waiting for days. Some of them to be rescued, others of them died. After a while, you get to the point where you can laugh about at least some of it, right? You can think about the icebox fiasco and think about that as a view of like not having power in a disaster, for instance. But the wider problem is that our grid, let's face it, is just terrifically vulnerable to climate change disaster right now. And the people who are most vulnerable to the power outages, the second disaster that occurs, are people in disadvantaged communities for all kinds of reasons that we'll talk about today. I'm going to talk just a few ways about the climate change puts our climate our grid at risk, and then I'm going to talk about maybe something that we can do about it. And I'm going to try to, might go a bit of a clip here, but I think it's important because these power outages are happening everywhere at giant scales. That bottom one in South Australia, for instance, put 10% of the country's population without power because of an unpredictable storm. I know what you're asking. What is the power grid, right, after all? And here's a quick rundown, right, so you can sound smart at cocktail parties. Let's see. Not sure how the... Oh, well. Oh, maybe that works. Yeah. So power grid is just 3 things. It's something that generates electricity, something that transmits it, and a user on the other end. And the thing that we need to know is that because we're looking at a world that's wetter, drier, hotter, and weirder, we're going to be having more and more power outages caused by all of these things. And in Hurricane Sandy, for instance, we saw something like 2/3 of all the electrical generation, or 1/3 at least, in New York City was knocked out. Every gas-powered plant in Manhattan, or rather in New York City, failed. They're all on the water, as Rebecca Bratsby reminded us. 37% of all the substations in that area are prone to flood. When the power goes out in Australia because of storms, 10% of the people, as I said, lose out. Puerto Rico's famous blackout, the largest in U.S. history, the second largest in the history of the world. Even things like nuclear power plants inland are tremendously prone to problems like this. This is a riverine flood that put one nuclear power plant out of commission for 18 months. Other power plants, even solar power plants, if they rely on boiling water or fluids, might have problems because the water after climate change in the rivers is going to be too warm to use to cool the plant. Right? And so you're going to start having these problems all over the place. In California, you've got a double sort of flip side to this problem, because not only are fires a threat to the power grid, but the power grid itself is a threat for fire. And so how do you resolve these issues with these rolling blackouts in California? Now, one thing that the environmental justice movement has taught us from the very beginning is that a hazard is not just about the physical exposure. The hazard is also about the social vulnerability. And that's extremely important for an insight. And that's sort of what this whole climate justice discussion that we're having is based on, is this idea of understanding what the social vulnerability is. We have lots of studies in the disaster field showing that at all points of disaster, in terms of preparation, in terms of responding, in terms of rebuilding, in terms of planning, in all of those areas, people of color and the poor and women and people in the LGBT community in the United States are all more at risk at every single one of those points on the scale. And in particular, there's a lot of research about power outages, and it won't surprise you to know that the very young, the very old, and the disabled, among others, are the people that suffer the most during power outages. And incidentally, they're the ones least likely to have mobile generators, for instance, and solar panels, which are sometimes a boon. The guy with the Tesla who can, run his whole house from his Tesla and have pizza in the brick oven that he's built. All of that kind of works in a power outage. But something like affluent communities are 3 times more likely to have solar panels than less affluent communities. And so you begin to have all of these issues as you look at it. Heat waves are one of the deadliest kinds of environmental disasters there are, with 60,000 people maybe having died during Europe's last giant heat wave, and Chicago is bracing for these things as well as other cities as well. Those of you who are really interested in sort of plotting out this kind of social vulnerability should know about the CDC, the Centers for Disease Control, have this wonderful website where you can actually pick your community anywhere you are within the United States jurisdictions and find different kinds of vulnerabilities. So if I were interested, for instance, in knowing where to make investments in New Orleans, right, I would be very interested, for instance, in household composition, where there were elderly folks, very young folks, people with disabilities, or single parent households, right? These are the people really at risk in power outages. And look, those folks aren't around where we are, but they are in New Orleans East and other parts of the city. This is a tremendous map that was just being put together, actually, was when I was working in government, and it's a great resource. What you could do in terms of solutions, there are 3 things I call hardening, smartening, and greening. They all require law, they all require money. I'm with Barry on this one. Don't look to the federal government anytime soon for a lot of help in this. But if we were talking about hardening, you'd be putting lines underground. You'd be elevating substations. You'd be putting levees around certain kinds of equipment. And some communities, the ones that can afford it, are actually doing this. The smartening is this whole smart grid idea, where you could actually have computer systems within the grid that allow the sources to talk to the transmission lines to talk to the users, so that if you have a nursing home, that's the last place that power gets cut, because the smart grid knows that. Or it knows that if one source of power is knocked out because it's a gas-fired plant of some kind, then it just whips around and makes sure that another wind turbine or something is doing the power. Green infrastructure, or rather green renewables, are really good, particularly with solar and wind turbines, because they're not as vulnerable to things like storms. In Hurricane Sandy, in a 6-state region, not a single solar facility or wind turbine facility went down. They turned them off, maybe for an hour or a few hours, but they immediately came back on. They're much more resilient in that way. The problem is, the reason that our utilities, if you will, really suck, right, is because we have the incentives wrong. And it's not just in the United States, but in Australia and other places we have this same issue, where we essentially reward power companies. We allow them to raise rates for doing really expensive things like creating demand and expanding, but we don't let them have the same amount of profit for doing cheaper things like contributing to the smart grid. We also are not very good at regulations today, right? We used to have regulations that would say you have to consider climate in some ways, and the Trump administration is revising those. We have some situations, again, local, again, here's New York, where we actually had a situation where the regulators, the Public Utility Commission, wouldn't allow utilities to raise rates unless it promised to be climate resilient. So certain states could do that if they wanted to. California is using its cap and trade plan to actually create grants in low-income communities to install solar, things like this. So there are things that we can do. I think a lot of them are going to be at the state and the regional level. It's not enough just to blame FEMA anymore, although that's fun to do. We have to sort of see that this is a whole systemic problem. It's a social problem, and it's really a problem about climate change too. My font went a little strange, but that's okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have had so many amazing speakers and great panelists today that we are running a little behind schedule. So what we're going to do is we're going to move some things around, and Dr. Bullard is going to do his keynote speech first. And then after that, we will finish the day with panel 4. And I'll just tell you right now, after the last panel, we're having a small reception on the 3rd floor, so please come and have a nice glass of wine and some cheese and enjoy the weekend. So, oh, but if you do need to take a break, please feel free to go in like the next 5 minutes. Like, we're going to be switching some things over, so you can come. So you want to wait 5 minutes? Yeah, it's just because I have to switch the slides over. So it's going to take 12 minutes. Okay, thank you for being so flexible with us this afternoon. We are going to go ahead and get started. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Try again. Good afternoon. Thank you. When I joined the NAACP Legal Defense Fund in 1989 as a staff attorney, fairly fresh out of law school, I was charged with helping to analyze how we could use our resources, what we could do to address the deep racial disparities in health in this country. You all know the statistics because they remain entrenched today. 2 to 3 times as many African American women die in childbirth than white women. Disparities on race and ethnicity in infant mortality, racial and ethnic disparities in the incidence of asthma and other health conditions. And racial inequalities play a role in the very length of life of a person's life. One of our strategies to figure out our role at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund was to pull together a conference with Meharry Medical College and Johns Hopkins and benefit from the insight of key thinkers and activists from across the country. We had panels on issues of discrimination leading to differences in health status as well as differences in the healthcare system. For example, discrimination in the pipeline of medical professionals, the spatial distribution of where hospitals and other healthcare providers are located, and other factors. This was before the fights over the term environmental equity and environmental justice. And we focused one panel on what was then plainly called environmental racism. Already by 1990, that year, the year that his book, Dumping in Dixie, was first published, Dr. Bullard was breaking new ground, building on his work as an environmental sociologist in Houston, researching systemic patterns of discrimination in the siting of garbage dumps in Black neighborhoods. We were thrilled when Dr. Bullard responded to our call, and that's when I first had the pleasure of meeting Dr. Bullard. And just as an aside, for those of you who haven't read Dumping in Dixie and somehow think that Flint was the first time communities had struggled for years to get their government to be responsive to their exposure to lead, read the part of Dumping in Dixie that talks about the Houston community that for decades was fighting over lead poisoning from a smelter that they were trying to close down. It's powerful and prescient. Indeed, Robert Bullard has shaped our lives. He has shaped our world. He was one of the planners of the historic First People of Color Environmental Leadership Summit in 1991, which gave rise to the environmental justice principles, and has pioneered community-based science, launching the Historically Black Colleges and Universities CBP Gulf Coast Equity Consortium with Dr. Beverly Wright to address environmental justice issues in this region. I've had the honor of hearing Dr. Bullard speak at the National Academy of Sciences as another example, and he has had an influence on our deepening understanding of environmental and climate justice, and the urgent need for us, each of us, to take action. He's a visionary who has marshaled truth and called on all of us and decision makers at all levels to apply the right to equal protection of the law, which, as he wrote in Dumping in Dixie, prohibits environmental discrimination, that is, the disparate treatment, these are his words, of a group or community based on race, class, or some other distinguishing characteristic. His books are a clarion call, and there are 17 of them, and maybe 18 by now. Probably wrote another one last night. Not only to join the struggle for social justice, but specifically for our work here, to take action consistent with principles of environmental justice in the face of climate change. There's not enough time to list his many achievements and accolades, and you can read his bio online. I'll just say that Dr. Bullard is currently the Distinguished Professor of Urban Planning and Environmental Policy at the Barbara Jordan Mickey Leland School of Public Affairs at Texas Southern University, where he previously served as dean. He is an award-winning author, as I said, of numerous books that address sustainable development, environmental racism, urban land use, industrial facility siting, community reinvestment, housing. He's a man of what you'd call a Renaissance man. Transportation, climate justice, disasters, emergency response, community resilience, smart growth, and regional equity. His book, Dumping in Dixie, Race, Class, and Environmental Equality, is a standard text in the environmental justice field. And before inviting Dr. Bullard to the podium, I want to remind you of his closing, also prescient words of the book, which serve as a reality check and a challenge for me as a lawyer seeking to serve and advance the goals of communities struggling for environmental justice. And he wrote, "Environmental racism is hard to prove in court, as is true with other forms of discrimination. Nevertheless, there's mounting, and today even more mounting, empirical evidence that people of color and low-income communities suffer disproportionately from environmental threats and unequal protection of the government. It is the poor and people of color communities that are paying a high price in terms of their health. The richest nation on earth can no longer afford to sacrifice any of its people and communities to environmental pollution. The solution," he said, "is environmental justice for all." Please join me in welcoming and thanking Dr. Robert D. Bullard.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I had the clicker. Did I move it? Oh, I think I left it on the table. I'm sorry. Got too many gadgets to keep up with. Well, first of all, I want to thank Loyola Law School for inviting me to speak at this conference. I've really enjoyed my my stay in New Orleans, and the conference sessions are very informative. I've learned a lot this morning. I want to start by saying that I am a sociologist by training, and I'm an environmental sociologist. And I am proud to say that I am an environmentalist. The issue of justice and environment and the issue of climate, all of these issues bring together this whole issue of movements and how do we build a movement for liberation against oppression, whatever that oppression may be. Structural discrimination, however that structural inequality is created and perpetuated. So the quest for environmental and climate justice, that's the title of my talk. And I, as a sociologist, we're good at connecting dots. And even as a kid, a game of connecting dots. I tell people I'm a sociologist and by training, but I do not do what's called dead white man sociology. I do what's scientifically called kick-ass sociology. So I'm gonna do, my presentation is gonna be a little kick-ass sociology, and the word for the day is intersectionality. It's in red, highlighted, bolded. Intersectionality, how things connect, how things interrelate, how we as humans interact with our physical environment, our natural environment, our cultural environment, and so how things are connected. I've written 18 books, and that cover a range of areas, a lot of stuff, with titles that some are catchy. It's 18 books, but it's just one book, but don't tell anybody. If you talk about environment, you can put, the thing that really holds all those books together is you can put it in 3 areas: fairness, justice, and equity. I wrote a book called on transportation with a very creative name. It's called Just Transportation. I wrote a book called Unequal Protection, Environmental Justice and Community College. That was a Sierra Club book. And for many years, I challenged the Sierra Club to do a real book. You know, and I use this, little, jab to say, Sierra Club, you really do great coffee table books about birds and whales and water and wetlands. And I mean, that was just a jab. And I got back was, well, what are you talking about? We've been writing, we had published books, all kinds of. I said, boy, do a real book about justice. And of course, they had never done one about justice. And I said, well, yeah, do one about struggle, justice, people on the front lines fighting for, a clean environment. And said, well, what do you have in mind? I had a little 2-page prospectus in my pocket, showed it. And said, oh, goodness, looks great. I already had the book, the whole manuscript in a box. So that's how that book, Unequal Protection, Environmental Justice, Communities of Color. The latest book, my last book, written with Dr. Beverly Wright, who is a native New Orleanian and a Katrina survivor. The wrong complexion for protection. If that doesn't tell it, the wrong complexion for protection. And we know in terms of color coordination and on a color scheme, we know which color has the wrong complexion for protection. And I'm not going to ask you which color. Legacy of Dr. King, how climate justice, environmental justice, economic justice, racial justice comes out of struggle. And it didn't start in '68. It didn't start with Dr. King, but I'm going to start with Dr. King right now. 1968, because I was a senior in college in Alabama A&M University in Huntsville, Alabama, when Dr. King went to where? Memphis, Tennessee, on an economic justice, environmental justice, racial justice. It was not called that. We went there on civil rights. Striking garbage workers. If you don't think garbage is an environmental issue, you let the garbage workers go on strike and the garbage piles up and the workers are not there, they'll have to call out the National Guard. And they did. The issue of humanity, human rights, being treated with equal pay for equal work, these was all rolled into the sanitation workers in 1968, the union. And so the issue was about getting workers their equal pay, black workers, and getting them their basic rights to be treated equally in terms of a clean, safe work environment, because 2 garbage workers had got crushed in a truck. So workplace safety. So fast forward 10 years from then, 10 years forward, I found myself involved in a garbage issue. Not voluntarily. I was drafted. I got drafted 2 times. First in 1968 by the U.S. Marine Corps. Hoorah! Simplify. In 1978, by my wife, Linda McKeever Bullard, who came home one day. Now, I have a job at Texas Southern University. This is way back in 1970. We moved to Houston in 1976, 2 years out of graduate school. I was asked to do something. And she came home one day and said, Bob, I have sued the state of Texas. I said, well, I work for a state university, Texas Southern University, a state school, so technically you just sued my employer. She said, yeah, right. I said, well, why'd you do that? She said, because this company, I'm not going to call it a name, but the initials, BFI, wanted to put this sanitary landfill, and we know there's nothing sanitary about a landfill. The garbage does not go to garbage heaven. It goes to a landfill or incinerator or a recycling facility or whatever. She said, I just sued this company because this company is trying, Southwestern Waste Management Corporation, is trying to put this landfill, trying to get this permit for a landfill to put in this predominantly black middle-class suburban community in Northeast Houston. Now, we didn't live in Northeast Houston, but this was a predominantly black middle-class neighborhood of homeowners. You understand what I'm talking about? I'm not talking about no poverty pocket, not talking about no ghetto. I'm talking about black community residents, 85% of those residents own their homes. People working 2 jobs, nice homes, brick homes, nice homes. She said, I filed this lawsuit. She said, and I need somebody to, she said, I have to go in court in 2 weeks because I filed this temporary restraining order. And so I need something to back it up. I need to find out where all the landfills are, incinerators, garbage dumps, everything in Houston from the beginning up to 1978. And I need somebody to put it on the map and tell who lives where and who works with census data. I said, funny, you need a sociologist. She said, that's what you are, right? I said, yeah, but. She said, no, but. She said, you're it. You're it. She said, you all I got. What can you say? I'm like, damn, I said, you're talking about a lot of work. And you're talking about in 2 weeks? I said, that's impossible. She said, you always say, you the man. You the man. I said, yeah, I'm the man. She said, that's your job. So I had 10 students in my research methods class. And we decided, or I decided, because if you're a professor, it's not democracy. I said, students, we have a project. Do you understand what I'm saying? And you know, some of my best work I've done at the best rate, pro bono. She said, okay, well, there's no money, you got to do it. And so my students and I, we did this first study in 1979. And the name of the landfill, it sounds like a subdivision. I would love to be living in Whispering Pines. But a landfill is a landfill. Nothing is a nice way of saying a garbage dump. Houston doesn't have zoning. Fourth largest city in the country doesn't have zoning. Still doesn't have zoning. The gentleman, let me find the pointer right here. The gentleman with his back turned with the bullhorn leading the demonstration is a young justice of the peace. Now this is 1978, 79. Young justice of the peace. His name is Al Green. No, not the singer. Congressman. You ever heard of Al Green? That's Al Green. That's Congressman Al Green. And so we did the study, and I don't go through all of the details, how hard it was getting that study done, because this was before Google, before GIS, before laptops, iPads, before databases. We did it the hard way. Research, like a hammer and a chisel. What we found is that 5 out of 5 of the city-owned landfills, 6 out of 8 of the city-owned incinerators, 3 out of 4 of the privately owned landfills were located in predominantly black neighborhoods in Houston. Now, when I say predominantly black, that's like me saying my family is predominantly black. These are all black neighborhoods, and how we know Jim Crow did it. Now, who do you think lives in Carver Terrace, as in George Washington Peanut Carver? We know who lives in Carver Terrace. Okay, so 82% of all the garbage dumped in Houston from the 20s up until 1978 was in black neighborhoods. 1982, you have to understand, this was, when we did this study, this was before a movement. This is an isolated study that was done in 1979. That was no movement. People marched, demonstrated, lined, jail, all kinds of stuff. This is 1979 now. The birth of the movement actually was in Warren County in 1982. Fighting a PCB landfill. Dr. Benjamin Chavis leading that march, leading the NAACP, Congressional Black Caucus, fighting a landfill being put in a predominantly black county. North Carolina has 100 counties, and they scientifically picked the site for the landfill, went through the rigorous process. Only science used was political science. Poorest and one of the blackest counties in the state. 500 people arrested. Young people. This is 1982. This is not, what's happening right now with people putting their bodies. This is not Exxon pipeline, Keystone. This is not demonstrations going on right now. This is happening. These are young high school kids laying in the street, putting their bodies in front of trucks that's laden with PCB contaminated dirt that was dumped on the highways, scooped up by the state of North Carolina, and now they were trucking it to the black community. Polychlorinated biphenyls. Nasty stuff, not something you want to sprinkle on your cereal. And these kids are putting their bodies on the line. Dr. Chavis leading that march. Not a university, not a NGO, environmental organization, but a African American civil rights organization based in the church, United Church of Christ. These are middle school kids demonstrating, understand what I'm saying? They can't vote, but they can march with and support their parents and their elders. 1983 is when the General Accounting Office, at the bequest of the Congressional Black Caucus, said we need a study. And so they got the GAO to do a study citing of hazardous waste landfills and their correlation with racial and economic status of surrounding communities. The GAO study found that 75% of all the hazardous waste facilities in EPA Region 4, 8 southern states, former Confederate states, were in black communities. 75% of the hazardous waste facilities are in black communities, even though blacks only made up 22% of those 8 states' total population. You get 75% of something. I have traveled all across this country, and I've never found black communities or people of color getting 75% of the good stuff and white people getting 25%. But I found the opposite in a lot of cases. 1987, when the United Church of Christ Commission for Racial Justice produced this historic study, Toxic Waste and Race. Doing the analysis using very sophisticated statistical techniques, found that race was the most potent variable for explaining where these facilities are located. Not land values, not whether or not you rented or owned. It was race, not income, not class. 1990 is when I said, actually, let me back up. 1990, when I said, I expanded, I said, I wonder, is that Houston study that I did, is that something that's just Houston, because Houston's unique? And so I started to expand the study and say, I'm going to write a book about the South. And I want to see is what's going on in the South really can be replicated as to what's going on in Houston. And so I started looking around. Dallas, all the Les Mills in Dallas is in black communities. And then I said, okay, I looked down in Louisiana, Cancer Alley. I looked, case study in Alton, Louisiana, and looking around and seeing who lives closest. I found the nation's largest hazardous waste facility in the country that's permitted is in Emil, Alabama, the heart of the Alabama Black Belt, in a county that's 75% black. In Emil is 95% black, but there's not one county commissioner in that county that's black. What's that called? It's called apartheid, American style. I wrote a book called that. It's called Residential Apartheid, The American Legacy. Every now and then I'll throw a plug in a book. You know. So I said I want to expand. I went all the way to West Virginia in Dumping and Dixie and found black people. But Union Carbide found them first. The only place in the U.S. where methyl isocyanate, the same stuff that killed all those people in Bhopal, India, the plant for the Bhopal plant, the prototype for that plant was a Union Carbide plant located in the heart of the black community in the Kanawha River Valley. When West Virginia, when West Virginia broke away from Virginia and black folks said, I'm going with freedom, to hell with Virginia, they followed that West Virginia and went to freedom. And they settled in that one little area in the Kanawha River. And then West Virginia needed a place where it's colored for its Jim Crow school. And in the 1880s, so they put it right there in the black community, West Virginia Colored Institute. You understand? History, sociology, environmental. So it took me many years to find the community when I was writing the book from 87 to 1990. But that black community has been there since the 1860s. And the company came in there in the post-World War II. You understand? They ain't a chicken and egg. We know which came first. The South is the most environmentally polluted, degraded region of the country. And there's a direct correlation between exploitation of land and exploitation of people. In the U.S. as well as around the world, this nation is built on 4 principles: free land, free labor, free men, and free enterprise. Free land. No, it was no free. I mean, look, it was stolen from indigenous people. Free labor, it wasn't cheap labor. It was slave labor, which was 0 wages. Of course, we had 0 unemployment. Everybody worked. Free men, only white men with property could vote, and free enterprise. We know there's nothing free about free enterprise. It is no accident that the modern civil rights movement and the environmental justice movement was born in the South. Environmental justice movement redefined what environmentalism is, because we had some sociologists, even some white environmental sociologists, doing surveys saying black people are not interested in the environment. And they defined it as, are you a member of an environmental group? Hell no, we're not a member of no environmental group. We can't join an environmental group in the South because they're run as social clubs and segregation, Jim Crow. Or have you written a check to an environmental organization? Do you receive a magazine? Hell no. So we were not environmentalists. But we fished, we hunted. We were not anglers. We fished out the river, take it home. We wasn't no catch and release. Catch, clean, fry. Wasn't sauteed. Wasn't baked, fried. So we redefine environmentalists where we live, work, play, worship, learn, as well as the physical and natural world. Environmental justice embraces the principle that all people and communities are entitled to equal protection of environmental, housing, transportation, employment, education, civil rights, human rights, intersectionality. So going back to the principle, I was trained in the Department of Sociology, my master's degree, by W.E.B. Du Bois, who founded that Department of Sociology, integrating science, scholarship, and activism. Integrated. And so when we talk about inequality, this is the Sierra Club book, Unequal Protection, Environmental Justice, Communities of Color. So when we talk about the issues, 1991 was a magic year when the people of color, we had our summit. And we planned for 500 people, 1,000 people showed up. 1,000 people. Anytime you got 1,000 people this is 1991 in Washington, D.C., the book says you must have a march. And we marched to the Capitol, we did our speeches, and then we marched back to the Washington Court Hotel. Nobody got arrested or anything. We developed 17 principles of environmental justice, and the core principle that the overlay is that people most impacted must speak for themselves. That's self-determination right there. And that we must, the people most affected must also be in the room when decisions are being made, so that we don't have other people saying that we represent you, and therefore when they make decisions, we have to live with what other people make. 1999 was another year that our movement, a few of us got together and got the Center for Disease Control, ATSDR, Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, to do an environmental justice health conference. They call it National Minority Environmental Health Conference. They didn't call it environmental justice because they were afraid of that. That term scared a lot of people. It still scares a lot of people. I'm environmental justice. Well, they said, well, we like equity. We're not talking about equity when it comes to spreading poison equally among white people, the amount of pollution that we got. No, that's not equity. That's madness. So we had the conference in 1992 when the EPA did this report. A few of us went to the EPA, got them to talk about environmental justice, and they said, well, we don't like that term justice, but we will create, Ben Chavis, who was at the Commission on Racial Justice, and I were on Clinton Gore transition team. Yes, we were on the transition team, and we got people sending us information. Now, the technology at that time was fax. A fax machine, it's in museums now, fax machine is. They would fax us information, and we would feed it to the transition team. And this was under the first Bush administration. And the administration created the Office of Environmental Equity. And they produced the Environmental Equity Reducing Risk of All Communities. We said, okay, if you want to call it equity, that's fine. But we know what we're talking about, what we want. 1994 is when we got the National Institute for Environmental Health Sciences, now the premier environmental health at NIH agency, to do a symposium, health and research symposium to ensure environmental justice. And that symposium brought together a lot of people. First, they wanted to have 100 scientists, and that was me and another person were the only people of color they were talking about. I said, I don't want to be no damn token. I said, how about let's delay the conference, the workshop, and plan for a big conference. We fought hard, and we won. We planned for a year, 1,000 people are delegates at this conference, 300 were people of color, organization leaders, and who had full scholarships. Now, I was not going to participate in any kind of a scam to say, well, we have done the environmental justice thing by having 2 people of color scientists in the room with 98 others. What kind of mess is that? And during the second or the third day of the conference, a few of us got a phone call saying, y'all need to come to the White House. I got a call at the hotel. No, there was no cell phones then. There's few people who had beepers, but the people that I know had beepers, you couldn't trust them. we were invited to the White House, and then we witnessed the signing of the executive order on environmental justice. Okay. Go through. That's Carol Brown. She was the EPA administrator. That's me right there. That's Clinton. That's Gore. John Lewis. Janet Reno. I mean, that's the Oval Office. Nice office. We did this, the pen pictures thing. We got the National Institute of Medicine, the National Academy, to sign on to do a study on environmental justice because it's important to have messengers. And sometimes the messengers is more important than the message. We got them to do the study, and what they found. They found the same damn thing we found. But getting them to say it is different than having a sociologist and a psychologist. Institute of Medicine found people of color in low-income communities are exposed to higher levels of pollution than the rest of the nation. These groups also contract certain diseases more often than white communities. Now I'm going to run through some maps now, all you geographers. The geographic footprint of spatial segregation. If we talk about what we were doing is gathering information and collating and doing research and doing all kinds of things because people will say, if you tell back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that people of color are disproportionately impacted, that environmental justice is a big issue and we need to do something, they didn't believe us. It was hard as hell to get Dumping and Dixie published. They didn't. I got nasty letters, rejection letters. And rejection is a mother. You know that? I still got those letters. Ain't no such thing as environmental justice. How can environmental racism is not real? The environment is neutral. Everybody's affected the same. These are letters that Dumping Dixie. And then finally, I got a publisher, Westview Press, which is based in Boulder, Colorado. You ever been to Boulder? Boulder is different. Mountain High Air, tofu, bean sprouts, and marijuana. They published a book. Okay, so I'm going to give you the footprint. Here is the United States in 1820. The red represents slave states. You know what I'm saying? Look at that red. Missouri was a slave state. Do you remember the history? Kansas, Missouri. Kansas want to go over here, Missouri over here. Look at the red. This is 1820. Compromise, you understand? And the compromise, who do you think the compromise was about? Huh? It was about my ancestors. It was about black people. They're going to compromise and say who's going to be slaves, who's going to... And so the way they compromise is, okay, put a little old slavery over here, and if you do this, we can go. This is the 1860 map. Free states, slave states, territories. Look at the red. This is a mental print. This is the 1950 Jim Crow map. This is 1950 before the U.S. Supreme Court decision, Brown v. See this map? It's the same map. This is the 2010 census map. The green represent where black people are concentrated. Look where they are. This is Latino, Hispanic population. South Florida, Southwest. This is 2010 map where people of color are located. The bottom half of the state. Of course, if you look at this, yeah, we got 4 people up in Maine. 2040, look at where the population, the darker the blue, heavy concentration of people of color. 2042 is when the majority of people will be people of color in the U.S. But if you look at the concentration, you can see this. Geography of vulnerability. This is the United States divided in the quadrants: north, east, south, midwest, west. Zip code inequality. Zip code is one of the best predictors of health and well-being, economic vitality. Okay, the going toward blue is economic prosperity. Going toward the shading toward rust, brown. I had a millennial to correct me, say, Dr. Buller, that's salmon. This is salmon. I said, salmon looks brown to me. I said, look, I got a PhD in sociology, not Crayola. I said, I didn't have salmon in my Crayola box. So if you want to call it salmon, I'm going to call it brown. Look where the salmon is concentrated. Here is a poverty belt. Look where that bottom half for poverty. Zip code is a great predictor of health. Poor people, says the poorest people within the United States also have the poorest physical environments. Zip code, where you live, can also affect your life expectancy. Look at the light area. The lighter the area, the lower the life expectancy. Look down here, where we are. Look at this, light. Healthiness ranked, and the redder the area, the lower the life, the least healthy. Here is heart disease. Look at that dark red area, concentration. Here's stroke, concentration. Here's the darker the brown area, that's cancer, lung cancer. Geography of pollution, toxin waste and race, we did a study, update 20 years later, found that 56% of the people who live within a 2-mile radius of these facilities are people of color. When you add 2 or more, you're dealing with this concentration, 69%, almost 7 out of every 10. Where the oil refineries are located, there's 150 in the U.S., 32 states. People of color make up the majority of people living around these facilities. Look at the clustering effect, same effect. This is Houston, Texas. This is Norco, Louisiana. Live with more pollution, African Americans and people of color are more likely to live in neighborhoods with more pollution. These are big problems that we're addressing. This is real. These are real data. These are real studies. Breathing other people's air. Here's a study. It's a 2019 study. Non-Hispanics, whites on average, are exposed to 17% less pollution than they create. White people are dumping that pollution on us by what they buy. Hispanics on average breathe 63% more health-threatening air pollution than they make. And for African Americans, it's 56% more. In other words, white people have more money generally. They buy more stuff generally. They throw away more stuff generally. They're more likely to have cars and drive. We're more likely to ride the damn bus. This ain't rocket science. Here's a study done by EPA saying 46 states people of color live with more air pollution than whites. And so when we talk about it's not a poverty thing, as a matter of fact, affluent African Americans who make $50,000 to $60,000 are more likely to live in neighborhoods that are more polluted than whites who make $10,000. How can that be? It's called housing discrimination, residential segregation. I wrote a book about that. And so when you talk about middle-income African Americans have less mobility to escape polluted neighborhoods than whites who are very poor. Poor whites can leave and move into white neighborhoods that are less polluted. Cold-blooded people of color more likely to live near power plants. So when we close the power plants, and thank you, Sierra Club, and I thank you folks who are working on closing power plants, it said we gain when it comes to climate impacts in terms of advantages by not being dependent on dirty coal, but we also reduce those emissions. Look at the darker the red, the more the mortality. And this is all on the eastern half of the country. It's not random. Coal plants, coal deaths, actually, when we close coal plants, health improves. It's more than 26,000 lives in the U.S. were saved from 2005 to 2016 with the closure of 313 coal plants. So there are benefits and co-benefits from doing climate issues when you don't even have to call it climate. We're talking about going to a green economy, a green, renewable grid, so it makes a whole lot of sense. Population most at risk, we know who they are. When kids suffer from asthma, African American children are 10 times more likely to die from asthma than white children. This should make you angry. Children can't vote. Children can't demonstrate. They can't file petition. So who has to do that for them? We have to do this. Closure of power plants means fewer emergency room visits. This is a 2018 study done in Pittsburgh. Closed power plants, premature births decline. Pollution also impacts kids' fetuses in their mother's womb, and relationship to pollution have an impact on hypertension as kids grow. Now, this is devastating for black people because we already have a high percentage of hypertension, high blood pressure, and if we're inundated with pollution, we're talking about a big problem. Pollution in schools. Pollution impacts learning, achievement. This is a school in Houston, Cesar Chavez High School, across from a huge refinery. Cesar Chavez High School, we know who goes to Cesar Chavez High School. You don't have to go in there and look at the pupil count. Will the U.S. government response to climate change be fair? And Dr. Beverly Wright wrote a book, 300 pages, and tracked it all the way from the Great Mississippi Flood in 1927 and brought it all the way up to the BP spill, Katrina and all of that. 300 pages, and we came up with the answer, 2 words, hell no. And so there's some who don't believe. And I live in a state called, what? Texas, but it's a state of denial. And if you look at the impact of leaders, governors, and attorney generals suing the EPA and other entities to keep the dirty stuff and to keep, the issue of climate off the radar. Here's states with renewable electricity standards. Green is good, yellow is not as good, white is bad. That's not racial. Look where the white is. States that don't have climate adaptation plan. Look at what the green is, look where the white is. See that pattern? Here's the states with the highest electricity bills. Look where the red is. The poor states also have the highest electric bill. Come on now. No renewable standards. Most vulnerable region of the country, we know which region they are. The southern United States is more vulnerable to climate impacts than any other region. We've had more billion-dollar severe weather events than all the other regions combined. Look at the darker the area, the more the events. Look at Texas, it's brown. Look where the reddish, brownish salmon is located. Look at the 90s, on the left. Yellow. Look at and as you go to the right, see it's starting to get red in the 2000s. More and more events. Climate change will exacerbate existing inequalities and worsen vulnerabilities of already marginalized population. You saw those maps. You saw which communities are poor, that don't have basic insurance and necessities, etc. They're going to get hit hard. So we have to prepare for these coming disasters. And here's a chart that comes in slowly, talks about the health impacts of climate. We know the impacts in terms of air pollution and vectors and allergens and issues around the environmental degradation and heat. It's going to be too damn hot to work outside, and we know who works outside on those jobs, on construction, landscape, roofing, farm workers, and disproportionately. And when it gets too hot to work outside and we can't work, if no work, no eat. And so the issues of economics, justice, tied to environmental justice. Vulnerable places and vulnerable people. We know the places are. Climate change is going to have more bad air days. I showed you the numbers with the asthma. It's going to exacerbate and send more kids to the emergency room. Climate change and heat stress. Studies showing that there's a relationship between segregated areas and urban heat islands. We know which areas got trees and parks and vegetation. Heat islands, African Americans are more likely to live in areas that's heat islands, more so. Here's a study showing, this is a study in 2020 study. And I was in Jackson yesterday, and the author of that study was there, and he said, oh, thank you for the shout out. I didn't know he was going to be there, but it's a great study showing that what happened in the 50s in redlining is showing up now in terms of which areas is hotter. You know the saying, it's hotter in the ghetto? That's true. It shows that if you redline an area and you don't put the infrastructure and amenities and whatever, those areas are hotter, in some cases nearly 13 degrees. If I raise the temperature in this room 13 degrees, you will feel it. And that's 24/7 for some people, protecting the most vulnerable population. And so we know that the most vulnerable places oftentimes have the most vulnerable people, and it's not natural. And so when disasters hit, it further marginalized those populations. This is a Katrina book that we wrote. This is a study we did for the Russell Sage Foundation. It's very seldom you get a call from a foundation say, we want you to do a study and we got some money for you. Usually you have to write a proposal. They didn't write a damn proposal for this. We remember those photographs, and I know a lot of you do. Harvey was not unique in that if you look at the map out the flooding in Houston, it maps the same as the flooding in New Orleans in terms of which communities were disproportionately impacted. Harvey hit a lot of areas, and most of the flood money has been tracked off to the west side, affluent white communities, and they were so arrogant and so confident that they would not flood, but they never counted on 51 inches of flood over a few days of biblical proportions. This is not Houston. This is not New Orleans. This is Houston after Harvey. Looks like the pictures in. Here's a map. Climate change will hit poor people and people of color in the South the hardest. If we do nothing on climate, we will lose 6% GDP. 6% nationwide. If we do nothing, the South will lose 20%. Now, the poorest place in the country is going to lose 20% of its GDP. So poor people are going to get hit the hardest. You saw that map where people of color geographically concentrated. And so it's going to hit poor people of color and poor people hard. Here's that map. The red salmon area represent those areas that's going to get hit the hardest. You see that map? Disasters widen wealth in the U.S. When these disasters hit, you follow the money. We could map the money. Here's a study that mapped the money. So that when you have these $10 billion weather events, severe weather events, and when they send the disaster money in, who recovers? Who gets the money? As my grandma would say, where the money at? They find the money. White communities, on average, gain $126,000. Let me translate that. They're better off by $126 after the money comes in to build and rebuild. Now, I can tell you why, and we have a plan for that. Communities of color, on average, lose $29,000. First of all, communities of color are poor already, and they're going to lose 29% of their wealth, etc. So they don't recover. They fall further and further behind. Disaster buyouts benefit whites. When they start buying out and looking at who's going to look around, let's look. Buyouts are disproportionately benefit affluent and whites. Managed retreat. This is where the government decides, generally at the county level, as to which areas are going to be bought out, and because we're managing that retreat, because we're not going to allow any more rebuilding in those areas. Managed retreat generally follow that same pattern of affluence. White communities generally get bought out, or whites get bought out first, and then if anything's left, we have to get in line. So here's the formula. Let me back up because I have a formula for that. Managed retreat and buyouts is money following money, money following power, and money following whites. Now, when I said that 25 years ago, they said, you don't, that can't be true. That's not true. Now, these studies, not my studies. So you can believe these other people because there's somebody from Rice University. You can believe them because they're white people. They're white sociologists saying this, so believe them. And they come back and you look in the bibliography, they got us, 20 years old study, 25-year-old study saying, so, last slide. Sustainable communities in the era of climate change. When we talk about building resilience and building sustainability and building healthy and livable communities, we have to build in equity, justice, and fairness. We have to talk about just sustainability. It can't be just sustainability. Do you get it? Okay. This is a book that Julian Agerman and myself and Bob Evans wrote after the World Summit on Sustainable Development that was in Johannesburg in 2002. The book came out in 2003. But we have to address equitable development, families below poverty, the widening health, income, and wealth gap, because climate change will exacerbate all of that. If you're poor now, climate change is going to make you poor. And if the government continues to put the money doing that same dominant paradigm, you're going to be poor after the money comes down. Addressing equity is a prerequisite to achieving climate resilience communities. Last point, because I got 21 seconds. No, 21.2 seconds. The way that we are addressing the equity issue in Houston is the fact that after Harvey hit and the flood, and after this is 2017, and we got together. We went meeting groups. Sorry. Yeah, we got together and said groups on the ground that never worked together. This group doesn't work. That group is still, and we said we need to come together. Groups that work on prairie issues, housing, transportation, energy, waste, zero waste, environmental justice, climate justice, need to get together. And so we came together and came up with our organization, a network called Coalition for Environment, Equity, and Resilience, CEER. Now, some of us who come out of environmental justice, when we say we don't want to use equity, we want to use justice. They say, and we have some good white people, good friends, but they say, oh, justice. So we compromise. CEER. It's good, CER, because we couldn't figure out what to call it if we were talking about CEJR. So anyway, the first thing we came out, we said we want to influence policy. There was a 2000 midterm election, and elections do make a difference. There was a blue wave in Houston and Harris County that swept out one party, and our party came in. The Dems won, across the board, boom, pushed them out, and we got the people in positions in the county to talk about equity, equity lens when it comes to post-Harvey recovery dollars, rebuilding, flood mitigation, all those things. And they used our equity lens. They adopted it because we have people in positions now who understand the justice and equity issues and talking about a just recovery. Not just a recovery, but a just recovery. That doesn't follow money follows money, money follows power, money follows whites. We want money to follow need and to ensure that we are not leaving communities behind, whether it's behind the new floodgates or flood walls or new flood mitigation projects, etc. We want to make sure here, I guess it would be outside of the levee. But we're talking theoretically or invisible levees. That's what we're talking about, money, and we're tracking that money, and we're holding those individuals accountable. We're talking about integrating the environmental and climate justice framework into the political framework to talk about power or change. Now, we're getting there. We're not perfect. We're getting there. But it took a biblical flood to get us there. And what we're saying is it shouldn't take a flood to get us into common sense reality. But sometimes it does take disaster to wake us up. I am optimistic that we will get to the areas that we need to get to in terms of justice for all. I'm confident and I'm optimistic because we have lots of young people working on this stuff with us. Intergenerational. That gives me hope. Been doing this a long time. And the last point, which is using my bumper sticker or when they stick a microphone in front of my face in the press, I said, this is not a sprint. This is a marathon. I said, no, it's not a marathon. It's a race that doesn't exist. This is a marathon relay. You know there's no such thing. You run your 26 miles and then you pass the baton to the next generation to run that 26. So next generation, run that 26. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bullard. Okay, luckily we have time to answer about 1 or 2 questions. So as we get, do you want to get mic'd up on the stage or do you want to just
No, stay right here.
Okay. So if you have a question right now, as we get ready to do this, please just push it down to the aisle and we'll just get this going.
Oh, should I sit up?
No, it's okay. Let's just do it.
Entergy is slated to build a power plant in New Orleans East in a predominantly black, quote unquote, predominantly black area. They were caught red-handed paying actors to pretend that they lived there and wanted the plant. Despite being caught, they're given a slap on the wrist but approved to build the plant. What can we do to better fight such power, money, and subterfuge?
Well, I know people who are directly involved in that, Dr. Beverly Wright and Monique Harding. We have to keep fighting, and we can't never give up, and we have to hold those individuals on the city council who voted for and they could have stopped. We have to make sure that we use our political clout and voting and continue to fight. I don't know if that's the legal part has been finally resolved, but I do think that that you have to keep fighting, and otherwise they keep coming.
Dr. Bullard, what do you think of efforts to use vulnerability as a framework for EJ, either in tandem with or avoiding the term racism to create interracial coalitions?
Well, I'm one for calling it what it is. 30 years ago, people felt that we should not be calling racism and wanted to call it something else and wanted to use inner city and disadvantage as a proxy for race. I'm the grandson of my grandmother, and she told me if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck, not a chicken. So I am not in the business of playing chicken. So if it's racism, call it racism. But all injustice is not racism. We had to convince people in West Virginia who were dealing with mountaintop removal years ago that environmental justice was not just about racism. And when we talked to them and they were talking, I said, is the water poison? Is the air poison? Are the people sick? They said, yes. I said, well, did you got an environmental justice issue? And they said, well, but we're not black. And I laughed. I said, no, you're not. But you're sick.
You showed a lot of maps that showed areas of vulnerability. So can you talk a little bit about using racism where it's racism, but also the role of these vulnerability maps?
Yes. I have another. I don't know. Did I do the uninsured map? Oh, see, there's an uninsured map that correlates neatly with the poverty map, and then there's a map that shows the states that didn't expand Medicaid. It's the same map overlay. And so when we talk about the issue of vulnerability, that means that if people are sick, they're poor, uninsured, they should be fighting like hell to get Obamacare. But there are people in Tennessee who don't. We don't want no Obamacare. They got Connect Care. They don't know that's Obamacare. So educating people about what vulnerability means, and that just because you may be thinking that environmental justice is just about poor black people. We had to convince middle-income African Americans in DeKalb County, Georgia, second most affluent county in the United States, only behind Prince George's County in Maryland. We had to convince them that environmental justice in Atlanta also included them. They just thought it was just poor black folks in South Fulton County. We said, no, look at what the fact is. You're very rich folks, but you ain't got no grocery store. You got this $500,000 home but no grocery store. And I said, look over there. There's a landfill over there. Look over. I had to point out to them that when these things go in your community, it's lowering your property value. No, you don't live in the projects, but if something is polluting, you're breathing the same kind of air as if somebody who lives in the project breathes. So how you explain, how you define, and how you relay those areas of vulnerability. And we showed them that in terms of the asthma map, that affluent area also had high asthma for children. This is a black middle-class community with high asthma. So, yeah. No, I was just trying. When I get wind up about this, because there's some people who just still don't believe those maps. They don't, and you overlay it, and they start crashing their head. And well, something else is causing it. Something else is causing it, and well.
Last question, and we'll thank you again. How can we assure that a green transition does not become a prelude for yet another sinister form of colonization or exploitation, perhaps here and in developing countries?
We have to insist that when we talk about a green transition, that the justice is at the core, not after the fact. When we talk about the issues of energy, when we talk about it, and there's a name for it, it's called a just transition. And when we talk about the issue of how we're going to deal with the issues of mitigation, the issues of adaptation, if we talk about transportation, when we talk about transitioning to a just transportation system, it means that we got to make sure that we fund not just zero-emitting cars, but we have to talk about public transportation that's affordable, efficient, and will get us to where we need to go. How we build out our grid so that it's smart, and we build our cities that's smart growth. I wrote a book called Growing Smarter. When the smart growth movement, they were talking about, oh, smart growth, there was not a drop of equity in it. And I said, I need to write a book about this and call it Growing Smarter, not just smart growth, achieving livable communities, environmental justice, and regional equity. Putting the equity into all of this stuff, not after the fact, but at the core. And having our organizations, our leaders in those rooms when we talk about these plans. You know, a lot of our organizations can't get to Washington, D.C. So, because we have to fund those organizations that are on the ground in those communities so that they have the capacity to get to where they need to get to. That's why we formed the Historically Black Colleges and Universities Climate Change Initiative and our Gulf Coast HBCU Equity Initiative. We have a consortium. We started with 5 historically black colleges and universities in 5 Gulf Coast states. We got 35 black colleges and universities working on these issues now, training new generation of leaders, working on issues across the board. These young, emerging leaders that will be able to take charge. We took in 2015, we took 50 African-American students from 15 black colleges and universities to Paris so that they could interact with young people from around the world to see what's happening in terms of global policies on climate. We have to empower our organizations, our partnerships, our community university partnership with our HBCUs and our community partners. When we write grants, we write the grants together so that the organizations that we partner with also receive a portion of the grant that can help build their capacity out. When we do research, it's community-based participatory research. When we write articles, it's with communities, leaders as co-authors. So changing the whole and flipping it so that when we leave and the grant is over, we have relationships that we have built. We have built, projects that we working with communities for the last 20 years. That's how we build trust, and we're not parachuting into any community. I'm an ex-Marine, and I used to jump out of planes. I don't do that anymore. I usually take Delta or United and land and take Uber. But again, the idea is working with communities and not dropping in on them, and trying to say, well, we got a grant we want to write, and we want to write you in, and the next thing you know, they're in the grant and they don't get a dime, they volunteer. Organizations need resources to work with university partners on issues like this. And so we're developing that relationship. We're developing an intergenerational leadership capacity. We let young people have that space, students. Every social movement that has been successful in the United States, whether it's peace and justice, women's rights, civil rights, environmental, climate, it's had a strong youth and student component. So when we deal with climate, it's just the same. So when we get these young people out there marching, demonstrating, some of these kids are not even old enough to vote. Like in '82, they couldn't vote. You got a middle school kid out there holding a sign, marching, demonstrating, can't vote. But it does instill in them that it's their future that we're fighting for, and they have a stake to play in that. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Dr. Bullard. It was wonderful having you here today. So as we transition to the next panel, I think it actually works out because I think everyone in here kind of wants to know a little bit more about what they can do in this fight for climate justice. So as we bring up the last panel, we'll finish out the day and then go to our wine and cheese reception. Thank you. Like one right after the other. Okay. And then they'll just go up. Okay.
Serious business.
Should we get going? Hey folks, we're going to get going again. Hey everybody, my name is Mary Ann Cofone. I'm the director here of the Center for Environmental Law, and it is my great pleasure to introduce the next three panelists. First is Colette P. Shambattle, the founder and executive director of the Gulf Coast Center for Law and Policy. Colette develops programming focused on equitable disaster recovery, global migration, community economic development, climate justice, and energy democracy. Colette works with local communities, national funders, and elected officials in the post-Katrina, post-BP disaster recovery, and was a lead coordinator for Gulf South Rising 2015, a regional initiative around climate justice and just transition in the South. Colette was named an Obama Fellow for work with Black and Native communities on the front line of climate change, awarded an honorary doctorate from Kenyon College, named a White House Champion of Change for Climate Equity, and awarded an Echoing Green Climate Fellowship. Alan Kanner is our next speaker. Alan graduated from Harvard Law School in 1979 and then clerked for the late Judge Robert S. Vance of the U.S. Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. He founded the firm Kanner and Whiteley in 1981 and has since acquired a national reputation in the fields of complex litigation, environmental law, and consumer fraud. Many of his cases have become leading precedents or led to legislative and regulatory changes to better protect the public on the environment. He represents the state of New Jersey and represented Louisiana in the Deepwater Horizon litigation. He's an author, lecturer, and his environmental justice litigation has been recognized by the U.S. Civil Rights Commission. Our final panelist is Dr. Cecilia Martinez, the executive director and co-founder at the Center for Earth, Energy, and Democracy. Dr. Martinez previously held positions as associate research professor in the College of Earth, Ocean, and Environment at the University of Delaware, was associate professor at the Metropolitan State University and research director at the American Indian Policy Center. She's led a variety of projects to address sustainable development at the local and international levels. Colette, if you'd like to come up. Thank you.
All right. Bonjour, y'all. Y'all awake? I hear there's wine after this, so I give up drinking for Lent, so I'm just gonna talk for an hour. No, just kidding. Just kidding. It's an honor to be here. I get asked to speak a lot in a lot of different places lately, and it always feels good when I get asked to speak in my home of Louisiana. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Great to see the students. No one will admit this, but this is your leadership we're investing in right now with these conversations. So I offer this with love. Going after Dr. Bullard, not an easy thing to do. And Dr. Bullard, I just want to say thank you for your leadership and your work. So many of us are following behind a path that you've blazed, and we really appreciate you. Let's see. Maybe use this. Great. So here's a conference on climate justice, which is just fascinating to me because I swear 5 years ago, people didn't even know this word. Climate change for sure, climate justice not so much. But the short version that we've heard at least a few times today is that this is really a vision. This is really about recognizing that those who are least responsible for what is happening right now are going to experience its greatest challenges. This is an ethical issue, so says the theme of the conference today, and we are really talking about justice being at the center of the solutions that we push forward. And so I loved that with this invitation came 3 questions, because I love when people ask me direct questions. I've had an opinion since like 1975. I just decided to start answering the questions directly. Why not? It's a room of lawyers or to-be lawyers, so let's just keep it clean and crisp. So what are the solutions? No problem. Got you. First thing we need to do is we need a national legally binding declaration on the climate crisis, the role of the U.S., the predicted impacts as the basis of national disaster preparedness overhaul that we need for all of our laws and all of our systems. No problem. Let's just get that declaration. If you could talk to the homeboy in the White House, that's where we need to start. And these are the kinds of things that we have to do. We actually have to acknowledge what is happening in the world and our role in it. Second, easier than the first, we have to establish and advance an enforceable human rights standard across all aspects of the U.S. legal system. It was really interesting to hear one of the presentations earlier about what you do not actually have a right to. I believe our friend from Vermont Law was telling us that when you don't have a constitutional right to clean air, clean water, clean land, this is a problem. Guess what? You do in human rights law, in international human rights law. There are certain things that aren't even articulated that you have a right to in people-centered human rights law. We are behind the ball, as is law. Law will always be behind the game. Law will always be reactionary. We've got to get to an understanding that even the things that we haven't articulated yet, you may have a human right to, you have a human right to. We'll talk about that a little bit more. Next step, even easier, dismantle the structural racism scheme throughout the U.S. social, economic, and political systems. Check. Just write this down. It's like something we need to do, and this is a goal. So you asked me what we need to do, this is what we need to do. We need to shift the mass consumption, mass production imperative of global capitalism. Okay, everybody all right? Good. I never know at these institutes of higher education where folks are on capitalism, but let me be clear. It's a problem, and it is racialized. And it is a racialized capitalist structure that we're in, and if you don't, that's not even like Colette's wine-induced opinion. That's like straight, this is what it is, this is what we're dealing with. And we're gonna have to shift this because it is this capitalism, it is this sort of unprecedented, it's all, you can always grow it, you can always get it, you can always take it and make it. It is this that's actually driving the extraction. It's driving the emissions. And we need immediate payment for race and climate reparations. That should be pretty easy. I hear some folks have got some numbers. So yes, just pay those numbers. We owe a lot more. We should just take those numbers. But when folks are talking about loss and damage, we're really talking about climate reparations. We're talking about what we're doing to the globe. And by the way, there's a whole movement around race reparations in the United States. And finally, easily enough, I say do this one over crawfish and beer, build a society rooted in ecological equity and climate justice. Thank you very much. No, just kidding. That's not, that is my presentation. So let's just go a little deeper into it. An overview of the climate crisis. This chick I don't know if I like her or not, I'm not sure. Everyone's talking about Greta, which is great. It's a little insulting though. Given what we just heard from Dr. Bullard and given the communities of color around the globe who have been screaming for generations and decades, to have the little white European girl be the galvanizing point is a little offensive. I mean, let me go with it though, because some folks seem to be waking up. But let me offer that perhaps if we start looking even at our own side a little differently, we might approach this differently. The problem is already how we're talking about this problem. And the problem is already who we're putting out in front of this problem. And another sister said earlier from the Bahamas, she struggled with having a slide of a black woman in peril, but the black people in peril don't seem to really catalyze folks. It's when the white girl from Europe cries or gets on a microphone that the world seems to be galvanized. This is a problem. Take that in. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm telling you the truth. This is offensive. We also have to, so as I mentioned, we've got to advance the human right to return, the human right to remain, the human right to recover. This has been touched on many times, but these are not necessarily articulated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. These are rights that you have intuitively to your humanity that we're now discovering in climate disaster. These are words, by the way, Monique Hardin was mentioned earlier. Monique Hardin she was a leader in actually asserting our human right to recover, to return. Who ever had to declare that before? Katrina was a place where it had to be declared and it had to be uncovered. And it was really broken down on racial lines as we heard from Dr. Bullard. Unfortunately, let me just give it to you, race is not real. Sorry if you didn't know, it's not real. It shifts and changes over time. The categories are generally determined by the mainstream group. That means I don't get to tell you I'm a white girl today, even if I feel like Becky. You get to tell me what I am if you're in the mainstream. The mainstream gets to declare this thing that keeps moving around, and this thing that keeps moving around, while it is not real, it is not rooted in biology, we can't even put a pin on it, it has real consequences. And I think Dr. Bullard's keynote has pretty much laid out all the consequences, so I'll just keep moving. But let me offer one definition. For those of you who are new to the structural racism game, there is a system of public policies, the laws that you're learning, the institutional practices of places like this beautiful institution, cultural representations, and other social norms that act in reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group inequity. You have to understand that we're dealing with a system here. We're not dealing with do you like Colette? That's not the problem. I mean, I saw two dudes with guns walking into the Catholic University today. I mean, there's like an individual thing here, but that's not what we're talking about. I can convince you that I'm cool, and I am. You should have a drink with me, and I'm really great. But also, there's a system in place meant to show those outcomes that Dr. Bullard just went over. They generate differences in well-being. The subtle racialized patterns in these policies really are throughout our system. They maintain the racial hierarchy, and it is the contemporary manifestation of racism. This is not Colette's definition. This is the Aspen Institute. This is right down the middle of the road. This isn't even the people who can tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. These are people who have to give it to you as softly as you can take it. This is the manifestation of racism, the structures that we are in, and I even say the structures that many of us have an oath to uphold, which we should talk about. Definitely need wine for that. There are race consequences in land. We've talked about it. As Dr. Bullard said, this land was not discovered. It was stolen. We are benefiting right now by sitting here in a beautiful, comfortable building from stolen property. I think that makes us culprits, but we can talk about it. And these folks, the indigenous tribes, nations of this land, are being relegated not just to particular places and areas where they don't have liberty, but their future is being predicted by the lines that are being drawn around them. This is just a representation of American Indian reservations in the United States from that larger map. Redlining is real. We talked about that. Where are folks located in these flood zones? This is not just a conversation about Houston, New Orleans, and these sort of inner cities. This is a practice that goes throughout our nation. Where do people get money to build their house? Where can people get mortgages? Where does lending go? It does not go to people who look like me. And so how can they get ready for what we know is coming? And this isn't something that happened yesterday. This is something that has happened over generations. So what we repair is going to take a little bit of time. Dr. Bullard showed the maps about poverty. I'll just reiterate that point. And let's just talk about this overlay, right? Where the Black concentration is in this country and where are the list of the states with the largest levels of poverty. It's the South. So I say to all of you not from the South, it's time to check out the South. The South is where this is going to have to start. It's where it's going to have to roll, and it's what's going to change this nation. It always has been. Check out the racial wealth divide. I mean, we don't have time to go into the details of this, but there are 3 lines. The line at the top, white folks. The line in the middle, Latinos. The line at the bottom, Black. This is a prediction into 2043. You need to understand that when we talk about climate resiliency, we are not talking about people who just didn't get out the way. We're not talking about people who just chose not to leave the city. We're talking about people, the difference between people who have the option of going to their second home or going to their children's house that they bought for them. This is the difference about who is going to survive this thing. And we've got to be real about the consequences that are coming and what made them in the first place. This is not bootstraps. I don't want to hear that anymore. Just in case you don't know me, just take that in. That's your friend Colette told you, don't say the bootstraps thing anymore. Don't say the class versus race thing anymore. It's not true. Race is the indicator here. Race is what we're going to have to confront. Race is what we're going to have to deal with. It's scary. It's going to make everybody uncomfortable. I say whiskey is the answer. Let's go. Let's deal with race. Another race consequence is environmental racism, as we've heard from the father of environmental racism. This is really about the disproportionate impact of Black folks around these hazards, Black and brown people, poor people around these hazards. And what we have to understand is that if we don't deal, I keep hearing the climate justice and the environmental justice conversation. It's both. They're not necessarily the same thing, but they are intertwined and intersecting. We have to deal with both of them at the same time, and we cannot choose the people who are calling for carbon emissions over the people who are calling for clean air. We got to hit them at one time. We got to reduce the carbon emissions and clean the air at the same time. To not do that is to choose white life over Black life. And we cannot keep doing that. It has gotten us to the wrong place. We've got to reduce the emissions. Oh, check it out. Who's putting it? Who's responsible? We are. Sometimes when I show this slide, I ask people and they say, China. That's true. China's responsible too. This is the global energy consumption. The dark colors are a lot. The light colors are a little bit. I want to call your attention to the light colors. Anybody want to throw out a place that has a lot of light colors? Yeah. Thank you for Africa. I thought someone was going to say Greenland. But yes, Africa. Thank you. I'm going to go because I got 1 minute left and I want to make a couple points here. But the other point that I made is we have to pay reparations to folks. We have to pay climate reparations, and we actually have to start dealing with the root causes of this problem. Guess what, y'all? The root cause is not CO2 emissions. Oh my God. It is not greenhouse gas emissions. It is not CO2 emissions. It's extractive economies, mass production, mass consumption, white supremacy, racism, patriarchy, and general oppression. If we think we're going to get out of this by just reducing some numbers on a barometer somewhere, we have the wrong idea and understanding of what we're up against. This climate crisis is a moral crisis. The question is not how are you going to change your strategic tactics or whatever. The question is how are we going to completely overhaul how we engage in creating justice, not in just this country, but on the globe. And guess what? It will absolutely not start in the classroom. It absolutely will not start in the classroom. At some point, we're going to have to start trusting the people we have devalued the most and almost pushed into eradication because, believe it or not, they're the only ones still here who know how to survive. Is litigation the answer? I'm sorry, I love you, no. I am a lawyer, so I'm going to say it to the lawyers. Litigation is not the answer. My friend Adrian, she already knew what I was going to say the answer to that question was. It's not the answer to the question, y'all. Guess what? The lawyers are the worst. We got the biggest egos. We don't know how to listen. All we want to know is what we want to know. And guess what? It's not helpful. We're not helping the movement. We're oppressing people in the movement. So lawyers, guess what? Time for you to check your egos. Want to be lawyers? You are being groomed to have an ego. Don't believe it. We cannot afford for you to believe it. And if you're going to get in this movement, be in service of the people who are on the front lines leading this movement, who have to put their bodies on the line every day. Litigation is not the answer, but somebody better go after these people who did this. Somebody better go after whoever did this. And somebody better go defend the folks who are subjected to this. There's a role for you, lawyers. There's a role for you, Justice League, but it is not out front. It's wingmen to the people who are leading. And so take that role and take that role with pride. But the answer to the question of is litigation the answer is no, it is not. It is a helpful tactic to a broader movement. And you've got to check your ego and check your capacity and get behind the people who have been screaming for generations that this is unfair, it's killing us, because now it's unfair and killing you too. You have to make a choice. You have to either support it or confront it. And if you stand in the middle and want to contemplate it a little bit more, the IPCC says you don't have time, and Bishop Desmond Tutu says if you're neutral, you're on the side of the oppressor. I'm just telling you what Bishop Tutu said. I'm not judging you. That's what Bishop Tutu said. So how can we build resistance? Bottom-up grassroots organizing. I never heard of it when I was in law school. I went the corporate route. I get it, but this is the real deal. Bottom-up grassroots organizing, collective governance is what folks are being taught, because whether you know it or not, this political system is about to break all the way down. Mutual aid is what we have to be building. That's around processes and places. Community solutions is what we have to be uplifting, including around preparedness and recovery. There are things happening. In 2015, there was a 5-state initiative called Gulf South Rising. GCCOP was helping to lead that, but it wasn't just us. And the only purpose of that movement was to say to every single justice fighter out there, whatever you're fighting on, climate is going to intersect. That was the only purpose of that movement. It was to go get everybody and say, hey, y'all, we got to be in this together. There's Gulf South for a Green New Deal, which I don't have any time to tell you about, but I do want to ask you to please go check it out. This is what's moving right now, a multi-state, multi-year initiative to actually get us to policies, practices, and campaigns that shift this thing. And we're not waiting on the people in New York and California who keep forgetting about the South. We're moving with Southerners, and we're moving in a uniquely Southern way to make sure that whatever happens to this nation, they'll have us to thank for it, because it's starting here, it's starting now, and you're all invited to join us. I'll tell you more about it over whiskey one day. There's a Southern Movement Assembly moving 13 Southern states, over 190 organizations moving around their own solutions, making mutual aid centers across the South, because what we learned in Katrina and Harvey and Maria is that the government will leave us to die. That's what we learned. You want some statistics? Take that one to the bank. We're going to do it ourselves. And whenever you're ready to ask us what to do, we'll have some examples, some proof of concepts for you whenever you're ready to receive that. There's a Southern blueprint. These are folks on the ground, and these are folks that are moving. Last, I want to say I'm on the leadership team of the Movement for Black Lives, and that policy table is now moving on climate to develop its own vision around what it means for Black lives and climate change. You have to know that if you're sitting here waiting to read reports and statistics, the ground is moving. You are invited to join these movements that are being led by people on the front line, or we can sit and contemplate the answers in a room somewhere, very safe and very comfortable. It's time to get uncomfortable. Come into some of these spaces. I'm a white person. How do I go in the black space? Be uncomfortable. We're uncomfortable in white spaces all the time. Come try it out. It's okay. You'll make it through. I'll take you to a whiskey afterwards. We don't understand the Green New Deal. We don't agree with it. Get over it. The front lines want to move on the Green New Deal. Move with them. We need you. We need everybody in this. We can't afford to have these political lines, these idealistic lines. We can't afford to do that now. The only thing we can afford to do is listen to the communities that have survived for generations and follow their lead. And that's the answer to the question of how do we get through this situation. We've got a preamble. Our earth is as important as ourselves. Our land holds the cultural traditions and the blood stories of America's greatest struggles and triumphs. Our spiritual practices and our own experiences with oppression are valuable tools to help us identify and abolish oppression in all its forms. Our roles are as of advocates for justice and stewards of life-sustaining practices. Our investment is in developing regional solutions and supporting local power and leadership. Our allies are all those who strive for justice with dignity and integrity. Won't you join us as we win this climate challenge, as we build climate solutions from the ground up? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Colette. That was an amazing and moving panel. It was great. Next up is Mr. Canner, if you would like to come up.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. I'm Alan Canner. My office is here in New Orleans. We tend to practice law all over the country. My topic today was going to be bootstraps, but maybe not. Maybe I ought to stay away from that. I disagree with the prior speaker on one issue, which is I do think litigation can do a lot of good. I had the privilege in the 1980s to represent a community called Revealtown here in Louisiana. Yeah, you know. And by the way, it's an honor to be in the same room as you. I represented a community called Revealtown. It was a community that was founded by slaves who got kicked off of plantations, and they had a little piece of land and a church on that land, and then they were surrounded by plants. We found vinyl chloride in the blood of the children in that community. Do you know how impossible that is? I mean, vinyl chloride dissipates right away. You have to be literally swimming in it to have that kind of effect. And I feel like litigation helped those people a lot. There was nobody organizing on their behalf, nobody in the Baton Rouge community trying to help them. I believe justice really is fairness in the way people are dealt with. And I believe that lawyers can accomplish a lot in the climate change space to make people's lives better. We can't solve all the problems. I mean, you do need systemic change in this country, but you also need people fighting in courts every day. And I represent the state of Louisiana in the BP oil spill. We got $10.5 billion, which the legislature surprisingly put in a lockbox for coastal restoration. And I'm very proud of that work. What you find, I said fairness is the way people are dealt with. And as you look at the space in climate justice, you see problems, you see people struggling. That tells you right away that justice doesn't exist for these people. And you have to be both creative and tenacious, patient, learn to listen to your clients, to make change. Right now, I think we can do some good with litigation. My current focus, but first let me just thank you all for having me, and a little disclaimer, what I say is what I think, not what my clients think. So state of New Jersey, whatever, they're off the hook. I want to talk about two things. One, I want to talk about something I'm doing to eliminate or mitigate impacts of climate change. And the second thing is I want to talk about what's emerging. I practice in a lot of fields, but one of them is natural resource damages. Okay, and one of the concepts we're using there on the public trust doctrine is becoming very important, and ultimately I think will drive bigger litigation in the long term. Let's talk about problems, solutions. One problem, climate change we know will hurt the powerless, especially those on or near the coast. You have sea level rise, you have storm surge, you have intense precipitation events, and you have saltwater intrusion. We've seen that in Louisiana, we see it around the country. A lot of these areas are also industrial areas because of historic shipping activities or whatnot. There is an environmental justice community, a place called Everett, Massachusetts, sitting right next to an Exxon storage facility, which is the least sustainable piece of property, the least hardened piece of property I've ever seen. So you know what that means. Big storm. We saw it with Murphy Oil here in Louisiana. Big storm comes. They saw it in Houston. Knocks over the tanks. Who gets screwed? The people next door, all right? This is their life. And I think that a lawsuit, what we have done is we brought a lawsuit against Exxon, and there's another community in a place called Providence, Rhode Island, where we're suing Shell. I'm working with the Conservation Law Foundation. They're a New England public interest group. And what we're trying to do there is use those Clean Water Act permits as a hammer on these companies. And it's very exciting because nobody's really thought about this. But if you've ever seen a Clean Water Act permit, there's like some effluent limits on one piece of paper, but there are also like, I guess they call it, there's like tons of pages, call it the multi-sector general permit, right? Nobody bothers to litigate under the multi-sector general permit. What does it tell us? It tells us that they have a responsibility to manage risk. They have a responsibility to use best engineering practices. Now take a company like Exxon. When they have a facility in the North Sea or off in Newfoundland, they've hardened that facility because they want to keep producing oil and money, right? But what about this community in Everett? Nothing. So we took them to court, and we got some good results. The judge said, yes, the permits require risk management and use of the best engineering practices. The American Society of Civil Engineers, even the Army Corps of Engineers, love-hate there, all agree that you have to factor in climate change. Department of Defense says in building new facilities, you have to factor in climate change, okay? So why isn't it being factored in Everett, Massachusetts, or Providence, Rhode Island? We're hoping that if we win these cases, other people will look at the precedent and go out and bring these cases in communities all over the country. So you can create not just help for your clients, but you can lay out a roadmap where people didn't really see law before. I want to switch now, because I've limited time, to the public trust. I disagree with what Barry said earlier. You do have a right to clean air in this country. We have sued successfully. We had a case recently in Nevada where low-level radioactive waste, uranium, was dissipating around the area. And we said, well, Judge, we think that's a battery. You know, every time these people get assaulted by this dust, it's a battery. He says, yeah, it's a battery. And so that's a right to clean air. We've had decisions in New Jersey saying you have a right to a healthful environment, a clean environment, and that's why the state has the right to sue. That is a part of what we call the public trust doctrine. I just want to explain that briefly. Public trust doctrine goes back to the time of Justinian. He was some Roman guy, you know, I don't know. I'm not saying he was good, bad. He probably had slaves and killed them and all kinds of stuff. But he did bother to have somebody write down on a piece of paper that there are certain aspects of Mother Earth that necessarily belong to everybody. The seashore, the air, waterways. And then the English came along and they took it a step further. In a way, it was a way of eliminating or limiting the power of the monarch in England to say, look, there's a certain amount of land, we want to graze our sheep there. That's a commons, and that belongs to all of us, and people can't take it away. And so the public trust doctrine sort of evolved. And it was always believed that the monarch controlled the public trust corpus on behalf of the interest of the citizenry only. When the revolution came, and the U.S. Supreme Court in a case called Martin versus Waddell in 1842 was very clear about this. The public trust passed to the states. It didn't go through the federal government. Federal government didn't exist. That's important because I believe that, you know, especially now, given the problems we have with our federal government, state law is still an important vehicle. Most of the environmental laws in this country specifically preserve state law. And what I'm suggesting is state common law of public trust becomes an important tool in, you know, making people's lives better. The courts have said, the U.S. Supreme Court has said on at least 18 occasions that the public trust is a dynamic concept that has to evolve. That's good. The other thing they say is that government is a fiduciary with a high level of duty, of responsibility to preserve and expand that trust on behalf of people. That's very important. And if you think about it, we are all equal relative to those public assets, whatever the public trust is. I view the doctrine is partially about vindicating things like freedom and equality, freedom for drinkable water, freedom for breathable air, for everybody on a like basis. I think the public trust doctrine will grow in importance. I will say that there are a lot of problems, though, in the jurisprudence, just for the law students here. I mean, public trust is often confused with parens patriae. Parens patriae is the quasi-sovereign interest of government to sue on behalf of its citizenry. And also there are cases where the state sues just because it owns property, a proprietary capacity. The public trust is a standalone cause of action for tortious interference with tortious interference with a protected public interest. And all you have to prove is a protected public interest, air, water, a wetland, whatever. An unreasonable interference. And this is where the confusion comes in. An unreasonable interference and then a nexus between the unreasonable interference and the damage to the protected interest. A lot of courts will look at public nuisance, will talk the language of public nuisance, and would say it's a public nuisance, but they'll say, oh, public trust, yeah, there was an oil spill, yeah, you should be allowed to recover. Sometimes they talk about public nuisance, and you think, oh, well, maybe it's a parens patriae case where they're suing for public nuisance. So the jurisprudence is a little confused, and we've been working on it, and we're starting to get good decisions advancing the law. I think that there's a lot of growth and opportunity there to do some good, not necessarily to solve all the big problems, which I believe our children and grandchildren will be struggling with as well, but it certainly can help people in their lives on a day-to-day basis deal with some of the horrors that the current climate change is causing. Thank you.
Obviously, all of our speakers were well worth it, so let's give her our attention, and we'll see you at the reception.
All right. Far be it for me to stand between you and wine. So I will try and be, thank you, Bob. I'll try and be sort of quick. So, but I think I was asked to be here. First of all, I think Bob and I are the only non-lawyers today to present. Is that right? Because Colette, you're a lawyer, right? Yeah, so I feel very privileged to be one of the two non-lawyers here. You know, a lot of what I'm going to talk about has already actually been covered in many different ways. I'm going to focus a little bit on the action steps, but I want to preface it by talking about climate change specifically. And you heard a fantastic historical overview from Dr. Bullard, a similar from Colette, and I'm going to just translate what they presented a bit in terms of climate change specifically. So, you know, because I work in the climate and energy field, and for those of you that are going to enter into that field, let me just state categorically that in the energy field, energy and environmental justice, energy and justice, energy and equity is probably where Brown versus Board of Education was in the 1950s. The fact that there is anything related to equity or environmental justice or any kind of criteria that we would use for energy sector planning to promote more equitable outcomes in the energy sector are woefully immature. And so here we are in this position where we are in a time where climate change is obviously not only a planetary problem, but it is one in which certain communities are bearing the brunt. We have that situation, and then we have the situation where movement in terms of legislation and public policy is trying to move forward very quickly in order to address in order to address climate change, but does not have the tools to address that equitably. If we look at the carbon in the atmosphere, the reason it becomes problematic over many years and over decades is the life of a carbon molecule in the atmosphere ranges anywhere from 50 to 200 years. So that means, just think about it, there is still carbon in the atmosphere that was from 1800s. And that accumulation of carbon is why we have this dire situation that every time we emit more greenhouse gases, more carbon into the atmosphere, we're not just damaging the world as we see it today, but that is accumulating into the atmosphere for generations. The industrialized world has been responsible for 80% of the historic emissions that of the historic emissions. So obviously, as people have already said, that we have created the problem in the industrialized world. If I were to ask you how many tons on average in the United States, how many tons of carbon dioxide are emitted per capita? Throw me a number. Can you know? Does anybody know what that might be? Average tons per year. Good guesses. What has been about 2021, it's now at about 17. Right? And you compare that, obviously, when we talk about the global south, there are countries that have 2, right? 2 tons per capita annually. And so that is what we're talking about in terms of inequality between the global south and the global north. We did some analysis in about 10 years ago. We said, all right, if we took the carbon store that's left in the atmosphere and said, how much, given the global population, global per capita emissions, what would it be in order to be sustainable? And this was 10 years ago, before the latest IPCC report. And we came up with a figure after doing the analysis of 3.9 tons per person, right? 3.9 tons per person. The US was at 20 at that time. That means in order to be a fair and equitable citizen, global citizen, not a citizen of the United States, but a global citizen, each one of you would have to live in a society and practice what you do on a day-to-day basis by eliminating 16 tons per year of carbon emissions. Structurally, that doesn't exist in the United States right now. And sometimes we're asked, all right, well, so as Colette was mentioning, we identify the problem as a carbon problem. And we, in the environmental justice field, call that carbon reductionism. Because if I were to ask you, when did climate change begin to start to be a problem? Right? And we can go through this. The problem has been racialized since the beginning. People have talked about native lands being appropriated, but the native land appropriation was not only a social and a political appropriation, it was also a remaking of the ecosystem across this country. We know that the remaking of the ecosystem was to cut down virgin forests. We now call that carbon sequestration, right? It was to cut down virgin forests in order to promote agriculture, which ended up becoming an industrial agricultural system, which emits carbon dioxide, whereas 500 years ago, the United States was actually a massive carbon sink. Right? So it was racialized. You cannot divorce what happened to Indian nations. I happen to be from Pueblo, from the southwest New Mexico. You cannot divorce the racialization of what has contributed to climate change from the appropriation of land. Let's talk about what Dr. Brola talked about in terms of redlining and disinvestment of communities. That happened in two ways. One was the transportation system, which we all know was created in the 1950s. It was expanded in the 1950s through public policy, through government legislation to create decentralized urban systems. We invested in highway systems, we invested in road construction, and we now know today that that was a very racialized process. That suburban development was not just about creating new communities, it was very intentionally to segregate urban settlement patterns. That transportation system that we now have to maintain every day is responsible for about 33% of carbon emissions today. The climate problem that we have carbon emissions today is very directly related to the racialized way in which we constructed a transportation and an urban settlement pattern. Similarly, when we talk about buildings and housing, the disinvestment that we have made throughout these communities across the country, if you were redlined, it wasn't just that you may, as a family, you may have had the income to qualify for a loan for your business or for your home. What redlining meant was, even if you had that, you, by virtue of living within that red line district, you were automatically denied. Whole communities were denied capital. Now now we see those communities as being highly energy inefficient. The housing envelopes are highly problematic. We struggle. DOE struggles constantly, PA struggles constantly. How do we get energy efficiency programs to the most vulnerable communities? Well, the fact is that we created those communities with building envelopes that now we are unable to provide energy efficiency for because it's much too costly, a racialized process. So, and along the way, as we know, there was a conflict between the environmental movement and the environmental justice movement. That has been consistent, as has already been articulated. But what we did in order to turn this around now for towards the solution end, a problem we were trying to solve this time around in the last couple of years was the fact that the environmental movement, the mainstream environmental movement, and the environmental justice movement had been at odds and in conflict with each other about what were appropriate ways to move forward. And it has gotten ugly. It had gotten bad. The proposals that environmental justice folks had put forward back in 2008, 2010, when Waxman Markey and Lieberman McCain, all those legislative proposals were coming forward. There were negotiations, right? There were conversations between EJ folks and the national organizations, and basically the EJ folks were showed the door. They were told, thank you, but no thank you. We have the answer. We know what we're going to do. And if we muck up legislation with this thing called equity or environmental justice, we're going to screw our chances at passing legislation. And when we screw our passing of legislation, who's going to be to blame? But you all, because you mucked it up by bringing these ancillary issues of environmental justice and equity. And so we were showed the door. We were told that the train was already, what was the phrase that was used, Bob? The train is out of the station and you guys better get on board. Yeah. So things had been bad. We had not come together. A couple of years ago, several EJ folks got together and said, we're now in a really new time. We have to figure out how we're going to move together. We had better try starting to work together. Let's reach out to the national organizations and see if we can actually have conversations about how we might be able to propose national federal legislation. Now, mind you, I say that because it took the EJ folks once again to be vulnerable, to be proactive to organizations that had shown them the door previously. But this is the commitment and the passion for saving the planet that EJ folks had in their hearts. And so they started the process again. And a couple of years ago, several environmental justice organizations and leadership, including those who had been part of the first People of Color Summit, got together and invited the CEOs of major environmental organizations to sit down at the table to repair past harm, to figure out how we were going to come together and see if we could actually develop a national climate agenda in alignment with each other. It was over a year-long process. It was a difficult process. There was anger, there was resentment, there was a lot of environmental organizations having to formally apologize for the way in which they had treated EJ communities in the past, and sort of start anew. And so it was actually a restorative process that came into being. And what I'm happy to say that the Equitable and Just National Climate Platform was actually signed into being in June of last year by National Natural Resources Defense Council, by Sierra Club, by Union of Concerned Scientists, by Earth Justice, by League of Conservation Voters, by Center for American Progress, and I think I'm missing one. But the major national environmental organizations and their CEOs were the ones that we required to sign on the dotted line and say, yes, this is the kind of platform that we need. It was also signed by 13 environmental justice coalitions and organizations that represent the environmental justice communities from across the country, including Dr. Beverly Wright, who from here, as well as Richard Moore from the Southwest, the New Jersey Environmental Justice Alliance. So a number of coalitions came together and implemented that. Now, why has that made a difference? It's made a difference because for the first time we have now created a national climate platform that is not carbon-centric. It honors the intersectionality that you've heard from earlier speakers like Dr. Bullard and Colette. The intersectionality, this is the first time the environmental movement has actually put in place a climate platform that is intersectional. So I'm just going to read down the major elements of this climate platform. The first is that no community should be left behind. In other words, any climate policy, any climate piece of legislation that gets put forward should have associated with it an assessment about where the benefits and where the costs are going to be borne. And no community should be left behind either by climate mitigation policy or climate resilience policy. Everybody agreed to that. That a vision for a national climate agenda should have at its core a healthy climate and air quality. Again, we know that fossil fuels do not just only produce greenhouse gas emissions. We know they don't only produce carbon. They produce PM 2.5, NOx, SOx, a whole range of other co-pollutants that actually have harm to the local communities. While carbon is a global pollutant, in other words, it doesn't have an impact on the local community, fossil fuels burn not only carbon, but they also emit other kinds of local pollutants that have harm. Therefore, climate mitigation policy should absolutely be tied to other air quality legislation, because that's the only way you're going to link up the betterment and the health of those local communities where those power plants are being sited. It should include an inclusive, just, and pollution-free energy economy. Notice how we don't say clean energy economy. Notice how we don't say 100% clean energy economy, because what we have seen is that clean now in this day and age today has been normalized to accept other kinds of pollution. Clean energy by most environmental and energy standards means you can include nuclear, you can include waste to energy, you can include other kinds of quote-unquote clean coal technologies, which themselves have a pollution that are harmful to communities. So somehow or another, we've gone from a place in this country where clean can now be defined as, well, it's carbon-free, but it has pollution for the rest of you. So we intentionally said a pollution-free economy. The national organizations agreed to that. Safe, healthy communities and infrastructure. We know that the new green, whether it's the Green New Deal or any kind of bipartisan efforts to try and deal with climate change, is really focused on new infrastructure building, whether it's transportation or whether it's new housing development, more dense urban social patterns. Infrastructure is really top of the list. So we tied that with other kinds of things in terms of the climate agenda should also have a reduction in cumulative impacts. Right? Cumulative impacts mean we know that today there is no legislation, there is no administrative rule that allows for communities or for states to deny permits based on the cumulative pollution that exists in a community. So any permit can be, and we've seen this is why we have the problem of multiple risk pollution communities. So we want to tie climate mitigation to cumulative impacts. How can we deny permits based on the fact that not only are they going to be emitting carbon, but they are also going to be emitting harmful pollutants to that community that elevates their risk? Access to affordable energy, that's another one, and I'll go quickly now. Anti-displacement, relocation, and the right to return, similar to what Dr. Bullard and Colette have already articulated, that we need a climate mitigation policy that's also going to build up our laws and our policies in a way that communities that have been displaced due to natural disaster will be able to relocate and return on their terms. Economic diversity and community wealth building, self-determination in land redevelopment. This is a really important one. Self-determination in land redevelopment. This gets at the heart of land use planning. We wanted to integrate local strategies along with state and federal strategies. I'll give you an example. One of our sister environmental justice organizations in Chicago was successful after many, many, many years of organizing to shut down 2 of the oldest coal plants in the country. This is Little Village in Chicago. So they shut down those 2 power plants. Now that land is ready to be redeveloped. Guess what it wants to be, guess what the local administration had wanted that land to be redeveloped as? And I don't remember the right term. You all are going to know this term. But what's the new, like Amazon type, where goods come in and get shipped back out again? What's that? Distribution warehouses, but there's another term, right? Yeah, you all know what I'm talking about, right? So they've shut down the coal plants. The new plan is to install this whole new, whatever you all said, and the prediction is that the diesel emissions are going to be higher for that community than when the 2 coal plants, peaker coal plants, were in operation. This is why we wanted to have self-determination in land redevelopment, because it doesn't matter if we're going to shut down the coal plants, if we're going to put new kinds of industry in there that's going to be just as harmful for that local community. Water access and affordability. Of course, energy and water are tied together. You heard from a previous speaker about solar panels and cooling. That's the same thing with nuclear power. Nuclear power utilizes a lot of water for cooling. So if we utilize that water, if we don't integrate water issues with energy and the just transition, we're going to be in trouble. And then the last 2 things that we put into this agenda was promoting funding and research, particularly for minority-serving institutions, and that the U.S. had to have a responsibility to be a leader in the international climate agenda. So I'm happy to say that National Climate Platform is now the basis and is being used. A lot of the legislation that you're seeing that's coming out of Congress right now, we know that a lot of these are not going to pass because they're mostly House bills, but all the bills that you see that are coming out in this go-round have all used the Just and Equitable Climate National Platform as a basis for integrating equity into these. Is it the best? No. Do we have a long way to go? Yes. But for the first time, I think what we've seen, or what the EJ elders are telling me, is these legislators are actually calling our EJ people to ask them what should be included in their bills. This is the first time that has ever happened in climate and energy. All through history, they have called Sierra Club, they have called Natural Resources Defense Council, they have called the other organizations to ask them what should be included in legislation regarding equity. Now they're actually calling EJ people themselves. And that is a huge, huge, huge win for us. As for you students who are going through law school, we need you, because we need you to help us figure out what is the legislative language. We need you to be in there, to be representing EJ communities in order to take our message and actually translate them into the legal legislation that we need in order for it to make a difference. So we're really happy that this all happened. We think there's an avenue for students and for young people who are entering into their careers, and we really hope that you will join with the EJ community and provide your skills to make the world a better place. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Martinez. I just want to really quick thank you all again for attending. This has been a phenomenal symposium. Thank you to Dr. Bullard and our esteemed speakers, our wonderful moderators. Big thank you to our law review staff for helping throughout the day. So again, I invite everybody to join us on the 3rd floor for the remaining part of our reception. I know we went a little bit over, and have a great weekend. If I could have the remaining speakers just come to the floor so we have a group picture, and then we'll go down to the 3rd floor. Thank you.